The Standing Finance Committee of the House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, is now convened. You see?
Members, may I ask Member Chin, that's Member Robert Chin, to pray?
Almighty and gracious Father, creator of heaven and earth, in whom we live, move, and have our being. As we gather here this morning to manage the affairs of this blessed country, we invite your divine presence on this, our Standing Finance Committee. We beseech you to imbue us with the knowledge, skills, and ability and understanding that whatever we do and whatever we say will be done in your blessed name. We commit our leader and Prime Minister and other leaders for your divine protection, going forward with the confidence that with you in the midst, we are assured that this island is in good hands. These and other mercies we pray in your precious name. Amen.
Amen. Good morning, everyone. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the proceedings today will flow in relation to the established schedule, beginning with the Minister of Science, Energy, Telecommunication, and Transport. And then the rest of the day will follow pari passu with education, etc. May it please you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Let's make welcome the Ministry of Science, Energy, Technology, and Transport. Minister Vaz, you may proceed in leading out.
Thank you very much, Chair. This morning, we have with us the MSET team.
The mic needs repositioning, maybe put a little bit.
Tighten it up.
Put a little bit away and closer to.
It's not on. It's on?
It's on. It's just not very audible.
Thank you again, Chair. This morning we have with us the Ministry of Science, Energy, Telecommunications, and Transport team, along with agencies. We have Mrs. Carol Palmer, the Permanent Secretary. We have Mrs. Olive Wilson-Cross, Chief Technical Director. We have Mr. Richard Fonseca, Principal Finance Officer. We have Mrs. Kadian Smith-Newton, Principal Director, Telecommunications. We have representatives from Petrojam, Mr. Telroy Morgan, General Manager, and Mr. Delroy Brown, Manager of Finance and Accounting. Universal Service Fund, the new General Manager, Mr. Charlton McFarlane. Transport Authority, Mr. Ralston Smith. General Manager, Mr. Michael Bury. Accountant, JUTC, Mr. Owen Ellington, Acting Managing Director, and Mrs. Marcia Hamilton, Deputy Managing Director, Finance and Corporate Planning. The Ministry of Science, Energy, Telecommunications, and Transport remains steadfast in its efforts to drive strategic policies in science, energy, telecommunications, and transport, with a focus on driving sustainable development, advancing technological innovation, and optimizing infrastructure systems. MSET will continue to play a pivotal role in fostering economic growth and enhancing social progress. Specifically, the Ministry's priorities include facilitating increased investments in science, technology, and innovation, strengthening the legal and policy framework and administrative support for science, energy, telecommunications, and transport sectors, and focus on optimization of the energy security, supporting increased access to information and communications technology, and providing resilient transport solutions. The MSET is a total budget for 25-26 financial year is $35.4 billion. This is a net increase of 6.4% over the revised budget of $28.4 billion for the current financial year. Of this amount, $30.9 billion inclusive of appropriations in aid, totaling $892.3 million, is targeted to fund the recurrent activities of the ministry. This is an increase of 8.84% in the recurrent budget. The details of the programs will be outlined. The total for the capital head is $4.5 billion, a roughly 8% reduction on the $4.9 billion previously allocated. Details pertaining to the recurrent budget, head 69,000. Of the total recurrent budget of $9.06 billion is in respect of compensation to employees, while the sum of $21.82 billion is earmarked for programs. Directions and administration, pages 69,000 to 11, 69,000 to 11. Direction and administration, JUTC and Montego Bay Metro, $10.964 billion. As it relates to JUTC, as a total of 35% of the recurrent budget, or $10.67 billion in respect of the JUTC, there is no significant difference in the JUT's proposed allocation compared to its 24-25 approved budget. The absence of an increase to the JUTC is due to, among other factors, to the savings derived as a result of the introduction of CNG buses, as well as the security measures to curbing the pilfering of fuel, which has been in the public domain over the last few days. Additionally, the sum of $296.92 million is being proposed for other public transport operations through the Montego Bay Metro Limited. Jamaica Civil Aviation Authority, the proposed allocation is $8.6 billion, 28% of the overall recurrent budget, an 8% increase over the current year. This includes $125 million to upgrade the ground radar network and the MIVA network. The balance is due to inflation rate of the economy. Support to public bodies, broadband and tablets in school, $2.086 billion on page 69,000 to 16. A total of $2.086 is being proposed for the National Broadband Initiative and the Tablets in School program. The ministry continues to lend its support to the National Broadband Initiative through the policy although the policy mandate rests with the Office of the Prime Minister and the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information. As the sums allocated are sums previously remitted to the Consolidated Fund for the former Universal Access Fund Company Limited. The sum of $1.316 billion is proposed to be allocated. The additional $500 million requested to support broadband activities is a replacement of the $500 million which was reallocated in 24-25 to support the Universal Service Fund. The Tablet in School program, $770 million is being proposed. Tablets in School moved to and is now funded from the Consolidated Fund due to the decline in revenues of the Universal Service Fund. Proposed budget remains constant between 24-25 and 25-26. The following devices and software will be disseminated at schools: 1,000 laptops, 2,400 interactive panels, 600 projectors, 400 charging carts, remedial software for literacy and numeracy, and coding software. Support to public bodies, pages 69,000 to 5, $1.2 billion. Provisions have been made to cover the shortfall in the revenue and defray the operating expenses for the Transport Authority and the Universal Service Fund, $900 million to Transport Authority, $300 million to Universal Service Fund. This is a 26% reduction in the support that the GOJ previously provided. The government recognizes that with the changes in technology and the decreased uses of voice services to communicate, there's a significant reduction in inflows coming to the USF from its sources. In this regard, last year, USF engaged a consultant to assess the situation and undertake a comprehensive sustainability study. The recommendations from that study are in the final stages of review and will be presented to Cabinet early in the new fiscal year for its endorsement. As far as what has been tabled, while the ministry recognizes it's not ideal, it is anticipated that the Ministry of Finance and Public Service will consider an upward adjustment during the new fiscal year. As the members would be aware, USF has already implemented 379 community Wi-Fi hotspots and 35 public Wi-Fi hotspots, with another 63 community Wi-Fi hotspots and 5 public Wi-Fi hotspots planned in the 25-26. That would equate to 1 per constituency. In addition to other ICT initiatives, such as the establishment of the ICT clubs in school. Direction and Administration Project Management Division, pages 69,000 to 8. A significant change in the budget for the new financial year is under the Ministry's Project Management Division with a proposed allocation of 1.431 billion. 1 billion of this amount is in support of the energy poverty and alleviation programs through the regularization of informal electricity to address issues affecting non-technical users, house wiring, and inspections. The budget will also facilitate the use of innovative technical solutions to reduce the cost and accelerate house wiring installations. The program includes the distribution of 10,000 solar lights through JSIF. This is a new project which is expected to, among other things, reduce the loss of life through fires caused by open flame lighting. There is also the sum of 289.13 million in support of rural electrification program under this activity. So in essence, the budget for rural electrification program is pretty much the same as the previous financial year, with the allocation of the $1 billion specifically. And I know Minister Favour Williams will speak to that in more detail, so I will not seek to steal her thunder. But I expect it to get thunderous applause. You will hear tomorrow. Tuesday, sorry. Tuesday. Be here on time. ICT Policy and Regulations, 162.9 million, pages 69,000 to 15. Jamaica will be hosting the Caribbean Telecommunications Union ICT Week Conference in Kingston, September 25, as an approximate cost of 80 million. ICT Week is a premier ICT event for regional governments, bringing together regulators, policy makers, youth in ICT, and entrepreneurs to discuss topical issues affecting advancement of ICT in the region. Customarily, the event attracts local, international, and regional speakers and participants. Importantly, as host, Jamaica has several responsibilities in this regard. The budget requested reflects the need to support costs associated with, among other things, speakers, venues, and transportation. Vandalism of telecommunications equipment. Could not present here today without speaking to that based on what transpired earlier this week. MSET continues to condemn the wanton acts of vandalism caused by persons with nefarious intent. With respect to the recent outage, from information received from one telecommunications service provider, in excess of 200,000 to 32 million Jamaican dollars worth of damage was occasioned to the network because of this action. And this figure does not take into account the costs associated with having to mobilize a crew to work assiduously to have the fiber repaired within the day, nor the impact of the thousands of customers who were affected. As a ministry and a government, we take these reports of vandalism seriously. In this regard, through the Law Reform Amendment of Penalties Bill, 2025 recommendations have been referred to the Legislation Committee of Parliament to increase the fines and custodial sentences under the Telecommunications Act for offenses such as trespassing upon a telecommunications facility meddling, interfering, or tampering with or otherwise cause harm to the facility. The current fines will now be increased, with more stringent fines being imposed on repeat offenders and even a greater opportunity to punish the perpetrator with an option to have their matters heard before the circuit court. Just to give you members a little insight, Telecommunications Act, a person commits an offense if he trespasses upon any facility by any means, meddles or interferes or tampers with the facility, otherwise causing harm to the facility. On the customary conviction before a parish court, a fine not exceeding $3 million or to be imprisoned for a term not exceeding 3 years in the case of a first offense, and a fine of $5 million or imprisonment of 5 years in the case of any subsequent offense. On conviction before a circuit court, to a fine or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 15 years. So the option definitely would be for circuit court. Another issue that is of interest, the third domestic mobile telecommunications provider, Rock Mobile, it is expected that Jamaica's third mobile telecommunications operator will commence its service offerings in 2025 in keeping with the terms and conditions of its mobile license. In 2024, Rock Mobile was given a further final 12-month extension to roll out its services to the public, as well as a deferral of 12 months for the payment of annual spectrum license. So we look forward to that, and the best information I have is that the financing has finally been approved, and therefore they will be able to roll out in the time specified. Availability of additional spectrum 600 megahertz in 2023, the government decided to make additional low-band spectrum in the 600 megahertz band available for licensing for international mobile telecommunication services. Once the process of licensing the band is complete, the awardees will be announced. It is also to be noted that the spectrum has been earmarked to support the government's digital agenda to bring high-speed broadband services to the unserved and underserved communities across Jamaica. The assignment of spectrum for 5G, at present there is no shortage of available spectrum if mobile network operators are desirous of rolling out 5G, as the maturity of the technology has demonstrated that 5G services can be rolled out in high, mid, or low-band spectrums. At the International Telecommunications Union's Radio Communications Conference in 2019, several additional bands which could be utilized were allotted for 5G services. Therefore, the specified frequency bands depends on the focus of the MNOs. Operators focused on service capacity will likely utilize higher frequency bands such as 300 to 600. Operators will focus on service coverage, may choose to utilize lower frequency bands such as those bands less than 1 gigahertz, for example, the 600 megahertz. To benefit from a blend of capacity and coverage, operators may choose to roll out 5G services in mid-bands. Road safety focus, 217.945 million, pages 69,000 to 6. The ministry intends to give further support to the government of Jamaica in its quest to reduce road fatalities. Transport policy function is proposed to receive total funding of 217.94, including A1A of 136 million to be utilized for signage and other works. Under transport policy function, the National Road Transport Policy Revision is expected to be finalized during the fiscal year, and it is expected to move to the green paper stage in short order. Public relations and communications, 154.767 million, pages 69,000 to 5. The road safety focus will be bolstered by the AIA of 45 million to the ministry's public relation. Does this include the 5%?
Minister? Just checking to see how much longer the opening
3
or
minutes.
introduction will be.
3 minutes, because when I finish this, I don't expect to have any
I
questions.
figured that's exactly what you're hoping for.
I'm trying to preempt. I'm trying to preempt. So just give me 2 more minutes. So I have to touch on 2 other ones, and then I'll cut it short.
Okay, Minister.
Or shorter, should I say. So just to make mention that these figures in transport safety is as a result of the increased revenue to the ministry or allocation to the ministry based on the fact that the Ministry of Transport now gets 5% as of April this year of traffic fines. So basically we will have a dedicated fund that will be used for that, which will allow us to really take on the issue of the road fatalities in a meaningful way, in a professional way, and a sustained way. I know that I could not mention this because I know that my colleague would raise it immediately. And that is the technical support services for energy and GPE, generation procurement entity, 265.163, has a proposed support of, GPE has a proposed support of 120.686 million. The remainder of the budget supports the energy portfolio of 144.477. The government of Jamaica continues to prioritize the expansion of renewable energy with a structured and cost-effective framework. The IRP, Integrated Resource Plan, serves as a critical tool to effective generation planning and strategic expansion of renewable energy. We are all aware the government has granted 100 megawatts on new generation capacity with another 220 megawatts set to be tendered in this financial year. New JPS license. Ministry has commenced negotiations for a new Jamaica Public Service license engaging the Inter-American Development Bank, IDB, to provide international expertise with Jamaicans to benefit. The concerns from the citizenry, and particularly those who were exacerbated during the passage of Hurricane Beryl, will factor significantly in this process. The OER is currently providing input and necessary adjustments to the license so that all relevant aspects are covered towards providing a better service to the nation. Just to say that there's no 2 ways about it, that the license comes up in 27. It's a requirement for us to start the process of negotiation from 2025, and that we have started already in earnest. But it cannot be done without getting the necessary expertise to support the energy division of the ministry to make sure that we get it right. Oil and gas, government still has a production sharing agreement with United Oil and Gas in place, and the current work program in effect through January 26, as I have indicated before. So far, no oil has been discovered, and there is a request on the table from oil and gas, which shall be taken to cabinet as it relates to further extensions. I think I can stop there because I could go on and on for a few hours, but I think that I have touched on the major, yes, I'll deal with the rest of it in the sectoral to come. But I would need an extension in the sectoral, I can tell you from now. Thank you again, and let me just thank the team that has supported me. This would be my 5th sitting of the Finance Committee as Minister of Science, Energy, Telecommunications, and my 2nd year with transport. Thank you very much for the support, and I look forward to continuing for a few more years to go.
Thanks, Minister. Member Paula.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The conduct of this segment will be myself, who will deal with science, energy, telecommunications, and my colleague, Mr. Phillips, who will deal with transport, and we'll take them in turn. So Minister, if we could then look at telecommunications within the context of science and technology portfolio. And one thing I think we have to start by, firstly, thanking your team for being here. But as you know, we are missing Dr. Daniel Dawes,
Yes.
who headed the USF. So at this time, we want to send out a special tribute to the team at USF and to the family of Dr. Dawes, who served our country well. I'd like to turn to telecommunications, and you had mentioned the most recent issue of outages. By the way, Madam Chair, in this segment, we do focus a lot on the public bodies, and at the end of the segment, I just put those public bodies in the ministry to the vote as well. So the questioning will surround much about the policies and programs that we're seeing here. But in relation to telecoms, Minister, you've mentioned about the outages and some plans you have for the future, but I think the country has to acknowledge that the quality of service has fallen tremendously, especially about the reliability of telecommunication services, 3G and otherwise. And I was wondering whether or not the ministry, even though you're not the main regulator, but you do hold the licenses, what is going to be done to enable the improvement in telecommunication services in Jamaica, where we see a continuation of the dropping of calls? We're seeing now people are relying much more on WhatsApp calls than regular calls to the network. And what are the plans to enable a return to the expected high standards that we've had before?
Thank you, Member. So in 2024, the Telecommunications Quality of Service Standard rules were implemented. These rules impose on licenses a requirement to measure and report on 21 fixed and mobiles quality of standard parameters, including drop call rate, mobile network availability, broadband internet availability, rate and latency. So as of March 14, 2025, we expect to get a report on that, and thereafter the office is expected to undertake assessments of these reports. So there is a reporting mechanism, and I do agree with you that the quality of service is a concern in and outside of the acts of vandalism, hence the reason for the quality of service parameters. OUR, as you know, plays a critical role in that, and we are working in tandem with them.
You mentioned about 5G. Is the ministry actively pursuing the adoption of 5G technology? And what will be the process?
So as it stands now, there has been no appetite, for want of a better word, for 5G. I think the providers in Jamaica feel that they still have a far way to go in terms of the technology that they're using. What I can say definitively is that SMA is ready and waiting for any application, and I suspect that the application process would be similar to what transpires now. I don't have the actual details as it relates to that, but I can't see being much different to the processes that are at hand now.
But when you say there's no appetite, you mean from consumers? Because I certainly have an appetite.
Well, put it this way. For the consumers to be able to, the consumers may have the appetite, but it's a financial plan that the telecom providers have to decide in terms of whether or not there is return on investment for that, or whether or not they can achieve their objectives with their existing spectrum without spending tens or hundreds of millions of US dollars to upgrade to 5G. So we are ready as a government, we are ready as a regulator, but obviously that decision as to when we will move towards 5G is strictly in the ambit of the telecoms providers and the market.
A lot of the ministry's focus over the last 2 years has been on universal service fund. And yesterday we did ask the minister about the USF and the support. You are projecting a deficit of $2 billion in this financial year. Coming from when the fund was established, I remember in the first 3 or so years, we had accumulated about $14 billion. I want to inquire in relation to the $14 billion. Was all of that utilized by the USF during the period? And for this year, what is it that the Ministry of Finance will be giving you? Because just now you said 300 million, and I'm sure we heard the minister saying 800 million yesterday. So I would like to understand clearly how much money will USF be getting in support this year? And in that regard also, to understand what is going to happen to the viability of USF. My colleague, 5 years ago or more, had proposed ways, or certainly brought to the attention of the government, the fact that the funds were being depleted, the revenues were being lessened year over year, and that we needed to look at additional revenue streams for USF.
So we have $4 billion left out of the 14 billion.
So why you don't use that? Why don't you get that back from the Ministry of Finance?
But we're using it as needed.
But you're saying that you're going to have a deficit of $2 billion in this year's budget. So if you have $4 billion that is somewhere, why not bring that to the fore and use it? And how would the Ministry of Finance allow you to?
We have $1.316 billion that is allocated for broadband, plus the USF allocation for this financial year.
All right, so that 1.316, where is that money? Is it money that is in the USF, accumulated over time?
Sure.
Because if you have that, how are you projecting a deficit of $2 billion?
So we have the $4 billion in the consolidated fund. We draw down on that money and as we need to. In the financial year that we are now, we have made an allocation, as you said, of 1.3 plus whatever the recurrent is for USF for this financial year. It is not unlikely, as has happened in previous years, that we do go back during the course of the year for additional funding if it is that we are able to spend. It is one thing to have the allocation. It is the other thing to be able to spend the money within the financial year, which is always a challenge based on procurement. So the fact of the matter is that $4 billion out of the $14 billion is left. We have the consultant that we have brought on to give us ideas as to how and what can be done to enhance the fund and the flows based on the fact that we all know that there has been a significant decline.
The difficulty we have, Minister, is rationalizing what you are saying now with what was said to us yesterday. And I specifically asked the Minister of Finance, how much money will the ministry be allocating to USF? And I was told 800 million, so
300 and something million.
So it's 300 million.
I said it earlier.
Well, I'm going back to my notes from yesterday, so if
I wasn't here yesterday, so I can't speak for what the minister says.
But I still need to understand.
I'm speaking to what is in my brief here, and that is in relation to the funds for Universal Service Fund, which is 300, what's the figure? 300 million. The sum of 1.316 is proposed to be allocated. The additional 500 requested to support broadband activities is a replacement of the 500 which was reallocated in 24-25 to support the Universal Service Fund. So the 1.316 that I mentioned is in there, and it is 300 million for, I'm trying to find the exact figure for you under the, you have the exact figure for the Universal Service, 300 and something million? 300 million.
All right, so just to be clear, you're projecting a deficit of 2 billion. You've said that 1.316 has been allocated to deal with some specific projects.
Yeah, that will come from the consolidated fund.
No, but I thought we were just told that it's 300 million from the consol fund. Is it 300 million or 300 million plus 1.3?
300 million plus the 1.316 is specific to broadband. The National Broadband Initiative. The other 300 is in relation to the budget for the Universal Service Fund for 25-26.
All right, so 1.6 is what you're getting from the Ministry of Finance.
Yes.
And not 300.
But I've said that 3 times.
No, Minister, in your presentation just now, you did say, and that's the reason why I've been alerted. If you didn't say so, then it wouldn't be so frontal. You said that 300 million is the funds that you intend to get from the Ministry of Finance. But you're saying now that it is not 300, but 300 plus 1.316.
I read it earlier, and I've repeated it 3 times.
Right.
2 different allocations, one for the Universal Service Fund in relation to their budget for the 25-26, and 1.316, which is for the National Broadband Initiative.
So what is your deficit? What will be the deficit for this year? No, allow the minister.
I'm not following you.
I'm asking if there's a deficit. If you
it would be the same
said you had
deficit.
2 billion.
No, it will be the same deficit as what? You're saying here that it's 2 billion that will be in deficit. Is the deficit going to remain 2 billion after the allocations, 1.6 billion? Or it will lower that deficit by 1.6? Yes.
So what I'm being told is that the request from Universal Service Fund was for $900 million for their activities outside of the national broadband, for which they got an allocation of 300 million. So there is a deficit of 600 million in relation to what they asked for and what they got.
I thought it was 400 million. I thought it was 400 million. Yeah. No,
So, Minister, I think the challenge is if you have a total deficit figure reporting, the member is trying to ascertain if the subsections of allocation from the Ministry of Finance, whether it be for broadband or for USF or anything else, if those figures are to be taken out of the deficit and you still have a deficit, and would you be able to say what is that net deficit figure?
So I will have to get that information out, okay? But the fact of the matter is that a deficit is nothing new. We have a deficit every year. So if you want to get into that specific detail, I'll have the information. I'll have them work on it and present it before we are finished.
I think you made a comment, Minister, that whatever the deficit is, as is customary, you would go back to the Ministry of Finance as usual
all depending on how
What is
and
needed.
what happens during the financial year. It has happened before where we have gone back, it has happened before when we have not gone back. I can't predict how long the programs are going to be and the procurement is going to take.
The only reason why it is so frontal now is because the book is saying that the deficit is going to be $2 billion. And that is a serious deficit. And we have been told now that 1.6 is coming from the Ministry of Finance, total. So, yes, yes. So we're going to have a shortfall of 400 million. The Universal Service Fund has been helping us as members of Parliament in the installation of free Wi-Fi. So it's in our interest that that body is supported, certainly by the Ministry of Finance. Minister, I had also asked a question, what is the future of USF in light of the dramatic fall-off in revenues? How is the agency going to be funded, if not through annual allocations from the Ministry of Finance, which was never the intention, right, when the fund was established. It was supposed to be a standalone facility being generated from resources coming from external customers. What is the future of the USF? Certainly, how do you see the future?
Member, I'm a bit perplexed this morning because you usually are much more
Cooperative.
understanding.
Yes.
Not cooperative. I already said in verbally and reading from the document that a consultant has been engaged and we are waiting to hear the consultant report of the recommendations and the options that are open to us in relation to how to restructure the funding of the Universal Service Fund based on the thing. I can't go ahead of the consultant. I don't have that expertise to sit here and tell you. We have engaged a consultant and I'm waiting on the consultant report.
Yes. Yeah, well, we're not hearing you clearly, but as I mentioned earlier.
I'm not understanding.
No, as I mentioned earlier.
What is it that you want me to tell you?
Yes. Five. Tranquilo.
I just don't understand.
Yeah.
We have a consultant. The consultant report is not complete yet. So what is it you want me to tell you?
5 years ago, my colleague, the spokesman on finance, had proposed a way forward for the Universal Service Fund. And for us, it's not rocket science. If you're not able to generate the resources from one source, there are other sources in relation to the same sector. I just want to know whether or not there has been any contemplation of that, or you're waiting for the consultant to make a recommendation. So for the foreseeable future, it is anticipated that the Ministry of Finance will be providing the funding.
Once we get the consultancy report and we know what the balance that is left in the fund, we will have discussions with the Ministry of Finance and come up with a final position as to what is the best way to restructure it. And the minister is telling me that, how much is there now? 10 billion?
Sorry, what did the minister say?
That there's funds that are there to hold us and carry us through until that time is finished.
How much?
She's saying $10 billion is what she's saying from the
$10 billion.
So the Minister of Finance is telling me that from 14 billion, it is now down to 10.
So why is there a crisis then? The minister is acknowledging.
The only crisis that is a crisis that you are.
No. You have said that it's $2 billion. That is in deficit.
But remember, I'm
yes.
saying to you that we go back for money.
Yes, but if you
the
have.
Money is ring-fenced
I am not.
Get Mr. Vass some ice water for me.
Yes.
Come on, man.
No, we need to clarify this because I'm aware of the 14 billion. right? If the minister is saying that you still have $4 billion from that 14, why are you running a deficit of $2 billion? Why doesn't the Ministry of Finance allocate the money that the USF earned?
Yes. And the minister should be concerned about that.
That is not rocket science.
I have nothing further to say. Absolutely nothing further. If it is during the financial year that we need additional funds to carry out the programs, we will do what we always do. What you are trying to do is to tell me how to spend the money. You are telling me how to try and spend the money. We have an arrangement. We have made a budget for Universal Service Fund, and we will carry out that budget that has been tabled in 25-26 budget year. If we need or we see where we can spend it and we need additional funds, we will happily allocate it.
The minister said he won't go into detail, but just for my own summation, Minister, my understanding is that the USF has accumulated funds, which was $14 billion. It is now down to $4 billion. It is now down to $10 billion. So the Universal Service Fund has no problem, really. And why are we, therefore, seeing a deficit of $2 billion? Huh? Yes, if you have the cash.
There is no real deficit.
So, Minister, I heard the summation. I heard the summation before that it appears, regardless of carrying a deficit, the numbers budgeted is based on what you are able to spend usually, and in the event that you are able to spend more, in the event that you have more to spend, the option is always available in the supplementary to go back to the Ministry of Finance, and Minister is therefore asking us to accept and move on from this point.
What there is a deficit in terms of earnings. We're not earning what we used to earn, and that has to be taken into consideration.
Minister, can we look at Petrojam? Petrojam is estimated to make a loss, estimated to have made a loss in the financial year that is ending March 2025, which is $26.77 million US. Perhaps we could get an explanation now as to the way forward for Petrojam. The questions were asked this year and you had answered them, but the answers that were provided gave us an impression that Petrojam would not be in this state. We've heard recently about the deal with Trinidad and Tobago. Is that the way forward? What is going to happen to Petrojam, and especially in light of those recommendations that were done 5 years ago and are still being contemplated by the cabinet?
Thank you, member. So just by way of background, the financial projections for Petrojam for 25-26, and then I'll go back to the question. The total sales for 25-26 is projected at 12.78 billion barrels. These volumes comprise 6.6 barrels to the local market and 6.1 barrels for export. Barrels. The working capital support of $5 billion loan, the final payment of that $5 billion loan dispersed by the Ministry of Finance and Planning to Petrojam as working capital was repaid in full in June 24. The long-term loan of 10.1 million or 1.68 billion US in principal repayments are scheduled for repayment in the fiscal year 25-26 under the 17.4 billion long-term facility. The capital expenditure is approximately $15 million. Is expected to be spent on capital projects in 25-26. Tank repairs, 3.5 million. Construction of new asphalt tank, 2.6 million. Furnace replacement, 1.2. Sustaining activities, 5.6 million. Terminal loading rack upgrade of 100,000 and catalyst replacement, 800,000. As of January 31st, 2025, the company recorded losses of 25.7 million. Sales volumes below budget by 2.5 million barrels. Heavy fuel oils accounted for 1.5 million barrels. 1 million barrels very low sulfur fuel oil. The sale of fuel oil was impacted predominantly by the supply as a refinery experienced downtime from the fire incident early in the financial year. Falling prices affected inventory value. Inventory value fell by 10% over the period, resulting in inventory losses of 19 million US. And maintenance cost was $3.6 million over budgeted amounts. So that is...
Could I just make it a little clearer, the point I'm trying to elicit from you?
Sorry.
Right.
I missed that, right?
So the audited report for 2023-24 indicates a loss of 24.27 million US dollars, and the estimate for this year is 26 million US dollars. The projected, in this case, profit for this year is less than $1 million. So I think the question has to be asked, whether the future of Petrojam, especially as the plan that you have here suggests that Petrojam will focus on diversifying its operations to effectively respond to market and environmental shifts. So all I want is to understand how we're going to move from the actual loss of 24 million US in 23-24, the estimated loss in 24-25 of 26.7 billion US. How are we going to get from that position to a positive position during this year? What are the plans? $1.5 million barrels?
So you're going to increase by 1.5 million barrels. Sales. And what? So, member, thank you for that. So you're correct in terms of the numbers for the loss for 24-25. It is projected to sell 1.5 million additional barrels in this financial year of fuel. And also, we don't expect the same downtime that have the efficiency. That's what I said, yeah.
So this 1.5 million barrels, you mentioned fuel. What fuels?
Primarily heavy fuel oil. How much of that is export? And I'm being told that the majority of that, if not all, will be export. Which is
the fuel that we sell to Trinidad now, is it heavy fuel oil?
Low sulfur fuel oil.
So it's not heavy fuel oil?
Yes, no.
Low sulfur, there are two different types of fuel.
I'm hearing that it is heavy, but it's a special type of heavy fuel oil, which has low sulfur. Is that right?
what is the future of asphalt? You did mention that here, but isn't asphalt a major product that?
We are exporting currently to Trinidad and smaller islands. The upgraded plant or the within the next 2 months, which will give us that much more ability to produce the asphalt for and export and for local. And of course, obviously with the increase in all of the infrastructure works that are taking place in Jamaica.
Now, I'm just trying to understand. We are now exporting to Trinidad.
And some of the smaller islands.
Right. Heavy fuel oil, a special kind.
Special.
We are exporting as well asphalt to where?
Primarily Trinidad, and they distribute further through the smaller islands.
All right, so Trinidad is taking asphalt from us, and our asphalt goes to Trinidad and then transship to other places.
Not by us, by them. We are selling to Trinidad. Trinidad then.
Yes, is making a margin on that.
I can't tell you what they're doing.
Wouldn't it be better for us to sell directly to the other markets?
Well, I suppose that when we commission in the next 2 months, we have the capacity that will be obviously a plan to increase your revenues, to reduce your losses, but yes.
No.
Also direct to Guyana is one of the plans.
A moment,
All
House Leader.
clarification, Madam Chair, just, I don't normally do this, but is it bitumens that we export or asphalt?
Bitumen.
Okay.
Yes, my trend of thoughts remain. I just want to understand, Minister, the recommendation from the ZACA report was for you to shut down Petrojam. Petrojam is not going to be shut. That's what you're saying.
My position remains the same as the questions that I answered in Parliament a few weeks ago. Nothing has changed.
Yes, so let me ask again. Petrojam as a refinery will be maintained by the government of Jamaica, despite the recommendations from the ZACA committee.
As it is now, I can't speak for future, but for right now, yes. As we speak, yes.
I can tell you for future it will remain open.
Is what?
It will remain open as well for the future.
That's a decision that we'll make in due course.
Can we just, Minister, again, you caused me to ask some additional questions. Now you mentioned $1 billion for electricity regularization and also amounts for rural electrification. We really thought that that project had ended. So probably you could explain what has happened in this financial year in relation to REP, because I can't get any of my colleagues on this side to speak to any positive REP projects. There was a limited regularization program, but I thought it was in local government. So it has been shifted back to you?
23. It came back to the Ministry of Science, Energy, Telecommunications and Transport in 23 when I was appointed. Minister of Transport and the Prime Minister was reorganizing the government. So it has been with me since 23, and it has been doing substantial work since 23. And as I said before, the budget for last year was somewhere around 300 million, which is similar to what it is this year, except for a special program that is being announced, which, as I said before, the details will be spoken to by the Minister of Finance when she addresses the Parliament on Tuesday in her first budget presentation.
Minister?
Minister of Finance.
So we can, Minister?
Minister.
Yeah. So, yes, so we're hearing a commitment that you'll be speaking about rural electrification and urban regularization next week when you speak.
Just to be clear, just to be clear, I told him that there is a special program of $1 billion that you will be addressing.
I don't want it to be right in the minister's speech. No, because I think the speech is done.
Don't let him set you up. And I told him that the regular rural electrification program came back to me in 2023, and we have been doing great work. Great work. And the bottom line is that you will hear more about that in my sectoral presentation.
Oh, so it's not your speech.
Well, I tell you something, you're not sharp this morning. You're not the regular Philip. I am telling you, I said a while ago that there's a special $1 billion energy poverty program that is going to be spoken to in detail by the Minister of Finance when she makes her maiden speech on Tuesday as it relates to the regular allocation of the $300 million. You can get information on that because many, many constituencies on both sides are going to benefit from that.
All right. Minister, in your opening, you spoke about the JPSCO license. Could you just give me a timeline now as to how you intend to deal with this process?
The process starts in 2025, which is now, and ends in 2027. The commitment that I can give to my colleagues and the country is that we are going to work assiduously with the best experts that we can find from around the world to make sure that that negotiation, when we sit at the table, we have the best and we negotiate the hardest to get a license, renewed license, or whatever the position is that is going to benefit the people of this country.
Minister.
And you will be consulted.
No, that's not my interest at this point. I just want to understand the specific timelines.
25 to 27. I can't tell you no more.
Is the minister aware that something happens in July of 2025? Can the minister say whether or not you're aware?
I am well briefed by my team. They are on top of it. We already have several meetings with not only the IDB, but other multilateral partners to make sure that we put together the consultants that are required in the timelines that they are required in order to make sure that we are not caught with timelines and we make decisions that are rushed and that are not in the best interests of Jamaica.
Is the minister aware that there is an approaching deadline in July 2025?
And the answer is yes.
What is that?
The answer is yes.
No, what is that deadline? Because Madam Chair, if the government of Jamaica does not indicate to the JPSCO by July 7th of its intention.
We wrote them in January, remember?
Its intention.
We wrote them in January.
Its intention. Then we would have missed an opportunity to negotiate the license.
I will send you a copy of the letter, member.
This is so serious.
Member, I will send you a copy of the letter that was written in January. It states that we have to indicate to them by July, and we wrote them in January. So we are 6 months ahead of the timeline and the deadline. What more do we want? And I'm prepared to share the letter with you because you may not trust me.
No, Minister. I just want to be clear because there are implications if certain timelines are not met.
The minister has clearly indicated, one, that his team is on top of their negotiations. They are aware of their timelines. They have started to engage their consultation process, and that he wrote from January. So he is comfortable that he will be on target for that special July date. I think his answer is sufficient, member.
Madam
Go ahead.
Chairman,
Go ahead.
Madam Chairman, this timeline is sacrosanct.
No, he understands that. He understands that. And no amount of repeating it is going to make a difference for the minister.
I suspect not.
He
I
has an
suspect not.
appreciation of what he needs to do, and your point has been very solidly and clearly made.
I thank you. I thank you.
You know, Chairman.
Madam Chair.
You know, Chairman. If my colleague was so painstaking
all right,
in terms of when he was a minister, we wouldn't be in the situation that we are, because he's so detailed in terms of how he's operating here now in relation to asking me about a letter that I told him I sent in January, and he's still going on about how sacrosanct
the July timeline is.
So that's why I wrote from January.
The minister said that he's prepared to share. Yes.
He said he would share the letter with you.
Yes. So I'm expecting.
We don't want to get it to go back into the history of one minister's performance versus the next.
No.
So I would say move to the next question.
All right. So coming out of this, we'll get a copy of the letter.
Just to let you know that took 10 minutes.
That is one other issue that the minister raised in his opening that I just want to get clarification on. The minister spoke about an extension of the license for oil and gas procurement, for oil and gas exploration. Could the minister say how many extensions have been granted to date?
My recollection is that since I have been minister, it is one extension that I have given, and that was for, was it 2 years? 24 to 26. And my understanding is that arrangement with oil and gas and exploration is in its 7th year?
No, it couldn't be 7 years, Minister.
2016?
The agreement was entered into in
2016.
2015.
Yeah. So, but under my watch, it has been one extension, 2 years, that takes us to 20.
But Minister, I'm not talking about your watch, because the ministry has been in existence for a while. All I'm trying to ascertain, since the license was granted in 2015, how many extensions have been?
I can supply that information. I don't have it offhand.
And I'll take that as an answer.
And I have met with them, as I indicated when I answered the questions recently, and they have put some proposals to the government, for which I'm taking the cabinet in short order. Because January 2026 is a close time, therefore they really can go no further in terms of trying to do what they need to do in terms of move the process forward, in terms of exploration and the costs that are required, or the funds that are required and involved.
Yes. There might be colleagues who wish to ask further questions on telecoms and energy before the, okay.
Yes, sir.
Member Guy?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Minister, I want to go back to USF, if you don't mind. I see here in the public bodies book the programs that USF has for the ensuing year. And my concern is that apart from the fact that this 1.3 is to undertake the National Broadband Initiative, the amount that they have currently budgeted is 370 in this public bodies book. And you look at the preceding years, the preceding 2 years, 900, 981. What does that mean for us as members of parliament out there getting, I know you mentioned anything about the community Wi-Fi's, the other deliverables that we are accustomed to from the USF. How does that $370 million deficit of 500 plus impact on their ability to deliver those?
Thank you. Thank you, member. So I would have indicated what will be engaged for this financial year out of the budget. I'm just looking back. Okay. 35. We have already implemented 379 community Wi-Fi hotspots, which are the MP-driven program. And 35 public Wi-Fi hotspots with another six. So what we're doing this year is 35 public Wi-Fi hotspots and 63 community Wi-Fi hotspots and 5 public Wi-Fi hotspots. That's what's planned for this year, as well as the establishment of the ICT clubs in schools. It is definitely, in previous years, you have gotten up to 3. And I think that each MP can state categorically that the program has worked well. I am saying again, member, that based on the allocation of the 1, that if we can get through that and there is need, we will try and increase. But as of right now, based on all the discussions that we have had with the Ministry of Finance, the budgets, etc., what I have put forward is the $379 million for this year.
Minister, one of the concerns that some members of parliament have, and I don't think it's necessarily on this side only, is the speed at which the sites that are down are brought back up, you know? I mean, I have had discussions and I've gotten a good response, but I know it is not necessarily what is...
Member, it is something that I have raised with the management and the board, and it's something that is being looked at now in relation to how, first of all, so let me just explain quickly. It is private contractors that put in the Wi-Fi's based on procurement. And the bottom line is that where the breakdown is between the community, USF, and the private provider who has a maintenance contract. What needs to happen is how is that maintenance contract monitored by the USF, and how do we use technology to make sure that we know not only the public, the provider of the Wi-Fi, how do we at USF know that there's a problem so that we can actually stay on top of it, because right now it's the wrong way around. The fact of the matter is that when the provider is notified on their system, there is no supervision outside of within their own organization as to the timelines that are set in the contract in terms of what must your response time be, etc., etc. So it is a problem. There's no two ways about that, and I intend to fix it. And I intend to fix it. It is far advanced. I'm waiting on the final proposal. It may mean that we have to get one entity to oversee all, or whatever the recommendation is, but it's a problem because I get the WhatsApps and it happens in my own constituency. And it's not until you get a WhatsApp, the member of parliament gets a WhatsApp, that you hear that the thing has been down from December. But the first message that you have gotten is in March. It's totally not acceptable. Right. So I agree with you, and that is something that is definitely on the agenda, and I should have answers for you by my sectoral speech.
Member Cousins?
All right.
You're not finished, member guy?
I like your line of questioning.
Tony, switch off.
I much prefer to the previous. You come back with me until 5.
There was
Member
another
guy.
question, Minister.
Yes, sir.
Can I draw attention to 69,000 C2? And that's the Energy Management and Efficiency Program, just funded by the EU.
Yes.
Now I see where you have a project extension. I got a further extension to December 2025. But looking at the physical targets initially envisaged and your anticipated physical targets by 2025, 2026, we're going to see a inability to complete those by that time. How do you intend to proceed? And secondly, is the ministry able to do all of those targets by December of 2025. That is the 20 government facilities and the 6 hospitals for the HEPA filters and installation of energy efficient lighting in 50 public buildings.
Remember, I had a meeting on this matter with the new, is it EU? IDB reps, and this matter was raised, and I'm pleased to tell you that the implementation aspect of it is far, far advanced. There were definitely some issues before, but all of those are solved. When are we intending to meet the deadline? I'm just hearing that by August of this year, we should be wrapping up most of what we have outstanding there now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Member Cousins and then Member Hilton.
All right, thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister.
Morning,
my question is in relation to the energy portfolio. I have another question in relation to the transport portfolio, but I'll yield that question until the member who has a responsibility leads with that. So in terms of the energy portfolio, I'm looking at Petrojam. So it's page 247 of the public bodies book. And
247.
yeah. So we know that we compulsory acquired the shares from Venezuela. We also know that that's a contentious issue. Where are we with that matter, one? And have we contemplated that if, for example, in this financial year, there's an adverse ruling, that we'll have to ensure that the budget accounts for that adverse ruling? So that is up, you know, the issue with Venezuela is live, and it's something that needs to be contemplated at all times when we are budgeting, because there may be an adverse ruling based on how things transpired.
Very, very good question, member. The issue of the Venezuela shares is in litigation, and the good thing is that the government of Jamaica put the share value in escrow. So the bottom line is that there's no issue. I'm just understanding now that it is in international court, and as I said before, the funds are in escrow. Now, the fact of the matter is that we can't project what a ruling would be, but the fact is that we have made provisions to make sure that if there is a ruling, that we can do what we need to do.
Yeah, Minister, the funds
I'm just hearing it's in arbitration.
Arbitration,
yeah,
yes.
which is a step before
funds,
litigation starts.
The funds that you referred to earlier that are in escrow, is it based on their proposed value or our proposed value of the assets?
To my best knowledge, I think that a valuation would have been done by the government of Jamaica, and the funds are based on that valuation. So that's where we are. So I can't tell you what their figure is.
No, they didn't.
Okay. Yeah. So, sorry. When you finish, I have an answer for you.
All right. So I'll yield my other questions until we deal with the transport portfolio. Thank you, Minister.
Sorry. Yeah. Member Paulwell, the oil and gas, 3 extensions since 2015. So this request of extension will make 4.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I want to just bring you back to the vandalism of the telecoms infrastructure, which we all deplore. My question to you is, have we determined, do we have any sense as to what are the incentive, or what is the incentive for doing so? Because historically, it has been the scrap metal trade. If that remains the incentive, my question is that that was outlawed in regulation, that no telecoms equipment could be exported under the scrap metal trade. So it still remains a puzzle to me. If that is the incentive, what then is the capacity or the ability for those stolen material to be exported? Because they should be customs, they should be outlawed at the customs. So I don't know if you have a view on that and an approach.
So remember, there was a upsurge in the theft and vandalism. I would say maybe, if my memory serves me correctly, maybe 12, 18 months ago. And a recommendation was made, and I made it public, in relation to the issue of scrap metal and the export. We saw a significant decline in the acts of vandalism thereafter. And this latest one, which is a two-in-one actually, was the first major public or case of vandalism that has been made public. And that's the one this week here. Based on the information that we received at that time, the nature of the cut was the fiber for scrap metal. I have not got the report from the two telcos on this particular one, but I can recall very clearly when we had actual press conference with Flo at the time, and we actually displayed some of the materials that were being vandalized, and to show that in some cases they had no value to the scrap metal scrap metal industry. So it's something that has reared its head again. As I said before, we work closely with the police and the telcos, but I think that the legislation that is about to be passed, it's in final stages, will be a deterrent, because now they manipulate and they are repeat offenders that go in front of the courts and get a slap on the wrist. So I have not got that report. When I do, I will share it for sure in relation to this particular incident, but I can say without fear of contradiction that since that last time where we had a press conference and we actually wrote to the Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce recommending a ban on scrap metal and made it public, then things died down significantly. So it's something that's always on the table.
All right, but let me just comment. Has customs been brought into this discussion?
Yes.
Because my point is
they have
that
they have to inspect to export.
Yeah, and it has been outlawed already.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
So remember, as a result of this particular incident, it's going to come back on the radar, and I'm going to have some discussions, and I will report back to you. But definitely your point is very, very valid, because the fact is that a lot of it is going through and being used for scrap metal.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Member Phillips, and that will be your last question, I think. Don't see any other mics on.
Yeah, you Member Cousins has one for transport.
Turn your mic.
Tilt
your mic up a little bit, Member Cousins. Tilt your mic. No. Yes, just so. Turn it on. Turn it on, Member Cousins. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just will start out with the Railway Corporation, page 237 in the public bodies, where we're seeing that there's no operating costs in the projected expenditure for the Railway Corporation. The question is are we, or has the ministry scrapped the school train system that you had in place, why there's no expenditure for train operating costs?
So, yeah, remember the JRC had a cash surplus of 200 and is it 286 or 296 million dollars? 286 million, which has been completely depleted over the last few years in relation to subsidizing at $10 million a month the school train from Spanish Town to Linstead. The equipment that we are using is outdated, it is inefficient, and it is very costly. So Cabinet mandated that we look at a new system which may include private-public partnerships to be able to get more economical equipment to use. So what we have done as of January of 2025, we have suspended it, but I have included it in the JUTC additional routes. So instead of the train, there is bus service, which has been working well so far because the complaints that started out when there was no replacement have died down significantly based on the rollout of the Spanish Town to Linstead JUTC route. We have an issue. JUTC is not, Jamaica Railway Corporation's earnings are based on all of the lands that they have leased all over Jamaica, for which the majority of them are peppercorn leases, and in most cases are not being paid in a timely way. So they have a definitive issue of cash flow. It's something that we are looking at because I definitely feel that the train is the way forward in terms of multimodal transportation, and I know that there's several businesses that have been built and structures, infrastructure that has been built in areas that are close to the train line. For example, BPOs in Spanish Town, that thousands of persons have to go there on a daily basis. And we are looking to see whether or not we can partner with them to see if we can provide rail service for them to ease the burden of the transportation to and from some of those major facilities. So we are on it. We don't have a final plan, but I can tell you the reason for the discontinuation is simple dollars and cents. They just didn't have any more income just to pay $10 million a month, subsidize $10 million a month after spending $200 million.
You, in one of your sectoral presentations, and I think the Prime Minister alluded to it in one of his budget presentations, about the train system from Western Jamaica and getting into an agreement with a tourism interests. What is the update on that?
Thank you, Member. That is still on the table based on the advice from the Attorney General's chambers. It needs legislative amendments, which are, as you know, not the easiest things to do, but based on the model that has been proposed, or the various different models that have been proposed between the private sector investor and the government. The only way to facilitate it to be properly structured and for the government of Jamaica to be protected is legislative amendments, which are in train as we speak, because it is a very, 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 very positive development for Western Jamaica.
So we'll have a further delay until those legislative.
Yeah.
All right.
And it has been going on for many years, as we know. Too long.
But I'm a little bit confused on why it is that where the JRC is concerned, we keep going back into the school, the train system for the school, seeing that there's always this heavy subsidy. Then we stop it, then we go back. We stop, we go back. Why is it that we keep on doing the same thing over and over?
Truth be told is that the assets of the Jamaica Railway Corporation are very old assets, and they are not economical. And until we find something or some
Yeah,
vehicle.
but we
or
know that,
method.
Minister. That's why I keep asking why we keep on.
So-
And each time that we go back, the subsidy gets more and more.
And the fact of the matter is that I can say categorically based on cabinet that we will not be going back until we have a more efficient, sustainable model. The model that is there is just it's unworkable.
All right, move to page 242, JUTC. Looking at your income statement on the operating expenses, your staff costs is projected to increase by about $1.8 billion. And then looking at the company's projected staff complement of an additional 60 persons, what would increase your staff costs by that large sum?
Staff increase, 242. And what? In April. I'm just hearing from the management that the staff increase is 242 staff, and the increments will start in April.
No, go again. You're increasing your staff by 242.
242. What is that? That's staff or money? Okay. Thank you. So the staff complement for 2024 as of September was 1,270, and the 25-26 is, sorry, 24-25 was 1,373, and the budget 25-26 is 1,431, and that's across all the depots.
Well,
So 17. Oh, sorry, sorry, my fault. That was the depot totals. So the total, including the depots and also the other areas of JUTC, as of 2024, September would be 1,626, and 25-26 would be 1,866. So it will be an increase of 240 overall.
that would cost an additional 1.8 billion.
Yes, based on the positions, yes, across the entire
What are these positions?
structure. So I'm understanding that mostly with our driver positions based on the increase in the buses. So as it relates to the breakdown of that, I could get that.
No,
for you.
reason why I asked the question, Minister, is that you're basically rolling out. I don't think there was any mass redundancy at the JUTC, especially to do with drivers. You have been having less and less bus rollout. So to be employing an additional 200 plus, is it that you have what redundancies? Why we're taking on more drivers when you're still having a low rollout of buses? To be increasing the payroll by an additional $1.8 billion.
So member, it's a very valid question, and it is something that I will have to review, not only with the JUTC, but with the Ministry of Finance, to get the justifications for these additional new positions. I mean, attrition will always be a part of it, but I can't say.
No,
I can't say that 240.
Because I mean, your revenue is $1.6 billion, and you have a staff cost of nearly $6.2 billion. You know, so quite a bit of explanation.
So my PS has just indicated to me that she has already requested a meeting with the Ministry of Finance to go through this in detail. But yes, I totally agree that the number of 240, based on the fact that even with the new buses, they were already drivers.
My point.
So I will
Yes.
undertake to get into this.
Similar with your toll charges, Minister. Unless you're multiplying your buses tenfolds, you're looking at an increase of $400 million in your toll charges, from 194 to 608 million. Also, reason.
Remember, I'm just being told that it's contractual requirements, but again, I think that based on these
but that's a heavy
these
increase.
figures, a
Yes.
deep dive has to be done to see where we can get the efficiency without the.
Is it possible for you, Minister, because looking at your income statement on page 243, where before the GOJ subsidy, the JUTC is looking at a loss of $13.8 billion for this financial year. As you have repeated many a times about the inclusion of some new buses, but yet still your fare box is not moving by much. Right? Can the Minister give us an indication of what your daily rollout, not availability, even after the inclusion of these new buses?
What is it, 250? So currently we're at 250, remember? Constant. 250 buses.
And I'm asking the question again, Minister, not your availability. Your daily rollout is different from your availability. And you're acting GM, and I know that those two figures are totally different.
250, and how much you have in backup? I'm being told 250 is the magic number with a 10% reserve for.
Minister, I would urge you to double check those numbers.
Why would I question the former commissioner?
I will urge you to check those numbers.
And I'm saying to you, why would I question the
Because
former
I believe
commissioner?
those numbers are not correct in your rollout.
All right, so I asked the question. You asked the question twice. I asked the question twice, and I got the same answer. So I have no reason not to believe the acting managing director. And as I said, with the new buses
the
that are...
JUTC has a tendency, Minister, to give the available, the buses, the availability of buses. The actual rollout is generally a different
You seem to have
number.
some inside information, so I'll check it again.
Yes, please. That's all I ask.
That's all I ask. And you can share your information with me, not the informant, but the information.
Minister, out of what percentage of your current fleet now operates with the CNG buses?
170 out of 250. And let me just say that the intention with the new buses that are to come and the 46 buses that are to be refurbished, that we will get up to just under 400 rollout within the next 12 months.
And in the additional 100 buses that you have announced that you are purchasing now, how many of those will be CNG also?
70 CNG and 30 coach diesel for the charter service, which is a huge revenue earner for the JUTC.
And why I'm emphasizing on the CNG, because as it is now, only one depot is able to handle the CNG buses, which is a Portmore depot. And that facility, from my knowledge, was not built for no more than about 120 buses. You are over the 120 buses, and you are operating the CNG buses from your other depots also. So that means if they're leaving Rockfort, they have to go to Portmore to fuel, to head back to Rockfort. Am I right or wrong?
That's correct.
So I'm asking now, with the limited infrastructure that you have, and seeing that you're ordering more CNG buses, what is the ministry's intention or the JUTC intention in building out the infrastructure to facilitate more CNG buses?
So Spanish Town has been decided as the next CNG depot. We are far advanced with negotiations in relation to the establishment of a plant there similar to what the New Fortress Energy did, and the issue of the CNG supply is already tied up with New Fortress Energy, but we are looking to diversify and expand to be able to have options in relation to the plants and the supply. But for right now, based on the fact that the 70 CNG buses and the 30 diesel buses are due to arrive in Jamaica in June 2025, we are again running against the clock. So
because you need at least 7 or 8 months to get the new plant up.
6 minimum.
Six minimum.
Yeah. So you know that the procurement guidelines and all of that takes time, but we are through that. I should be going to cabinet within the next week. Once that happens, then everything starts moving. But yes, you are correct. Your information is very accurate, and Spanish Town will be the new CNG depot. As it stands now, we try and utilize as many buses for the CNG out of Portmore because of the, as you said a while ago, the logistics in terms of traveling all distances to go and refuel. But thankfully, the service delivery has improved significantly in the last 18 months since the infusion of the new buses. Reliability and comfort and all that goes with it. So we're working on it, but you are correct, sir.
Minister, you have ventured into a rural bus system, while the KMTR at the same time has insufficient buses. What is the overall plan? I mean, you're getting 100 buses, you say, in June, which is still not bringing you to where you want to. In the KMTR, I've asked you to look at your numbers again of rollout vis-a-vis available buses. But what is the overall plan for the rural bus system vis-a-vis what is really required for the KMTR?
So remember, the National Rural School Bus Transportation System is still a work in progress. We did a presentation to Cabinet. We are now with Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Education trying to find out exactly what the requirement would be. We have the the basic model of what we would do, but the subsidy is of significant subsidy based on the fact that
but you have gone out and started it already.
So this is, but it's two different things. What we are doing now, because of the fact that we're not able to implement a national school bus transportation system, is that we are utilizing JUTC buses and expanding routes, which definitely help the school children, but it also helps the communities that they are applying from. So I wouldn't call it a rural school bus transportation system, but it does benefit them. And the fact of the matter is that what we are doing is utilizing the increase in buses to make sure that we don't compromise the improvements in the KTMR routes while servicing other routes, which means that the buses are not specifically dedicated at all times. We move the buses depending on loads and times, etc. And so far it has been working. It's been working well. But yes, your point is well known, and I'm very sensitive to it, that we cannot compromise the improvements by extending routes. We have to manage it. So it's something that I oversee and make sure.
What infrastructure is being put in place, especially for that rural bus system? Because right now you're basically running it from your Spanish Town and Portmore.
So we are looking at strategic locations where we'll be able to park buses overnight rather than them having to come back in the long distances. I think we have identified one or two places already, but that would be the bigger plan. Because
and that's why I keep asking for what is the long-term plan, because you have been rolling out the buses without even that into consideration, which costs more. You are going to be seeing a $13 billion loss in this financial year projected. A projected 9.6 billion. This is after a $11 billion subsidy by the government. You know, and you have offered routes, JUTC routes, to route taxes, to convert them into route taxes. So, you know, so many moving parts at the same time. Not that there's anything wrong, because we do support a rural bus system. Let me declare that. But at the same time, we're not seeing an increase in the fare box as it is. So at what point you try to fix the system within the KMTR, because you're still short of seats in the KMTR, before you start announcing and rolling out as you have been doing.
So two things.
So what are you doing to cauterize that loss?
So we have to walk and chew gum, because the truth of the matter is that the commuters need to get efficient service. And the bottom line is that it's twofold. One, we're transitioning to cashless. And that is ongoing. There's some teething pains, but it's happening. And soon enough, it will be, well, all the buses will be outfitted, including the ones that are coming with the cashless system. And that is going to move to cashless more than cash. So you're going to see an uptick, significant uptick in your.
I would imagine that would take care at least an additional 15 to 20% in your revenues.
I think more. But we'll see.
So then why you not lock up them people, left them a thief more than that?
And the second thing, as you see, as you would have heard this week, is that the issue of the theft of diesel oil, we are now in a new dispensation. And if we keep up what we are doing and get the savings that we are getting, you're talking about $350 million per year. So you're going to see an increase in your fare box, and you're going to see a decrease in your theft of fuel. And on top of which, we're moving away from diesel completely. Next step would be electric. So I think that those three things will give us a good increase in revenues.
Which brings me to my next two questions, Minister, because you have said that at least 50% of your fleet, by the numbers of buses that you have rolling out, are CNG buses. And I've seen the effort from the team at the JUTC to cauterize the pilferage of diesel. But yet still your fuel bill is still at close to $2.3 billion. I would imagine that we would see a downward tick in cauterizing our overheads since you are moving away from the diesel to the CNG. What would cause us to be still spending more on fuel?
Remember,
unless the cost of CNGs.
Those are questions that are being asked within the ministry, hence the request for the review with the Ministry of Finance, and that also is one of the issues and the items that we have ticked in relation to getting to the bottom of that. The fact of the matter is that some of those figures and the increases are not easily explainable.
You just spoke about moving to electric buses. You had purchased some electric buses earlier last year as a test. Can the minister say if those tests on those buses were successful or not? And I ask in the capacity, really, because you are seeing the reason why, Madam Chair, why I ask is that Barbados bought quite a bit and they moved away from it. I just saw a report of a similar thing in Florida, that they bought thousands of them and they are now parked. So hence my question to you.
Excellent question.
No, Minister, not an excellent question. Some of these questions are not budget questions. So some of the questions that we're asking at the committee stage as it relates to standing finance and the budget are actually not budget questions. So some of these detailed questions that you would be asking that is not really related to the budget and approval of the budget.
Why? No, with all due respect, Madam Chair, the reason being is because there's a $3 billion in the budget for maintenance and repairs.
So you go to the maintenance and repair question, and
so
not
that's why I'm asking him how those electric buses,
efficient,
because those might be the ones that he's spending the money on.
No, you can't assume that. You have to ask him directly. No, I believe I'll ask House Leader, there is a disconnect in terms of the types of questions we ask at these sittings. I realize it. So persons like Member Hilton, who is looking flustered, believes that you can just sit here and ask several things. I would invite you to read the standing orders again, as much as they are not as elaborate as they should be. House Leader?
Madam,
sorry, Madam Chair, it's not to extend the discussion on this, but I also think that the chair is concerned also with the efficient use of our time in relation to the appropriation budget examination. And I think that if we focus heavily on the line items here, and to enable the minister himself to answer in a very efficient way as well, rather than elongated responses. It is critical that the questions are a little more direct and relates primarily to the line items that are in the appropriation budget, because that's why we're here and that's why we're questioning. The wider matters of policy are important, but details as to performance is another matter. I just wanted to guide us, or else we're going to be here until 2 o'clock tomorrow morning, which is not an unusual thing to happen, but just to say this is a Friday.
Minister, with all due respect, I remember when I remember when you were on this side, we left here at 1 o'clock
No,
one morning with you asking the same.
Essence.
No,
the time is not
no,
of essence.
with all due respect.
The time, no, remember,
no,
the,
with
I
all
heard
due,
ministers,
Madam Chair.
I heard the House leaders comment, but from the chair, we can be here until tomorrow.
But Madam
we
Chair.
are prepared. We are prepared. Member.
Me too. I have to go now to West Manchester. The Prime Minister is coming to my constituency at 1 o'clock.
Put the question.
Yes, but Madam Chair, it is policy that direct these line items. And it is for that reason why the minister himself spoke about electric buses. Right? There's a 3 billion, there's 2.92 billion, 29 billion in the in this. So, Minister,
I heard the minister, I realized he opened.
Is there any of the electric buses that need to be repaired out of this $3 billion?
My understanding is that we have 6 or 7? 6 electric buses. 5 that came with the order of the 50 buses, I think the Ankai buses. And we have a Golden Dragon test bus. The issue of the electric buses is still of a concern to me in terms of whether or not the technology is right and the price is right. And I believe that if I was to give an estimation, I believe that in the next 100 buses, not the ones that are coming in June, which will be 200, the commitment of the Ministry of Finance to 300 buses, I believe that the third 100 buses, set of 100 buses, will have a component of electric vehicles in it based on the fact that they are now able to go further distances with the extenders. They can go 1,500 kilometers. Again, it's just a matter of the technology, the price, and the efficiency.
So out of those early buses that you just mentioned that were purchased, how many of them are still?
All of them.
All of them
all
are
of them
still
on the road, all of them on the road working.
That's all. Thank you.
You will see them. You see that they are marked electric.
Yes.
You see them.
Minister, on page 242 of the public bodies, and I come back to your ridership, because the ridership has fallen dramatically, and from about 60 million to, as you have here, to 27.84 million. The fare box itself, and I mentioned before that you have not, even within additional buses, we have not seen that uptick. We have seen about 9 years of just reduction within the fare box itself. And even though you mentioned that you're going to electronic, what more is it that the ministry is going to embark on? One, to reduce the losses at the JUTC, and to increase on the fare box, because you're in a dire position right now.
So, remember, as I said earlier, it's going to be using the cashless system is really the only solution to being able to cut the leakage of the fare box. I believe that where we are now in terms of installing in all of the buses, that we will start to see the benefits, but we will have to look to see what else can be done in relation to getting JUTC more efficient. This should have happened long ago. Fact is, it's just happening now, and the fact is that we just have to work assiduously in terms of seeing how we can improve the efficiency while we are looking at the efficiency of the buses to serve the commuting public. But yes, I share your concerns, and it is definitely something that will be constantly reviewed. And we will make sure that once we have finished the discussions, with the Ministry of Finance that we share it with you.
All right, Minister, move to Airports Authority, page 232.
232?
Yeah, the public bodies. Under other expenses, there's an increase of about $4 billion. Can we a breakdown on what that other expense of $4 billion will entail?
Page what? 17? Thank you, member. Salaries and wages have decreased by 35% from 1.2 to 761 million due to the payment of retroactive payments in 24-25 financial year. The arrears total approximately 625. Other expenses have increased by 80%, $3.7 billion from 4.6 to 8.4 due to the inclusion of the PAC Kingston Airport concession fees, which are transferred to an escrow account as security for the GOJ bond. Property, plant, and equipment have proposed increase 18% from 15.1 to 17.9 million, and loans and advances have increased by 75% from 2.1 to 3.7 billion due to the loan being denominated in U.S. currency. So that speaks to the
that line item called other expense.
That's how they report the PAC arrangement.
Sorry?
That's how they report the PAC.
Minister, look, if you just take a time and look at the page 233.
233.
Yeah.
So what I'm being told is that that is how they report the expenses for the inclusion of the PAC Kingston Airport concession fees, which are transferred to escrow account as security for the GOJ bond.
Or the other expense.
That's
so $4 billion from that.
Yeah.
That increased.
I don't know why they would put it on the other expense. But you have to ask.
There's a line item, page 235 on the capital expenditure projects.
235?
Yeah, page 235.
Yeah.
Aerodromes, 879 million. What are the projects that will be worked on?
The aerodromes that are to be line redemption.
And there's also a airport AAJ building for 2.475. Is that a new building or refurbishing or what?
Either plan to purchase or construct. That's the allocation for the purchase or construct of a AAJ headquarters.
So
head office.
Where you're not certain which one it is going to be as yet.
No, it's
all right. The aerodromes.
Aerodromes. Which aerodromes we have? I know. The one that comes to mind is line redemption in Treasure Beach, which I think is far advanced through PIAB now. Which other ones? Is the NIGRIL preliminary figures in this as well for the environmental impact studies and land acquisition, etc.?
Which one?
No, I'm asking the question whether or not the NIGRIL preliminary investigative work for the EIA and the land acquisition, if necessary. Let me get a better brief for you.
And also, if you could include in that the Ian Fleming International Airport, the passenger throughput and flights.
Sure.
On that one for
sure.
me also.
Sure.
All right. I think, yeah, thank you.
You're done.
I think, Mr. Cousins.
Yeah. All right. So, thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, I will start where my colleague ended, and that is at the section of the public bodies book dealing with the Airports Authority. And my question is specifically as it relates to a facility that is in my constituency. Most persons would consider to
Vernon
be
Field?
Vernon Field. I know for a fact that the project, the overall project is elsewhere. However, the Airports Authority still operates and maintains the facility. So when I saw, for example, on page 35, that the budget for the aerodromes has increased for this financial year, my question would have been along the lines of what are the plans? Because I don't know if you're aware, but Vernon Field, as it is now, is being used as a dump for many businesses across the constituency who are now accessing the facility. And there's a lot of dumping taking place. I can share some of the pictures with you. So the question is, out of this allocation for aerodromes, what amount would be considered to ensure that such an important asset to us as a country is maintained and upkept?
Give you an undertaking not only to provide you with the information, but I have no reason to not believe your statement in relation to
I'll share the pictures,
that.
Minister.
And if you share the pictures with me, I will assure you that that matter will be addressed in short order, because that is absolutely, totally unacceptable. And therefore, it should be not only for purposes like that, but for other national security purposes. That place, obviously, is a very sensitive area and a very sensitive aerodrome. So you have my undertaking that I will definitively get to the bottom of that, and somebody will have to answer to me as to why
Further to that,
that could be
Minister,
allowed.
if we are thinking about divestment, we have to ensure that these little issues are addressed.
100%.
Because an investor could be turned off by just that very site.
100%.
Right, so I have to bring it to your attention, but I need, you know, I believe what you say, and I work with what you say.
Yeah.
But it's important that when you're
If you can
considering
send
the
me
budget.
the pictures, I will ask for a report to be done, and I'll share it with you.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Member Guy.
Minister, you did indicate earlier on that you would seek to have some discussions with the Ministry of Finance as it relates to the JUTC and these increased numbers for that $1.8 billion. Additionally, we have been told that it is for payment for additional workers, 242, and they're primarily drivers. Recognizing, however, that there are different scales that you pay along the whole establishment. If you look at the current figure, estimated 24-25 of staff costs, 4.3, and you divide that by the complement of 1,806, you're basically getting about 2.6 million per annum per employee. Now, this 1.8 for 242 translates into $7.4 million per annum per employee, which is a little outrageous if it is for that alone. Hence, your suggestion that you need to have further investigation in that matter, because that doesn't pan out at all.
Agree, member. That is absolutely where the road that we are going down now, and answers will be forthcoming. Thank you very much.
Member Brownberg.
Thank you very much. Minister, just one question. Just looking at the diversified product that we have and the importance of the Ken Jones Aerodrome, I was just asking in terms of what plans are there. I was trying to, for the expansion of the aerodrome, in particular since the research shows that for larger planes, there isn't enough space now for it to be expanded to accommodate the larger
thank you, member. So that has been a perennial problem for the expansion of the Ken Jones Aerodrome. And unfortunately, based on wind studies, the closest airport, international airport that we could get would be out at Ducken Field, which is what we had proposed in 2007 when we came into office, and then the 2008 recession came. So we are now again looking at Ken Jones. There's an issue with the hill, Black Hill behind us in terms of approach, and we are looking as we speak to the possibility of even limited expansion because obviously of the ability for larger planes to come in there in an area that is fast becoming a high-end resort area. So it's ongoing. It's not been completed as yet, but I will share it with you when I get it. And I thank you for your interest in Portland.
Just to be clear then, Minister, that, and I know that persons are grateful for the traffic that it brings, even as it is, but is it that in the original contemplation, there was no thought for the bigger planes, or is it that we just missed an opportunity?
It's the location. And one angle of it, you'd have to go out into the sea, and the other angle you'd have to go further towards the hill, which would affect approach. But it's something that's on the agenda again because of all the plans for Portland. We may not be able to get exactly what we want, but any extension would increase the usage. Thank you.
I know you're saying thank you, but Member Jackson just turned his mic on. Member Jackson?
Yeah, that's a short question. Minister, I've heard mention about the aerodrome in Negril. And I was concerned, given the proximity of Negril to Montego Bay, and given our experience with the Ian Fleming's airport and the level of utilization, etc. My question is that under serious consideration for Negril, again, given those experiences?
Yes, it is. As a matter of fact, the assessments are being done. Consultants were hired in relation to location and obviously the type of airport that would be there. But what is for sure is that with the increase in rooms in that area and further development plan for the South Coast and the route going back through Hanover, that definitively an aerodrome is under consideration. I can't tell you exactly what the final dispensation would be. Airport.
Minister, I would like to put head 69,000 pages 1 through 21 for the Ministry of Science, Energy, Telecommunications and Transport. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Now put head 69,000C, the capital budget, pages 1 through 7. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Members, the other heads on your document would not be put because they're there as a result of prior year information, and we will only put the budget for the year to come, just for clarity. Thank you very much to the Super Ministry of Science, Energy, Telecommunications and Transport. Have a wonderful rest of the day.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We now invite in the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information.
came, I left, I think, just before you came. As a matter of fact. I didn't run away. I didn't run away. I took a little break.
Education?
No, sir. I am getting out. I am part of what went before.
All right, you're going to have to point to the pages for me. You're welcome. Come, Minister Warren. Okay. That's the callback. That's the callback. Yeah. All right. See it here on my list right here. Callback. I had it written for you just to answer you before you ask. PIAB. So PIAB got the proposal document for in January, so it should be on the agenda for the next PIAB meeting. Me and you. They didn't like it, but anyway, you and I are good anyway. I know. I watched you.
No more senior person here, Member Warmington. We're a team of equals, regardless of how long ago you've been here. We're a team of equals. Let's make welcome the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth, and Information. I know Minister Dana Morris Dixon. This is your maiden job, yeah?
For this one, yeah, for this ministry.
Yes, presentation.
Yeah.
So, Minister, as have been agreed by all the parties here, the encouragement is to be as brief as possible in the introduction, and then field the questions. I hope you will have a short time at it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And let me just quickly introduce the team that I have with me. And I know it's a big team. It's a very big ministry and a very hard-working ministry. And I thank all of them for helping me to prepare for these questions and also for all the work they do. So beside me, you have PS Troop. Is this on? Yes, it is. All right. So PS Troop is here with me, and also our PFO, Mr. DePass, is here. And we also have senior leaders in the ministry, including our CEO, CEO Thomas Gale, and CTD Brown Pinnock. We also have some of the heads of the agencies that fall under the various portfolios, as well as their key supporting teams. Madam Chair, members of this honorable committee, I wish to briefly speak to the 2025-26 budgetary allocation for the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth, and Information, outlined in heads 41,000 through to 41,051. Many of us in this chamber, sitting here today, have benefited from Jamaica's public education system. We have a lot to be proud of. Nonetheless, we still have significant challenges to confront. The ministry's focus for this fiscal year is clear. We are prioritizing literacy and numeracy, special education, nutrition, and early childhood education. These are 4 pillars that will strengthen and secure the foundation of our education system. We have taken the decision to prioritize building the foundation for learning. We must get the base right before we can build on it. Strengthening our foundation in education ensures that every child, regardless of background, has the skills and opportunities to succeed in the new Jamaica. Every child can learn, every child must learn, and more importantly, every child deserves the opportunity to learn and succeed. In terms of our budget, we have been allocated 177.946 billion in recurrent spending and 4.2 billion in capital. It is very important to note, before we start, that 77.25% of that budget is for compensation of our teachers, mileage, rental, utilities, and fixed assets, which amount to 137.45 billion. So that's 77.25% of the budget. After these key expenses are deducted, that leaves 40.49 billion to operate the entire system with 1,000 schools. We'll be as efficient as possible with this allocation, as we know that this budget is more than figures on a page. It is far, far more important. Behind every number is a face and a story of a Jamaican student who wants an opportunity to shine. Our focus this year will be to ensure that we deliver the highest return on this investment for the people of Jamaica. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions. All right.
Very good. Member Brownberg, I know you're...
Yeah. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, I had a couple of questions that I wanted to ask. And I noted that you kept your remarks short, which was indeed appreciated. I would have, though, wanted to just hear a little bit about our tablets in school, notwithstanding the level of distribution that we have done over IOD and all of that. If we have been doing an audit as to what devices are available and accessible to our students, because as you know, persons who are not used to having a tablet sometimes have to learn how to use it. And you would find even now that there are individuals who would have gotten a tablet at the beginning of the program and are still now without one. And so just to see how the audit is being done and how we ensure that our students have one. So that would be something for me as well. Also, in terms of, I see a number of schools, and these are from my comments, yeah, since I'm leading. I see a number of schools as well, Minister, concerned about the cost to them for their internet service, which they provide. And for some of them, they have said it's becoming crippling. And so I'd love to have just some comments on that as well. Right. So outside of that, the questions, I have some questions. Okay. So in terms, I noticed the focus, and when I look at your pre-primary allocation, and I see the drop in that, I look at your secondary, I see a drop in that as well, and I look at tertiary education, a drop in that as well. And so I'm wondering about the focus for pre-primary, early childhood, as you had said before, and how you balance that focus with the the lower allocation that we see for this year. I am also, because you spoke about, again, some of the focus, I look at the grants, contribution, and subsidies, and we know that the subsidies have never been really enough in terms of what we'd like to see, but I see a big drop again in about what, about 8 billion there, again, in terms of the allocation this year. So I'm just concerned about those dips there. I think I have two more, but if I take it from there, sure.
All right, I've written them down, so I'm going to go one by one. The tablets in schools, and that's a very good question that you've asked, because they do have a life of 3 to 5 years, primarily. And so you have some tablets that come in through the government's purchase, but we actually have a lot of private entities that are donating tablets also to the schools. And I've been to some of those ceremonies where, for example, one outfit out of Canada, a charity, brought in a sizable container of tablets, and all of those were loaded with resources for teaching children how to read, and they could learn on their own. And it was really very brilliant to see how it was used. And so we have been deploying those across the system. Do we have enough in the system? No. So that's one part of it, that we do need to get more. But I'm going to tell you why I think you need to look at the entire ecosystem, right? In terms of auditing what's happening with the ones now, there is some work that's done on that, but that's definitely not enough in terms of understanding where we are with each of them. We have the general life of the tablets, and we use that to estimate how many are in the system and still working and how many we need. But when I talk about the ecosystem, for these tablets, for a lot of the tablets to work in our schools and to really change how we teach and how we learn, you have to have internet in the schools. And the problem we now have is that the majority of our schools who do have internet, it's only in the office. It's not available to the students. And so I'll wrap it with your question about internet and the cost of internet. And so we have our broadband initiative in schools, and 600 schools have been able to get that access, and we have 300 that are currently in procurement. So it would be 900 out of the 1,000 schools that will eventually have this internet. But the problem is in terms of the bandwidth. So it's mainly the office that can use it. What we're looking at during the course of this year is how we can do further procurements so that we can extend the bandwidth in the schools so that the students can actually use the tablets and it be useful for them. So for another example I'll give you is AI. We think AI can bridge the gap between, the students who go to schools that are high performing versus those that are not. And one of the differences sometimes is, the quality and experience of the teachers. And so with AI, you can actually use the tablet and load on programs that can work with the students at where they are and bring them up individually. So it's not one standardized class for everybody, but one that's tailored to everybody. And in order for us to do that, which is so wonderful, and we're working with local and international vendors to bring that to life, including one vendor where we're having them train the AI bot in patois, so that our children who may not be speaking English as well as we'd like them can still communicate with the bot and learn science and learn maths through it. But the constraint I have, and we all have, is that we don't have the bandwidth in the schools so that all of the students can use these tablets. So I think in terms of the technology, we need to have more tablets in the schools, but we also need to have that supporting infrastructure where we move from just having the broadband available in the office to actually having the broadband available to all of the students so they can learn using these tools that we have. So that's on that one. We're also doing the labs in the schools, which is going to move from the devices, because some of the things that we want to do with our children, for example, we want to teach them to code, and we want them to be doing higher order kind of IT-related, get IT-related skills. In order for us to do that, they need an actual machine, a laptop or a desktop. And that's why we're also focused on building out the labs in the schools. That's a priority. So you have the tablet piece, but there's also the labs in the schools that need to be doing much better. And that is ongoing. In the primary schools, there are 260 schools, and in the high schools, there are 250 schools. And so that's a total of 1,000 laptops. Wait, hold on. There's 10,000 laptops that we are preparing, we're actually procuring now for secondary schools. So it's a multifaceted approach that we're looking at, but all of it is going to be driven by the underlying infrastructure in terms of internet access. In terms of the reduction that you saw in... If
I could just follow up on that for a second, Minister. So the question that was asked in terms of, it's about the devices, about the access to internet and stuff. Yeah. I believe that to ensure that we're talking about equity, you talk about behind the numbers is a face. And a device is also important. And so when I talk about the checking and the audit, is not simply around those that you were given by the ministry. It is about seeing in our schools how many of our children actually have access to that. Yeah, so that was really where the question was aimed.
Wonderful, got it.
Because I know that it is important that we expose as many of our students to a device and to be able to operate it. They do it at school, they go home, what they do when they go home. Yeah. If they are more advanced in using it, when they get home, they can help their parents, they can do some of the same work that you are talking about in terms of AI, and they'll be better able to do it. And I think it is important for that to take place.
Yes, I agree with you. And we'll add that to our list of to-dos. In terms of the reduction that you saw, it's not a real reduction in terms of our actual spend to those areas, primary, secondary, and tertiary. What happened last year was there were some special tax payments that had to be done. So the ministry was in arrears in terms of taxes, PAYE, and education tax. And so we got a special allocation for that. And when you allocate it across the various sectors, that's why you see that reduction. But we're very pleased that the Ministry of Finance provided that funding so that we could take care of those outstanding obligations. In relation to the fourth questions was in relation
the one around grants, contributions, and subsidies, because that too has taken a hit.
Yes,
in terms
it
of,
is.
Yeah.
Okay, so what had happened in terms of the grants and subsidies, that includes UE and UTEC,
And last year, we had to do some extraordinary allocations to them. They had requested additional funding. And throughout the year, we had to request from the Ministry of Finance additional support for both universities. So what you see here is actually the baseline that they would have received last year, but we did get additional support for them.
Is that, does that therefore mean that you're not, based on what you have allocated, you're not expecting to get requests for additional support as you did last year?
Well, the Ministry of Finance has told us that this is the allocation. I do expect that UE and UTEC, they've already started advocating for more. But this is the allocation, and we can't commit to anything, obviously, until there is a supplementary. But the reality is this is what is provided for them. And if they do come, if it is able, if the Ministry of Finance is able, then I know they will allocate. But right now, it's back to the baseline.
Okay, I did speak about the subsidies in terms of the per student, I think it is subsidies about 17,000 or something like that, right? Per capita, right. And I think we'll all agree that it doesn't really fulfill the demand that is there. And I was just wondering whether or not there was an intention this year to increase that and where we were with that.
We would have loved to increase it, but we've not gotten the allocation to do so. I'm hoping that you will advocate with us to get some more so that we can do that. But you are correct. I think every education institution you speak to says that they don't have enough and that they're having to stretch really far. But as you heard, we have, it looks like a big budget, but when you take out the salaries, it's really not that big, and it is 1,000 schools. And so we would love to see that subsidy increased, but right now, in terms of the numbers we've been given, we're not able to do so this year.
And it will be the same thing with the school feeding program as well?
Yeah, well, with school feeding, we're actually looking to kind of reallocate a little bit. And as I said in my opening comments, the key thing is how do we get the best return on the investment that we've gotten. So we have 40 billion that we can actually play with. What's the best way to allocate it? And we feel that school feeding is one of the ways. So we're actually still looking within this budget that's here to see if we can shave off something here and put towards that, because school feeding is so critical. And we have seen where a number of our children are coming to school without any breakfast. We have seen that for those schools that provide lunch and they're on path, that's the only meal they have. And we have had to be very realistic as a ministry, and we've looked at that, and we recognize we have to do better. One of the things we've done recently is to identify all of the schools that are not performing well. And there are 56 high schools that are performing below where we need them to perform. There are 189 primary schools who are performing below where we want them to be. Invariably, a lot of these schools have students who are in lower socioeconomic groups and who have some level of food poverty. And so what we've said in terms of or re-looking at this budget and what has come to us and how we can move around, a commitment of ours is to ensure that in those schools that breakfast is also provided. For those schools, they currently get lunch, but we are going to be providing breakfast also this year to those schools.
So just because you've raised that point, Minister, when I look at public information services,
yes,
41,004, I see, I note a huge increase in the budget.
Public information?
Yes.
I'm trying to find the section. 1 second.
41,004.
41,004.
Head 23.
Oh, okay, I see that.
Yeah, I just wanted
remember that in October, the information portfolio came to the Ministry of Education, and so that is, they came with their balance, and so going forward, you're going to see that line increase because of information, that information portfolio.
Okay. I think it's probably, isn't it still a little bit above where it was when it was at 15,000?
I'd have to check on that and get back to you. Yeah, but I know there is an increase generally of almost, I know, totally around $1 billion because of the portfolio coming over.
Okay. No, because I was just kind of trying to look to see where you could actually get some additional funds.
You.
Absolutely, especially for the feeding program, since such a large percentage of our population we saw is actually facing food poverty. And so I was just wondering, you know, in terms of that could be a very good place to take it from, so that you could reduce some of what you are doing there and some of the propaganda that you, information that you present and put it into the food that program. And you obviously can't help yours either now, can you? Minister, I appreciate your understanding in taking the questions, and I'm pleased to see that you are better prepared than your colleagues and that you understand the questions as they were asked. When are you going to come back? When are you going to come back? Minister, let me follow up with a couple. Let me follow up with a couple more, because you would imagine that I'm here to ask some questions, and I will ask them, and I appreciate your responses as you've been giving them. Minister, one of the questions I wanted to ask, I'm going to come back to a couple that I had written down. I'm going to come back to those that I had written down, but I wanted to ask you, and I'm not sure if there are budget implications in those, but I know that there are 1 or 2 schools where the ministry seems not to be allocating from GSAT, from PEP and stuff to these schools. Now, I understand that a couple of them are in areas where there are challenges in terms of the population. But when you send a handful of students, 21 in any given year, for example, one wonders at the policy and the direction that the ministry is taking. I'm not sure if you could shed any light on any of those.
I can shed a little light, and I can get more information on it. And the issue we find is that students are placed on their choices, and invariably in some situations we have very few students choosing particular schools. And that is an issue, and that's why we've conducted an audit of all our schools and the numbers. And I know in the news at some point there was discussion around schools that had no students. But we're going to, especially with the budget that we have to be sensible in terms of how we resource schools that have very little students. And that's more at the high school level, because, you know, at the primary level, we have a commitment to having schools close enough to the students so they can walk to school, right? So that's a commitment on the primary level. But at the high school level, we're actively looking at student population to ensure that we don't have schools that do not have adequate amounts of students, and then you end up with a whole teaching staff that's teaching very few students. And so those audits have been ongoing. We've also linked that back to where we need more schools, because the population is growing in certain areas and they need more schools, whereas in other areas we may need to decommission some schools. And so we're very much using the data, though, in making those kinds of decisions.
Okay, just asking that in terms of those schools where there is a challenge in terms of the population. Some of it, yes, is around choice. Yeah. But I was wondering if the ministry, looking at the surrounding population and all the rest of it, if there are plans in the ministry to assist in terms of some of the issues and some of the things that can be done that would attract individuals to come. Because in the same way you talk about those high-performing and lower-performing schools, that sometimes if more resources were given for certain areas to be covered or to be done in these schools, that could become something that pulls the students to those schools in those communities as well.
That's a good question, and that's why the NSLIP schools, which are the ones I just spoke about, the high schools and the primary schools that aren't performing well, and people may not be choosing them, we have a special program where we're actually putting the best labs in those schools, because we're trying to flip the narrative a bit, because where a school is not performing, it doesn't mean that you should shun them. It means they need more resources. And so we're putting the better labs. We're doing some really big labs in those schools that are underperforming, because we understand that just because you've been placed in a school that's underperforming doesn't say something about you or your ability. You may not have had some of the kind of support that you needed in your family or in your community, but you still deserve a chance. And so we're putting a lot more resources there. In those schools, we're also doing weekend classes. We're doing holiday classes. Many of these schools during the Christmas holiday, they were in session. And so parents are seeing, oh my goodness, this is different. You know, they're going to school when everybody else is at home. And so what we're doing through these interventions is also signaling that the ministry is committed to these schools. Obviously, if the population is really small, that's a different conversation. But for the ones that aren't performing and you're seeing the population starting to drop, we are intensively working in those schools now.
I think you might have missed a part of what I was saying, and I appreciate what you've just explained. So some of the schools that I have in mind, and I have a couple of them, about 3 of them in my head that I'm thinking of, they are lower performing schools, yes, that's true. They are in problematic area, yes, that's true. But they all have programs that are attractive programs and areas where they are doing well. What I have been noting from the ministry is a handful of, less than a class, would be placed there for, let's say, grade 7. And what I'm asking is, what is the kind of partnership they could expect from the ministry in terms of providing a kind of environment, or it might be other things that they need that would help to attract persons. Right. And I haven't seen that, and I was wondering. And maybe again, I come back to the public broadcasting budget, you know, maybe a little bit of that could be taken, because some of it might have to do with public broadcasting too, and it could be placed in these schools to, you know, project them and get individuals to come to those schools.
Correct, yes.
I'm not coming to answer nothing from you. We don't come here to answer nothing that you ask.
No, but Minister, I'm getting a lot of notes from the committee members. So we are going to stick to the line items in the appropriations account budget, so that we can all go through this process in the efficient way we should. Members, if you quarrel with each other across the floor, it doesn't make the process any more efficient. So, Jesus wept.
Minister, I have a number of questions.
Please pose your question.
First, could you tell me what the budget for the Pathways program is and how you measure the success of the program beyond the number of students who are in the program? What measure is there to determine that there is value for money in the Pathway program? Secondly, could you tell me what is allocated for the Educational Transformation Project, the TREND project? Third, there's been an experiment at Holy Trinity in terms of trying to deal with a remedial approach, which I think the former transformation officer and the former principal of Campion College are spearheading. Is this an approach that is endorsed and supported by the ministry? And is this something that is going to be expanded to other schools? And is there an allocation to address similar schools that have the same kind of background where the children are from challenging circumstances and coming at reading and numeracy levels which are below high school levels? On the heart trust, oh, sorry. Okay, so if you could just answer those.
All right, thank you. The pathways, remember that all children are on a pathway. I'm trying to figure out if you mean the sixth form program or is the sixth form program. All right, okay, I'll come back to you with that. In terms of trend and the implementation of the recommendations from the Patterson Commission, that is really embedded throughout the system. So if you look on our trend website, there are over 300 recommendations from the Patterson report. And all 300 are reflected on the website, and you can see a phasing of the recommendations, and then you can also see where we are against every single recommendation. And one of the things that's beautiful in terms of giving some information is that we are very open. So even where things are at 0%, when you go on the website, you see the 0. If it's at 90%, you see the 90%. So all of them are there. A lot of the initiatives don't need like an additional allocation. So for example, one of the recommendations was around looking at our school boards, for example, right? And governance generally. That didn't need a new budget allocation because we have NCE, and NCE with its officers was doing that consultation work and putting together a document which they're pretty advanced with. And that's the case with a number of the recommendations. The recommendations also included that emphasis on literacy and numeracy, which is what you get from the NSLIP program where we choose those schools. That's where the schools that are underperforming, those schools are given particular attention. So they're given extended learning hours, work during the holidays. They have more of the math work done, more of the literacy work done in those schools generally. And so there's more work placed on them, and that is from the recommendations of the Patterson report. And so there are many different elements of the report that are currently in train as a part of just the programming across the ministry. Now, you mentioned Holy Trinity and the Grade 7 Academy. It is absolutely endorsed by the ministry. I was at the launch of the Grade 7 Academy and I spoke there. And it is something that aligns with where we want to go. And it's with the Pathway program. If you look at Pathway 3 and what the ministry has said on paper, is really Grade 7 Academy at Holy Trinity is the kind of the embodiment of it, finally actualizing it. And so this is something that we'd love to do elsewhere, and it was an option that was available. And so all the 56 high schools, because what's the issue we have? The issue we have is that they leave primary school and they're not literate. And then they go in and they do 12 subjects in first form, not literate. They're sitting in front of their teacher, unable to absorb what's going on. What does that lead to? Think about it. As a young man, when you're 12 or 13 and you can't read, you don't want anyone to know. So you're embarrassed and you disrupt the class. And that's what we've seen happening. So it makes no sense for us to pretend that they can absorb the 12 subjects. And so what we're doing with that Holy Trinity program, which is Pathway 3 on paper, is to extend it to all of these 56 high schools where we know we have a literacy problem, and confronting them from first form with it and putting in more hours for literacy and de-emphasizing the rest. Yeah, so that, yes, we do, and we are currently doing it now. And so what we do is,
Minister, sorry. Unfortunately, the member's mic was off in getting the clarification, so you would have to repeat.
Sure,
do you have the question he's asking?
Yes.
Because no one else actually hears it.
He had asked me if we had the funding for these schools, and we currently are doing it, and we do have the funding in terms of we've just reallocated the budget, and that's why I kept at the beginning saying we have to put the money where it is. We got 40 billion, we wanted more, but we got 40. And so that means we're gonna have to look at where we're gonna get the biggest bang for our buck. And the key thing for us as the ministry is that nobody should leave high school not literate. So that means reorienting things. They may not do as many subjects as in the past, but they're gonna leave literate. And then we have to also solve the problem. So while we're doing that in the high schools, we have to solve the problem in the primary schools, because they shouldn't leave primary school not able to read. And so what we've done in the primary schools, which I'm really, really happy about, all the children who did the grade 5 PEP and ended up on pathway 3, which meant that they weren't at the level they needed to be. That was over 2,000 children. We had a relationship with UE, and UE went out to every single one of those students in their communities or in their schools last summer, and they assessed all of them. And all of them got a plan of action that went to their school for grade 6. So, and we're doing it again this year. But just noting that in doing that, what it's doing is us saying, let's start the interventions early. Let's figure out where the problem is before they get to high school and see if we can intervene. And that is really very important that we do it. And also, this year when they do PEP, we can actually look at those who were at pathway 3 in grade 5, did the assessments, how many of them are now at a higher pathway, did it work? Because that's another thing. We have all these programs and we don't know if they work or not. But this one we're actually tracking quite a bit to see if it works to help us with the literacy problem.
I hope you members have figured out your own sequence. Since you have turned the mics all, that's why I turned all of them on.
Oh, okay, thank you. In terms of resources, not just the financial resources, but there are specialist trained teachers who would have to be able to deal with the remedial part. Are those resources available to be deployed across those 56 schools that you have identified as students performing below the particular level?
Yes, all right. So that's a key area, because all of our teachers have to now become almost literacy teachers in those schools. And under the Jamaica Education Project, which is financed through the World Bank, we actually have funds that we've been using to retool our teachers so that they can be able to deliver this work. And so the JET program, in terms of the teacher focus, we've prioritized the teachers that are in those schools. So when I say we're trying to change the script a bit, we're doing it right through. So even with the donor funding, we say to the donors, these are the schools we're prioritizing. So every time we talk to anyone, we talk about these high schools and these primary schools, because it makes no sense for us to say we're doing well in education if we have so many of them not performing. So that's been our focus, is in terms of
how are we measuring the outcomes of these initiatives?
Well, okay, so that's a very important one, assessments. So for those schools, what we do is we have monthly assessments at the schools. So we're going really granular in these schools, you know, and the ministry sends the tests over and the schools will send the results every single month. And so what you can see, and it's going to work in some schools better than others because you have different leaders and different environments and so on. But it's also giving us an ability through the baseline this year to figure out what works, what variables work. Because in some schools, for example, in Christmas, we were doing math camps with these students. And so you can look at the January results from their January test to see if there's been any improvement. And we go granular in terms of, in this week, this is what you must teach. In that week, this is what you must focus on. And so this is really, really important work for us. And I've said to the team, when they did come to our post-cabinet press briefing and presented on what they were doing, I said Jamaica is going to be looking at the results ultimately. But this is our first time trying this kind of really deep intervention, and I think it's really good.
And if you could
if I ask you as a budgetary allocation,
Yes.
what is the figure that is devoted to, I call it remedial. I mean, you might call it pathway 3 or whatever, but what is the figure that is devoted to this particular initiative?
All right, well, I wouldn't be able to give you like we have not separated it in that way. We can try to. So we have a training budget generally. We have it in different pockets. I can get that to you, and I'd love to speak to it, the 187 million for training, but there's more than that. In terms of like the sixth form pathway, which you had asked about, that actually has an allocation of 2 billion. But in terms of the work that we're doing with the schools, it's not allocated in that way. And I'll give you another example.
And consistently, the trend of the students who need the most help are the ones who are from the lowest socioeconomic backgrounds. So is your feeding or the what you allocate in terms of the school feeding program consistent with those kinds of initiatives?
Yes. And so we've said, as I said earlier, we are going to be, we've gone through and we're scraping. And we found 500 million from other programs that we're going to be adding, because for these schools specifically, the directive is that all of them must get breakfast in addition to lunch. And so we're rolling that out for these schools, not the other schools, these schools, because they need special intervention.
All right. Just shifting focus, I have 2 questions on heart. I want to confirm whether there's been a significant reduction in the investment portfolio at heart. I have a figure, but I'd prefer to hear from the managing director. And secondly, what I've seen your collections, but can you indicate how much arrears you have from employers and what is being done to collect those arrears?
All right. You have to give me 1 second. All right, let me just start with the arrears from employers, which is quite a lot. I think it's about 1 billion in arrears from employers.
That's current.
Current,
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And then, but that's important that you've asked that, because it's important that employers pay it. And we've seen instances where individuals choose to pay one of the taxes and not the other. Heart is an important tax, and the team has been doing a lot of work in terms of trying to collect, but it's still a significant sum that is outstanding. So a little bit, it's almost $1 billion. It's not quite at $1 billion, but it is a significant fund. In terms of the investment fund, it is down by $3 billion.
And those monies would have been...
down to $3 billion.
Okay, the figure I had was, it was at 9 before.
Yeah.
So what would the 6 billion, what would that have been used for?
There was retroactive salaries, I know that was one. There was also an increase in emoluments.
And that would account for how much of the 6?
I'll have to get those. I'll get that breakout for you.
Because it's a significant number to move in pretty much in a financial year.
Yeah, so just to note that the retro payments from the review was 4 billion alone.
4 out of the 6?
4 out of the 6.
Okay.
And then there was the separate increase in salaries on an ongoing basis. That was
but the salary increases wouldn't come out of that. That would come out of your normal collections.
No, it would have been
No?
a part. It was through the retro, yeah. All right, just the retro. Well, I'll get the rest of the 2.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Member. Member Jackson?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a few questions, Minister.
Sure.
The STEAM program, I see in the capital budget provision, you have a plan for 16, the one at Bernard Lodge. Could you say what will be done for this fiscal year on the Bernard Lodge? I'll just run them down and you could update on that one. and what is, I said, planned for this fiscal year. Second one is special education. I see in the estimates there's something mentioned about, forget the location of that one, but I'm specifically inquiring about the Windsor Special School in Greater Portmore. It is currently at full capacity, and there is a space problem there for more rooms and also some remedial work to be done on the building. And I don't know if there's any provisions in this fiscal year that can address those. And Minister must emphasize for that school is a place that is very special. And the teachers there and their shadows are a normal set of human beings. And there is also a need for greater support for shadows, because those special education students require much greater, I wouldn't say one-to-one, but a smaller ratio of shadows to the students. The third item is the basic school. There's a program of transforming, or how should I say? Modernizing. Yeah. Not only the physical, but the change from the basic to infant. In my own constituency, there has been 3 so far that have been done, and there are some more that is to be done in Greater Portmore in particular. And I would like to get an idea where we were with that. But in that regard, too, there are some issues that have arisen in the management and supervision. As you know, many of these infant school, basic schools, which are usually community-based, and the whole supervision, I get a lot of complaint from the teaching staff and the management with it in terms of who supervised them. I know the ministry had asked, I think it's the primary school board to do some oversight, but it's over a year now, so I would like to know where we are in that transformation, knowing that there would be indeed a transformational period, but where we are in completing that. Again, in the capital budget, I see you have 17 schools listed to be upgraded or provided for to come off the shift system. When those 17 schools are attended to, what will be the remaining amount of schools on the shift system, if any?
Okay. All right.
And if there are remaining schools after that 17, what is the projected period and the program? Because we all share the common view that it is best to have them all off. And we know the circumstances under which that led to them being on shift system to increase the space, available space to accommodate the students. But if you could just address where we are on a trajectory.
Sure, thank you for those questions. I'll go through them systematically. All right, the first one had to do with our STEM schools, and you particularly asked about Bernard Lodge. And I'm very happy that the procurement is out. And so tell everyone that procurement is out, and we're expecting that contract to be awarded for November 2025, which is this year, to start the work for
the awarding of the awarding of the contract
for the design and build. For the design and build.
Okay.
Yes, but we're going to be doing the fencing work and do some initial prep work for the perimeter before that. So that's on that one. In terms of special needs, I'm so glad you brought that up, because I'm glad that you like that area, and I do love that area too. And you brought up Windsor in Greater Portmore that needed some support. We do not have enough special needs spots in the public system. There are 10 schools, 10 special needs schools that we fund as government. But as you would have seen from all of the studies globally, the number of children with special needs is increasing. So we're going to need more spaces for these children. And so what the ministry has done so far is to allocate, to provide resources to some of the private special needs schools so that our children can attend them. In terms of Windsor and Greater Portmore, I'm glad that you told me that. We're actually finalizing the maintenance budget, and so we will just add a look at that one and try
because
to
they have
add
come
it.
to me, but you know, my little CDF is not as elastic as some others.
Wow, okay, some of you are more elastic, good to know. So we will look at Windsor in Greater Portmore, definitely. In terms of what we've done, shadows, we've increased the shadows to 650, which was a big increase that we did. And we also increased the stipend because they were at 40,000.
I was coming to that part.
Right, and I know it's still not as much as it should be, but that was an increase that we did to $60,000. What's interesting is, for some of the special needs schools, I had a meeting with some of the private schools and their principals. They actually didn't feel that the need was for more shadows. They felt that we needed to actually maybe be a little bit more efficient with the shadows, because one shadow
Minister,
could potentially...
unfortunately, you have to speak in
Oh, sorry.
the mic.
It's one person, one shadow could potentially work with 2 students or with 3 students, depending on the level of the disability. And so that's something that we're going to be looking at too, just to make sure that we have as efficient an allocation of the shadows as we possibly can. In terms of the basic schools and the modernization, you had asked a question about who supervises. In terms of oversight, the Early Childhood Commission is responsible for general oversight. And you should have a teaching principal in those schools. I know where you may have a merger happening with the primary school and the infant school, there may be some gaps, but the primary school principal is supposed to have oversight of that infant school.
But
That's the policy.
If I may, Minister, is
Sure.
that sufficiently communicated to the teachers at the infant school? I don't get that impression.
Okay, well, I'm glad that you've
and
told
it's
me.
across all of them that have gone into the transition.
Okay, well, I'm glad that you've told me that, and I will address that.
Member Jackson, do you have any additional questions?
No, that was a clarification on that point.
There was
But
one
she has
more.
one more
No,
left.
I'm asking if you have any more questions.
No, man, she has a full list.
Or one more to respond to.
I have one more to respond to.
So, Minister, when you're responding, it's to the mic, it's directly. When you turn around to speak to the member, it is not properly transmitted. After which it is, when you answer that question, then it goes to
Nita Garvey.
Member Garvey, and then Member Hilton.
She just don't want to say.
And then Member Hilton.
All right.
Go ahead, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In terms of the last question, it had to do with shift schools. Currently, we have 27 schools that are still on the shift program. We expect that over the next 2 financial years, 6 additional ones will be taken off. And the plan is that by 2028, there will be no schools on shift. And so we have a full schedule of when each of the schools will be taken off shift. And so we're expecting to meet that target of 2028.
Thank you, Minister. Member Nita Garvey.
Thank you, Chairman. Minister, I'll try to be as quick as possible. The diagnostic centers are a real challenge for our people. And sometimes I'm not able to even properly answer constituents as to how they can help their children. Where are we with increasing the number of diagnostic centers and the training of the current cadre of teachers we have so they're able to identify and then probably treat with or refer as required? And the affordability for those who are in those communities where there might be access, they still aren't able to afford. I just wanted to know where we are with that. I would then like to follow up with some questions on heart, if you would answer that one first.
Sure. Sure, thank you. In terms of the diagnostic center, that's another key thing because, as I said, we have more children being diagnosed with special needs. And so it's important that we do that. Now, there was a commitment that we would have 3 diagnostic centers. Currently, we have 2. Yeah. And in the budget, in the capital, I was very happy to see that I believe it's 180 million is there for another one, the 3rd one, at Case in Portland. Because too often people have to travel into Kingston in order to get it done, and the list is so long. And so we are going to have the Case 1 commission this coming financial year, which will be very, very helpful, and we're very happy about that. In addition, in the schools, we've done quite a bit of training with the teachers to identify the special needs, and we have actually 10,000 children in our primary schools have been identified, in the infant schools, have been identified so far from that training that we've done, 10,000, and all of those 10,000 need to be assessed. So what you have put on the table in terms of the diagnostic centers is very, very important, because there are a lot of people, and we do cover the costs for a lot of these diagnostic tests where parents cannot afford to do it. But it's just a long waiting list, and that's why we need to have the additional diagnostic center in place.
Yeah. Thank you, Minister. The training and skills training is very dear to me and my constituency. I believe it helps with advancing our young people. I have a difficulty though, and I'm hoping that you'll be able to solve the matter of heart trains, NCT vet certifies. But there seems to be a disconnect between training and certification. So a young person is trained, a batch of 25 students are trained, and 21 of them are successful, yet only 8 certificates come back, and I then have to wait 2 years for the remaining numbers to come back. I am not understanding why it is that we can't pull it together to allow for there to be a seamless, efficient system which does not frustrate our young people after they have gone through the process of being trained. Sometimes we have to pull them in to get them trained. And when they get in, to frustrate them to wait for a certificate, which they won't get a job without, believe me, I think it's counterproductive. So I just want to know where we are, because I'm sure this is not the first time I would have said this in this house, but I'm not seeing any improvement over that period of time. The matter relating to the ZOZO program, the EU ZOZO program, and the where we are at this time, how much longer, what else is expected to happen, how else can we continue to utilize SAME to address our young people. Just wanted to know where we are with that program, and the possibility of including more job placement or internship programs. So once persons are trained, because we have whole heap of them trained, whole heap of them certified, but they're not getting an opportunity to be placed in a work environment, even for a short internship, which I think originally something like the National Youth Program was intended to do, to give persons the opportunity not just to be trained and certified, but to be familiar with the world of work and to be prepared for actual full-time employment. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I have 3 questions here. The first one is in relation to the training and then, well, really the lack of certification. And you are correct. Every time I would go out, I would have a young person tell me that I went to Hart, I did my program, I didn't get my certificate. So this is something that is very, very important to me too. NCT Vet was behind, very much behind, because you know when Hart does the training, NCT Vet does the certification, and they were behind. They've actually done quite a bit of catching up. In maybe the last 6 months, they've done 25,000 certificates. And there's still some more that they need to do. But we have emphasized that this is critical. We're looking at where the problem is, because some of the instances we have found has been where we have the partner agencies delivering the program. In order for NCT Vet to deliver the certificate, the documentation, the scores from the school needs to come in. And not all of these are operated by HEART. I've gone as far as to say to HEART, if we are going to be partnering with someone, one of the criteria for continued partnership and financial support has to be that you update the information on the students so they can get their certificate. So it is a problem. I've accepted that problem, and we're going to fix it, because the children, for a lot of these young people that didn't finish high school, they want the piece of paper. They want that piece of paper, and so I give you my commitment to working on this. The e-certificates, that is from HEART. So remember, when HEART directly does a program, you can get your certificate within weeks electronically. But you know, a lot of, no, but I will tell you, a lot of the children, young people will say, I don't want it electronic, I want the piece of paper. And they do want the piece of paper. But it's not every program that you can get the e-certificate. And we're going to be expanding the number of e-certificates that we can have. In terms of the Zozo question that you had, that's 34 schools are in that strategy. The funding comes through the Ministry of National Security, and we're kind of like a partner, but the funding goes directly through MNS. And we've been working in these schools. The focus is on literacy and psychosocial issues, and you know that's really big. In a lot of these communities, the children come with a lot of trauma. And so that psychosocial, the counseling, guidance element is very important. So those 34 schools, we're still working with them. We're also working with the leadership at the school to improve leadership. And so that's an ongoing project. In terms of job placement and internships, there are many different programs that we have at HEART. We have the LIFT program, which is a smaller program for students who have CXCs. And we have the CARE program, where we also place students in a work environment. We also have the Graduate Work Experience program. We have the School Leavers Training program, and we have the Registered Apprenticeship program. So if you want more details on all of those all come with a stipend. And also, just to note, we're working through a new entire apprenticeship program, where we will get more of our HEART trainees into work earlier so that they can get the work experience that is necessary. So that's something we're actually looking at.
There's a quick follow-up, Member Hilton. I'm going to still turn your mic on.
Yeah, ma'am. Minister, when we announce a program like LIFT or some of these programs, communities get excited, parents get excited, right? And then when the communication actually comes to the Member of Parliament, who is also very excited, you're only asked to send 8 names. 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I was really referring to a more comprehensive internship program that would follow on the training program, right?
Sure.
So whether it is in partnership with private sector, which I know they do have, but something that is going to be a part of the program. So there's a mandatory 2 months, 3 months, whatever it is, even if it is with just a basic stipend, whatever it is, but allowing them to transition into the world of work. Because many, after they've been trained, even when they get employment, they are not work ready.
Right.
So that period of transition, I think, is critical.
All right.
And I think your private
agree.
sector partners would be happy
Yes.
to assist.
I agree with you, and that's why the last part, even though I said those programs, the last thing was we're doing an apprenticeship 2.0 look, so that everybody who comes through HEART can have an apprenticeship.
Looking
Because
forward to it,
in the
Minister.
past, we had that. All right. Next.
Our last question is from Member Hilton. Thanks, member.
Thank you, Chairman, and Minister, good to see you.
It's good to see you too.
Three quick questions. One specifically on your colleague minister will tell you, the former Minister of Education will tell you that every time she speaks and we go to finance, I'm asking about Edith Dalton James of the shift system. Can I get any update on that in specifically? In specific one. Secondly, we are we're doing an experiment. We started an experiment at Edith Dalton James High to have high school students trained in logistics. It's a novel program. Your colleague, your previous minister supported me on this, and we started it. One of the questions is, now that I know the ministry pays for some subjects, if you are switching to support investment and areas for investment, particularly new areas of focus, is there a consideration that the subject you could look at including that on the exam, that list of subjects that the ministry includes, because that's where we are assessing that investment needs are and will be coming. So that's second. And thirdly, well, the special need program is new music to my ear. I have spoken to you on this. I'll write follow up on this. Last question I have is heart. There were a plethora of programs under art, I sensed last year was an attempt to rationalize those programs. I need to know where they are and what now exactly are available. With all of the other training programs, I hear about the CARE and a number of them. Where specifically are the art program? What is a clutch up training program for youngsters, particularly unattached youths?
All right.
Minister.
All right. Thank you.
Member.
Thank you. Let me.
Go ahead, Minister.
All right. Thank you for those questions. All right. So Edith Dalton James School. That's from my list. It's de-shifted already. De-shifted, as in it's not on shift anymore.
It's in the process of being shifted.
It's done. I have it on my list as done. But I can clarify, I will clarify. It's one of those schools, and we actually have a couple of these schools where you have a reduction in the school population, usually due to maybe demographic changes in the area or other reasons. And the population has declined to the point where you can have whole day school. And Edith Dalton is listed in the ministry's documentation as one of those. But I will clarify. And ensure. And then number 2, so nothing we have has Edith Dalton on. So the second one was in relation to the 5 subjects that we pay and whether or not we couldn't look at particularly logistics. And I think that's a good question, because everything that we do, and we said earlier when I started that all of this is about the return on investment to the people of Jamaica. And if we're strategically focused on logistics, then it makes sense. And that's why when we had added ICT to it, was because we understood the world was changing. So this is one that I will personally look at adding. In terms of heart, you were asking about programs for unattached youth and rationalization. We haven't necessarily rationalized, but we have a number of programs that respond to what we describe as unattached youth. We have a target in heart of getting to 13,000 annually. So there are different programs that are used. CARE would be one, where each MP gave 30. But we have other ones. We also support, normally it was 30, LIFT was 8, and CARE is 30, right? And then we also are a very big partner in the JNSC, which is the Jamaica National Service Corps, which the JDF delivers. And so HART works with them in the skills training area for that program. And then we get a lot of unattached youth just generally. Sent in by many of you in here. You send your students in. Many of you walk them to the office and sign them up, and I appreciate that work that you do. And so when we look at those who come under the category of unattached youth, it's quite significant. And we are encouraging them in the areas where we know there's demand, because that's the key thing for them. They want to know they can make some money when they're finished. And construction is one area that we're focused quite heavily on because there's a demand for construction workers. There's also increased demand in the hotel and tourism sector. So we're trying to focus them where the money is. And we're also redoing a lot of our programs to add a lot more of a IT element to it, because the technology is changing everything. Because we've seen, even in the hotels, and I was so surprised when I saw it, you can actually go to the stove and type in jerk chicken, and it changes the settings and everything. And so our students have to know how to use those things. All of that technology is what we're trying to get into HART also. And so we also can customize programs. So if, for example, in your constituency, any of you, if you want a particular program for your constituency, we had one MP say that they wanted truck driving and that they could find the students. Just make sure you can find the students, please. We will come in and work with you and deliver a program too. Thank you.
Thanks. A follow-up question from Member Jackson.
Yes. Minister, quick question I overlooked earlier. The salary reform program, which was across the public service, in your ministry, I gather that there are some cases where there are some entities that have not benefited from the salary reform exercise. Could you say what the extent of it? There are some anomalies I also understand, is that you have persons in supervisory levels are being compensated at lower levels than those who they supervise. That, for me, would be a clear anomaly. Could you just comment on that and to say where is the ministry in terms of addressing those where they exist?
All right, thank you for that. There were some anomalies in the system, and we saw that across many of the other ministries. And you can see that happening when you do this kind of a big transformation like this in terms of salaries at this level. There are going to be some inconsistencies. And we've been able to work closely with the Ministry of Finance. And the last instructions, I believe, that were given was that for the supervisors, they had to, as a matter of principle, be at least one increment above those that they supervise. And that was the kind of approach we had agreed with the Ministry of Finance. And so if there are any other anomalies, those were the ones I know of. I would love to know them so that we can also address them. And the Ministry of Finance, and she's there, she used to be with us, we will work it through.
Thank you very much, Minister. Let me say, we will now put the head 41,000, pages 1 through 36. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. 41,000C, the capital budget, pages 1 through 15. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. 41,010 for GIS, pages 1 through 6. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. And 41,051 for Child Protection and Family Service Agency, pages 1 through 7. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Let me say thank you to the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information for being here this morning. Have a wonderful rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you.
We will now invite in the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries.
My team prepared me well.
got something on Armadale. You want it to be? Right. So you need it to be restored?
Yes, but no. But what Hart told me is that they wanted ownership of the property. But yesterday they were the one that
Because we can't expend any money on the infrastructure unless we own our lease.
No, what I'm saying
Yes.
is you were the one using it for all these years.
Madam Hart?
Yes. How you doing? All right, everyone is out. All right, bye. We have to get ownership. Bye, Floyd. In a peppercorn lease, we have to get at least a peppercorn minister. If it is even a peppercorn lease, we have to have that. Over the land, right? If a community land. We have to get at least a peppercorn lease or something to invest any money there.
All right, let's have the
All right,
conversation
right,
outside.
all right, let me have
Let's
the
have the
conversation.
conversation.
Are you time now?
And it was a hard training for about 20 years.
All right, so we'll check it out.
Jesus. God.
CTDs.
Huh? Anytime. Just give me a date. Give me a date where we do Fishers. Fishers, where you want us to do? Or the farmers up in Warwick? No problem, serious. Let me know when. We can do it this month. It's easy. No, man, we can do it this month. I would love to. Can you have some good farmers? Yeah, but we have to go to the Fishers too. How are they? And anyway, after that. Them get. I hear. What Bellamy deal with them good. Gilbert is CFO? Gilbert is CFO?
Yeah, man.
I have good one, the one that you like. She's big. More? It's Steve.
What you doing?
I'm getting sure that the glasses. Beside Mr. Scully, yes. The mic is on? Oh.
Members, thank you very much, members. Let us make welcome the team from the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries. Minister, you may go right ahead to your very short opening remarks, after which questions will follow.
Thank you, Chair. Very happy to be here representing the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining, supported by State Minister Franklin Whittle
along with our permanent secretary, Dermot Spence. We do have CTD Parkins. CTD Parkins and Cole are here, and I do apologize for CTD Palmer, who couldn't be here. And we have our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Gilbert, and a whole host of technical persons at our various agencies. Just to say, 2024, the ministry focused on resilience and building back, especially in relation to our post-disaster recovery efforts. Since 2023, the agriculture, fisheries, and mining sector have faced major hydrometeorological challenges. However, following declines in the first and third quarter of 2023, we did see significant rebound from the fourth quarter of 2023 to the second quarter of 2024. I think everybody is aware that last year was a difficult year for the ministry because we started with Hurricane Beryl, we started with drought, then we went into Hurricane Beryl, then we had Tropical Storm Raphael and non-stop rains in November. Nonetheless, we have seen the resilience of our farmers, our fishers, and those in our mining sector. We continue to be the heart and soul of economic growth for this country. This year, Chair, we have a budget of 22.29 billion, which will focus on our face of food strategy, which will implement 53 main initiatives around food and nutrition security, inclusive agribusiness across our agriculture, fisheries, and mining sectors, increasing use of climate-smart technologies, and promoting export expansion. The ministry oversees 28 divisions, 21 agencies, which support the ministry's program and projects, including 4 public sector investment projects and 4 major recurrent priorities. Chair, we are open for any questions.
Members, any questions of the minister? I see no mics on. Minister, I will now put head 51,000. I know, man, because your mic is not on yet. Minister, don't try to make up any. Minister, turn on a mic now. Turn on a mic. Turn on a mic. Ask something. Ask something. They have to ask something. Go ahead. Go ahead, Member Brownberg.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, yes, I have to ask something. Some people send me here. Minister, since I'm first to go, just one little comment, and then I'll go to the question that I want to ask. Yeah, one little comment. Remember, say you always, if somebody leads, you know, remember that?
Look, Minister, it appears that there are no questions at this time.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Madam,
members, please do not harass. Do not harass the opposition member.
We're used to it. We're used to it.
Do not. Look. Let us give a little leeway and latitude, members. Member, you're not allowed to make any statement, but please, we give a little time because the spokesperson, it does, even if the question hasn't come in yet, let's be reasonable. The people of the country want to hear. Member Brownberg, do you want me to move to Member?
Some of the questions I have to ask, Minister, relates to actually 50,001.
No, man, we don't want to call the page, man. We want to give them a chance to ask a question. Ready?
Yeah, no.
Yes. Go ahead, Member Bromberg.
So 51,001. Minister, one of your objectives I see here, that you're projecting a 25% increase in agricultural exports by 2028. If you could just help us a little bit with what are some of the crops. And I see also that you're projecting 15% replacement of imports as well. So it would be good to get just a little idea as to what is expected there. And in terms of activity 117, Minister, in terms of capacity development. We see where you are having a marginal decrease in the capacity budget, which assists in the training of farmers at Eltham and Twickenham Park training centers. Is this an indication of the emphasis from the administration that you'll be placing in terms of training and capacity building for this fiscal year? And I'd just like a little explanation around that.
You have any more questions, member?
I do.
All right, until that time, let's move ahead with Member Jackson, and then you can come right back in. Go ahead, Member Jackson.
Yes, man. I do have agriculture in South St. Catherine. Ask the ministry, they'll tell you. Mr. Minister, you have made some allocation for...
Members, please,
you see
members.
What I'm subjected to here, Madam Chair?
Go ahead, Member Jackson.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Minister, you made some allocation for fisher folks recently, which was quite welcome by those. My question is, are there further support for that which you provided? But a much larger question in respect to the fisheries sector. We were once a major exporter of freshwater fish, particularly in the European market, and secondly in North America, particularly the United States. One area that I once represented, but it is in the St. Catherine Plain, the Aileron area, which was a major producer of freshwater fish for that market. Could you say, Minister, what steps are being taken? Where are we as a country? Indeed, it was dominated by private sector investment at the time, but nonetheless provides significant revenue to the country. Could you comment, Minister, on where we are in any possible revitalization of that sector?
Yeah. Thank you.
Member Hilton, your question?
First of all, Minister, I'd like to...
Put your mic a little closer, Member Hilton, to your mouth, yes.
I'd like to direct you to activity 12-136 at the Agua Park, the cold chain. You have indicated that there is the funds allocated there for some pre-investment project. Where are we in that project in particular? And could you address the issue for the Mango Park, the Mango Park that was announced? Exactly what stage is that, and what is that intended to accomplish? Those two questions on the cold storage.
You have any more questions, Member Hilton?
Not at this.
Member Brownberg, you ready? Member Brownberg?
Sure. I wanted to turn to the public, Jamaica Public Bodies, Jamaica Agriculture Commodities and Regulatory Authority is really where I am at. Minister, given the important role that the regulatory authority plays in terms of spices and coffee, how do you explain a 40 million cut in allocation to them? That's one. And how does the introduction of blockchain, a traceability program, impact the coffee farmers and the sector? And are you satisfied, Minister, with the level of extension service to the coffee industry, given the cuts that you are making to the regulatory authority? Yeah. And I had done the one before in terms of 117 and the cut there.
Thanks, Member. Minister, you may proceed in responding.
All right. Thank you, Chair. So I will start with Member Jackson, and then I'll end with the questions posed by Member Brown-Burke. Very, very happy that we have been able to really engage our fishers in the most robust way of any administration. The reality is that for a long time, our fisher folk felt like they were stepchildren, and they have come to significant prominence now. We have instituted a production incentive program for fishers, which is the first of its kind. Same thing that we did with farmers, we now do for fishers. And as a part of that program, Member Jackson, you spoke to the grants that we were able to give fishers. We also included them in our post-burial recovery effort, and almost all fishing beaches. And this is a part of our dedicated focus on our fishers folk and our fishing sector. It's part of a bigger initiative where we're doing a number of development programs, including beach rehabilitation programs for our fishing beaches, including rolling out a program to help our young fishers, including looking at starting a program where we're going to be issuing boats and engine to bring in new entrants into the fishing space. So to the first question, for the first question, the answer is yes, there will be more. Member Jackson, we will look, and based on the budgetary allocation, we will have some support to extend our help to fisher folk. One of the big things that we're doing is trying to get our artisanal fishers to go further out. So we have been, in fact, in the last 20 years, the first training program that was done has been done through this government and this ministry, where we've taught them how to go further out and participate in longline fishing so that they can get more pelagic species, and it is going extremely well. Member Dunn would have shared some pictures from St. Mary where they're getting deep sea snapper, they're getting marlin, mahi-mahi, and these are small fishers going further out. We also provided them with engines and some of the equipment for them to go further out. So we are focused a lot on our fisheries sector. In relation to our freshwater fisheries sector, we're also looking to drive the resurgence of aquaculture. You rightly outlined that decades ago, largely led by one private sector entity, we used to do a fair amount of export. Unfortunately, when that private sector entity came out, we did go through some abeyance. Now we're seeing a clear resurgence of our freshwater fish, especially since COVID-19. The demand for freshwater fish, especially tilapia, has really gone through the roof, and we're looking to facilitate that. How we're doing that is to expand our hatchery. So what we do, Member Jackson, we are the ones who supply the seed stock to the industry. We now produce about 1 million advanced fry per year. We are investing $574 million to move that capacity from 1 million a year to 5 million per year. So we will be able to get a lot more entrepreneurs into that freshwater fisheries space. We're also going to embark on our first ever freshwater fish agro park. So it will be an aqua park. Right, so what it means is, just as you can go to Agro Park and you can rent the infrastructure, you will be able to do that, and we've identified lands in Mitchelltown for that. So we're really driving freshwater fish. If you just saw, we launched last week our tilapia takeover, where we are on a promotional drive to let people know that freshwater fish tastes as good as any other fish out there. So we are focusing on that in a very, very big way. Member Hilton asked about our cold chain investment. So just to say, that is on track. In fact, as you know, we're going through our PIAB process. And as a part of that process, we have to do some consultancies to ensure that we have a solid business plan around cold chain and the model. We've identified Ebony Park as the area that we plan to do, so to establish some cold chain. And just to have you know, this is just one of the cold chain projects. We are focused a big way on storage and cold chain. This year in the ministry, we would have just broke ground for the Kirkvine complex, where we're going to be spending $123 million. We have a partnership with CARICOM, where we're going to be bringing in 2 modular cold chain units that we will put in highly productive zones. We're going to tender for Coleyville. We're going to spend about $300 million there. And then this cold chain is for Ebony Park. And not to be left out, Essex Valley will have its own cold chain facility as a part of our new agro park down there in Essex Valley. The Mango Agro Park is going well. In fact, we probably don't do enough to promote that. The Mango Agro Park was established in Clarendon, and we already have 200 acres of mango planted. Yeah, that is up and running. And just so you know, what we do is that we put in the infrastructure. So we put in the irrigation, we put in the roads, and then we provide the planting material. We have already put in the infrastructure for 340 acres. We've planted out 200 acres. We have the private sector that's going to ramp up. This year, we're going to put in the infrastructure to build out 700 acres this year. Again, we do provide for those who are interested in the Mango Agro Park. We put in irrigation infrastructure, and we do provide you with the seedlings so you can start your journey. Outside of that, we're willing to also provide plants around mango, ackee, and breadfruit. Those are crops that we're focused on. In relation to the questions by Member Brown-Burke, and I'll go through a number of them. I don't want to miss. I think there were two that you asked initially that I'll probably come back to. So in relation to JACRA, clearly part of what we have to do each year is we have to look at how we make ourselves more efficient, right? It's not a big fallout in terms of any sort of decline. In fact, the Ministry of Finance did provide significant financing for JACRA based on steps that we took some years ago to reduce our cess on exports. And we did that strategically for us to drive exports. So any shortfall we expect to make up through our revenue. So we are driving that, and we are driving to make JACRA much more efficient. In terms of our blockchain, we are exploring a blockchain project, which part of what we're trying to do, which would positively affect farmers, positively affect our industry, is to be able to appropriately identify our Blue Mountain coffee when it goes abroad. One of the challenges that we do have now are that people are passing off other coffee as Blue Mountain because we get a higher price, greater value. So part of what we want to do is to use the blockchain technology to infuse a QR code on every batch of Blue Mountain coffee that goes through JACRA. And remember, in order to export, you have to go through JACRA, right? And then go out into the world so that you can identify. So we do expect that the blockchain will positively help us. We are doing greater extension services. In fact, we are looking at some realignment between RADA and JACRA to be able to better serve our coffee farmers. We did meet with our Jamaica Association of Coffee Growers, and it is something that we are looking to fast track this year to ensure that we have more investment out there. I know you had also asked about training and about exports. So training, that's just a small component. We have a major focus on training, right? The Twickenham Park is just a small component of our overall training budget. RADA actually has an area that focuses solely on training our farmers, and we've been partnering with other entities like the World University School. That has been going well. A major focus this year is on ensuring our farmers are utilizing new technology. So training is a big focus, and we have some additional support, especially to help capacity development of our extension services, which is what we use Twickenham Park to do a lot of. In relation to export, yes, I'm happy you read it. We are bullish about driving export. Export expansion is one of our strategic priorities. The crops that we're looking to focus on, yam. We want to continue to drive the exports of yam. Yam is our #1 export. The Mango Agro Park ties into our export trajectory. We want to increase our export of mango, breadfruit, and ackee. Sweet potato is another area that we're looking to drive production so that we can increase export. And then on the import side, which you rightly highlighted, that we're looking to reduce our imports, we're doing a couple of things. Crops, onion is a big one. In fact, we've seen the decline in onion imports over the last few years since we have been government, big decline, because we've been driving onion production. And I do expect that we will have our biggest year this year. Outside of onions, we are on a small ruminant program where we're looking to ramp up the production of goat meat as a way to treat with some of the imported mutton that we now have. Outside of that, in terms of exports, we're doing other things, including export clinics, where we're having at least one per quarter to build capacity across all our exporters. And I did highlight some of the priority crops. Also, our fisheries products. We do export conch, we do export lobster. We believe there are other opportunities out there that we'll be looking to drive. Those are the questions and answers, Madam Chair.
You have one.
Minister, let me...
Hold on a moment, member. Member Brownberg wanted to just ask a follow-up question.
Minister, I just wanted to ask a follow-up because my experience in discussing with individuals, both exporters and individuals who are overseas importing from Jamaica, is that what you're doing in terms of the claims for exporters, yes, is good, but individuals find it difficult when they are overseas importing, the same things we're talking about, to get consistent quality and to also get it from the same individuals. And so they have said to me that an important intermediary, yeah, that they would like to see some intermediary institutions or mechanism that allows them to purchase from individual farmers or producers in Jamaica. And I am not seeing that, and I just want to suggest that that would be a good way of bringing them together so that there is... yeah, that would be, so my suggestion would be that we need to also look at intermediary institutions or mechanisms that allow individuals abroad who want to import from us and which allow our farmers and producers to pull together and be able to enter the markets.
Member Hilton, turn your mic on.
Minister, the area of export, I think, is very critical. Now, export is not something you talk about, export is something you do. The question I want to ask is, what is the ecosystem that the ministry is putting in place to allow for sustained agricultural export, i.e. the regulatory aspects of export, specifically that the U.S., both the U.S. and the European Union have specific regulations affecting imports into their country, particularly track and trace, to deal with issues of quality and security. There are new regulations coming out of the US and also Europe. How is the ministry positioning itself? Since export is a focus, what is the ministry doing to address those regulatory concerns, both by the European Union and the US?
Yep. Sorry, thank you, Member Hilton. You know, all the good things, we do have strong technical teams who have really stayed ahead of a lot of these issues. So around exports and the ecosystem, both our plant quarantine and our veterinary services division, who stand as the gatekeepers for entry and exports, have been, one, apprised of all of the regulatory frameworks and have been working with our various partners to ensure that we can satisfy any changes that are made. In fact, we have done a lot of work in strengthening our labs on the veterinary services side, on working with plant quarantine and ensuring that our labs are accredited up to ISO standards so that when we verify the suitability of products, they will be accepted in the markets. In fact, I want to commend especially the plant quarantine team, because we have been able to get into new markets. When we saw what was happening with the UK and Brexit and the EU, we were able to get the UK, when they came out of EU, to allow all our soft fruits and vegetables are now able to go into the United Kingdom. And as such, we have been taking advantage of that. So we stay ahead of the game in terms of the ecosystem. Additionally, you would know we have a robust mechanism through RADA to train our farmers in what we call our global gap certification process to ensure that they're up to standards that are accepted throughout. And thus far, we've been doing well in that regard. We have had access. We do have a pre-clearance program with the United States, right? And in fact, we have a team going to the United States on Monday to meet around any changes in the pre-clearance program. So we are staying on top of the ball in that regard. In relation to Member Brownberg, thank you for the suggestion. It's something that used to happen. It's something that we've been looking back at through the Agri-Invest Corporation, if they can act as a sort of aggregator to pull together to ensure that the quality standards are maintained and then to treat with the exporters. In fact, we would have had 2 sessions, one in South Florida and one in New York, where the Agri-Invest Corporation was able to engage exporters around some of these same conversations.
Thank you, Minister. I now put head 51,000 pages 1 through 30. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. I now put 51,000 C. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. Minister, thank you very much for being here with us today. Have a great rest of the day. I now invite in thank you, you may depart for the rest of the day. I now invite in the Ministry of Industry, Invest and Commerce.
Watch on. The German, the chief. Watch on. That's what I'm told. You have been adding the class, the German, the parish. I'll do your British farm production center.
No, man.
So Angela, so Natalie, I'm here alone, you know. I'm here alone, I come.
Minister Williams, how did I sit here?
Yes, you could. Yeah, because you're at the right.
I make an opening statement, right?
Yes.
Good. Straight from my head. Yeah. They will not move through us so quickly, I promise you.
Why is everybody hiding from here, Mrs. Phipps? Mrs. Phipps, don't you sit on the other side of Minister? You're better off flipping through. I don't think so. Yes, ma'am. You're better at finding the other pages. Come. Thank you.
Brethren, how you doing? Good to see you, man.
Welcome to the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce. Minister, you may go ahead and make a brief opening statement, after which, if there are any questions to be asked of you, there will be. Yes, please introduce your team.
I will do that. Clearly, we have a good team here from the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce. To my right is our Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Sancia Bennett-Templer. Mrs. Phipps is to my left. She handles all the numbers for the PS and the Ministry. Then we have Ms. Cohen, who is from the PS's office, and then you have the agency heads. I see Shulette Cox, everybody knows her. She's on television all the time.
You have to say it in the mic, unfortunate, Minister, if you're...
Dr. Blake, Dr. Blake, who is from the Trade Board, the company's office, Mrs. Shelley Leon. In the middle, we have Janak, the head of Janak, who is acting. She is in charge of that wonderful agency that doesn't need any money from the government's coffers. We have Janice Williams, who is from JUTC. The CEO of JUTC is traveling. And we have Mr. Jifsa, who is from, who runs the Jamaica International Financial Services Authority, Ricky Davis. Ms. Leon, I dealt with her already from the COJ, the company's office. Beside to Ricky's right. Yes, I don't know the here.
And the rest of the team.
And we have the CTD at the back, Mrs. Franklin. We have Mr. English from Jaipur. The head of Jaipur isn't here. She's doing something else. And that's it. Who is it? Yes. Who is the middle here? Yes, we have that.
Thank you very much. That's a comprehensive introduction.
We have, I'm privileged, Madam Speaker, to have a ministry that has 20 agencies, and this thing is fiddling all over the place.
Marshall is on his way. You may go ahead. We're able to hear you. Sorry for the distraction.
Yeah, I can do without the mic. I can speak loudly, but here we are. Okay. So we have...
Hansard and the public will not hear a word we say in here unless it's through the mic.
We have the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, which soon after I came in early 22, we did a subsidiary branding calling it Jamaica's Business Ministry. When we came in, Madam Speaker and members of Parliament, I took a look at the ministry and what the government was doing and where it was. At that time, in early 22, we were just coming out of the pandemic, but we had had a period of time when economic stability was brought to the country. Our currency, in spite of the Bank of Jamaica being independent and having one mandate to handle only inflation, the currency never wobbled. It remained quite stable, and we continued to reduce our debt, fixing the pandemic issues, 100 billion plus that we didn't plan to spend. We spent without borrowing any money, and all through that time, the government continued to build our infrastructure without borrowing any money or without raising taxes. 9 consecutive budgets presented without raising any taxes. So I looked at what we had to do to make sure we participate efficiently and effectively in growing the economy. So I looked at the numbers. Start at the numbers. Madam Speaker, what I found is that we had, at that time, 61 years about of independence. 60 of those years, we had a negative trade balance. In other words, every year except one, we imported a lot more, and I don't mean a little bit more, a lot more than we exported. And that one year when we had a positive trade balance was way back in 1966. So I looked at, and then I went on to look at the per capita GDP of Jamaica, and I looked at a number of years, and we hovered between, let's say, 4.8 to 5.6, and we touched 6,000 US dollars in 2022. Just happens to be the year I came to the ministry, and we've grown since then to just under 7,000. At the time, Guyana was about 4,000, changed quite a bit into 6,000 plus in 2018. And I'm telling you about Guyana because Guyana is the outlier in our region. Guyana has a tremendously good relationship with Jamaica. We've always treated them with courtesy and grace, and they have done the same thing to us. But I just got the Forbes figures for the per capita GDP of the 10 richest countries in the world. The richest country in the world by per capita GDP is Luxembourg. Luxembourg is a small country in Europe, and it's amazing what we were able to find. And these are figures published by Forbes. Luxembourg has a per capita GDP of 154,910. Small country in Europe. Number 2, of course, was Singapore with 153. Qatar is in the middle there, about 118. But importantly, the 10th country with the highest per capita GDP is the United States at $89,680. But listen to this. Remember, a few years ago, Guyana was lower than us in per capita GDP. Today, Guyana is the 9th country in the world with $91,300 per capita GDP. For a country with 780,000 citizens on a land mass of 215,000 square kilometers. Why am I telling you that? Because I know you would ask the question, MP, so I know you would ask the question, member. Reason I'm telling you, because we are Jamaica. We are less than 7,000 per capita GDP. Trinidad is about 25, Barbados is about 22. If we don't change that, we're never going to be a rich country. So how do we go about changing it? We only have 3 million people. So we cannot sell to only 3 million people with a per capita GDP of less than 7,000 and become rich. We're going to have to find new markets. So we're going to have to export. So export became an imperative, a major imperative for my ministry. How do we help people to export? How we help them to create new products and services? Because frankly, we make our most money these days out of services. It's called tourism. Right behind it is an important, the global services sector, which we used to call BPO. So how do we find more money? Well, we have to invest. We're investing in the infrastructure. One of the places we look at investing is the Jamaica Special Economic Zone Authority in that area where sugar is gone, banana is not here. How do we find a new place for Jamaicans to make money? And it has to be becoming a logistics hub and a logistics place for the Caribbean and the leading logistics place. So what I did, Madam Speaker and members of Parliament, I had to say to business people, you cannot stay in your offices and become rich or find new markets. You have to get out. And I didn't want to wait until people get to their mid-50s before they're taking their first business trip. So I've taken 8 or 9 business trips around our region and farther afield into traditional markets and non-traditional ones, and taken, hundreds of business people with me so they can get the exposure to find out how do you make markets. I remember when I just came to Kingston, I used to see some Japanese coming here, a slim Japanese man with a big briefcase walking around all the way from Japan looking to make markets in Jamaica. They couldn't stay in Japan and make markets here or elsewhere, that they became the second and third biggest economy. So that's one way we look at going. The next thing is to look at the fact that we have to build that special economic zone. When I looked around, we were asking people to come. We had this big conference here, the World Free Zone, the ACE conference. right after the pandemic. We were asked to do it, and we said, yes, we'll do it, because we had to put Jamaica back on the map. After the pandemic, we had 1,500 delegates from the Middle East, from Asia, from Europe, and we had a real big bang. I took some of them to the Cayman Special Economic Zone, 700 or so acres. I took them to Bush. So I keep talking about Bush. Now we have an enterprise team headed by Professor Shirley, been there for a number of years trying to do this. When I came to the conclusion, the Prime Minister came to the conclusion that we're not going to get people to invest if we just show them Bush. So the Prime Minister has announced recently, and after we discussed in Cabinet as well, came and he told us, we met, and he's disclosed that the government of Jamaica is going to spend the money to develop 60 acres of those 700 acres. All the infrastructure, the roads, the broadband, the customs feature at the front. And that then becomes the basis as to, not unusual, not different from what Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid did in Dubai 25 or 30 years ago, or what Trinidad just did. Trinidad invited the biggest Chinese contractor to build out the industrial sector for them, and we're at that stage. So the data is driving us to say we have to make export an imperative and finding new ways to have Jamaicans work in Jamaica to make more money and become a richer country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, Minister. Member Hilton. Member Hilton, wake up.
Minister, the questions I have a series of questions to ask you, none of which will be difficult because I previously sent you the questions in advance, so I don't expect there to be any difficulty in answering the questions, okay? First thing I'll ask you, first I want to ask you is, you have indicated that you have rebranded the ministry to be the business ministry.
Subsidiary branding, not rebranding.
Well, subsidiary or rebranding?
Only one man makes the branding of the ministry. I made a subsidiary branding. The Prime Minister brands each ministry.
Okay. In the exercise of subsidiary branding, does that include the issue matter of sustainability and effective and appropriate regulation of businesses?
The simple answer, as you said, member, is yes.
Okay. My next question then is, with respect to you've announced that the Fair Trading Commission and the CAC will be merged.
Yes.
Could you update us as to where that exercise is?
Such a merger actually is not managed by the ministry. It's managed by the Ministry of Finance and the TIU unit headed by Mrs. Maria Thompson. And she has been the one, in fact, soon after I came into the ministry, maybe even the first week I came in, PS and the CEOs of the two then agencies briefed me, and that is being handled by the ministry. It's almost completed from what we understand, and it's going as well legal. What's that there? Or the legal legislation is being done and ready for LegCom. So we're almost there, MP Hilton.
Who is the head of the CAC at the moment?
Mrs. Allen.
Mrs.
Chelsea Allen.
Could you say?
I know we were going to get asked by members what it has to do with the budget appropriations.
But
we went to Dubai and back. We went to Dubai and back.
Let me.
So, Member Hilton,
Look.
Member Hilton, I sort of appreciate the background of.
That's not background,
No,
Chairman.
they
A
appreciate
specific
the background for
question
some.
about the business ministry and the regulation.
Right,
of
so let's not
businesses.
ask who is the CEO, as that would not be
No,
one.
no.
But you can't just ask the
Can I-
question and then the minister would direct the individually introduced
Mi-
to help to answer the question if necessary. You understand?
My question is going to the leadership of these agencies, the regular. There are many agencies, critical agencies, under the ministry. The leadership of the agency is critical to its performance. And therefore, my question is, there are a number of heads of agencies who have either left the agencies in recent time or are being given notice that they're leaving these agencies. Could you say how many persons have left the agencies in the last 2 years, and who are those that I know? And what are those? What number are those? What are the
No,
numbers?
Member Hilton. No, Member Hilton.
And that's a line item in the budget. Can you direct me to the line item?
Well, this line item, this is what I'm saying about this line item. This is a question I've asked you. That is you get a budget, you have gotten a budget. The human resource of the ministry is key to its success. It's critical, right throughout the pages, right throughout the pages. That is nonsense.
Don't make them harass you, Tony.
That's nonsense. No, and I've said no. I said what numbers. I've said. Yes. What are the numbers of persons who have either let go in the last 2 years and those who are now given notice to let go of the ministry? Yeah. They've got a month to answer that. They have a month to answer that. I've sent them the question way ahead of time, over a month. Yeah. Well, the answer is not likely to come then.
Member, I really don't want to go into the issue of why you would have sent questions and why you didn't get any responses.
No,
I do not want to go there.
I'm not asking for responses.
Right. So, but what is the problem, member? I'm speaking, member. I'm speaking. Member Hilton, members. I don't need anyone's protection. Member Hilton, the procedure you applied in sending the questions to the ministry was improperly applied. However, the questions you sent which relate to the budget appropriations account, you can pick those questions out and go ahead and pose them to the minister. You are going to have other questions, other information that you would like to glean that is not connected to the review of the budget numbers. And you are already hearing it from your colleague members in the House. They are not appreciative of the chair allowing questions to be posed and answered that are not in keeping with the appropriations account.
I see.
So,
You want to muzzle people.
some members, so tweak. All right.
I've asked a question, I'm awaiting the answer.
Go ahead, Member Hilton.
I've asked a question, madam, I'm awaiting the answer.
Are you?
Yes, I can answer it very, very quickly. There are two contract persons. Their contract came to end. We followed the rules carefully. And when you think that we have 20 agencies and only 2 agency heads we're talking about in relationship to that, I don't think that's a major matter. And I don't believe that it is sinful or wrong for time to time. Different people might want it to leave the agency for different, the ministry for different reasons. So I don't see it as a big problem.
Thanks, Minister. Member Hilton?
How many heads of agency, critical agencies, are in acting position?
I said two.
Acting position. That's not the question.
I don't have any
acting position.
I don't have. I have one acting with Janak, and clearly, we're going through the process of recruiting people, and that is the role of the ministry, and it's being done properly and no issues, and that's my answer,
Next
Madam
question,
Speaker.
Member Hilton.
Minister, you just made changes at the Special Economic Zone Authority with the operating certificate, an annual operating certificate for businesses.
Yes.
What are the implications for revenues to the SEZ authority of those changes?
Indeed, the management and board, and we have a very, very well-formed board and very capable board, looked at it and saw that that particular fee that was abolished was really a disincentive and a hindrance. It's an irritation. It wasn't a lot of money at all. All you did was irritate people with it, and we said, get rid of it, and we did.
What is the implication for the budget?
Implication was very, very small, minimal, in fact, not material at all. Otherwise, we would
Minister
not have done
answered already. Next question, member.
Minister.
Members, please allow Member Hilton to pose his questions. Member Warmington? Member Hilton, go ahead. Member Minister Hill, let's take a couple questions from Member Hilton, and then you go through the series of responses. So Member Hilton, go ahead with the series of questions.
Minister, with respect to the exports,
yes,
you have emphasized how critical exports is. And among the questions that was sent to you was a request for the programs and policies to support the export drive and the financing mechanism to support the export drive. And I simply ask, what is that ecosystem you put in place to support the export drive? Because export is not something you talk, export is something you do.
Yeah, 1 second.
Minister, just note the questions if you don't mind, and then take a couple.
As usual.
We'll move a bit more efficiently.
As usual, I start with the data.
The date?
Data.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Good.
2023, I'm looking at data just from 2012 to 2024, 12 years. 2023 was the first time in that series, and I suspect even for probably decades before, that we had an export volume that was in excess of $2 billion US. It also is the highest we've had. And in 2024, in the period since, really, since after we took over the government, we had one of the lowest trade balances of 4.16 million. So the numbers are going in the right direction.
Really?
Yes.
Import versus the gap between import and export is going in the right direction?
Yes,
is that
sir.
what you're telling me?
In 2024, we had the lowest negative trade balance in about 5 or 6 years.
So may I answer the question differently? Since you've been minister, as the importation, the net import, is there an increase or a decrease?
The import actually, increase, a great deal of that in 2021.
So the answer is yes, it's increased.
In 2021, the figure was I'll give you figures, I won't just talk about
it. Yes.
5.9 billion US dollars. In 2022, it was 7.73 billion. In 2023, it fell to 7.5 billion, and in 2023 was the year we had the highest exports of over $2 billion in that long period of time. And by 2024, it worked out to be the lowest negative trade balance we've had in a number of years.
What is the current trade gap in the last reporting period from Statin? What is the current trade gap?
The current trade that I have here, and these are Statin numbers, I'm talking 2024, we imported $5.5 billion, exported 1.36 for a negative trade balance of 4.160, which was one of the...
And you're telling me that's the right direction?
Yes, it's the right direction in where the trade balance is going. The trade balance is reducing.
And the negative deficit, a net negative deficit.
Yes, it's the deficit. The deficit in 2022 was 5.8. In 2023 was 5.5. In 2024 it's 4.16.
Minister, you have answered that question several times. If you don't mind,
I think I've answered
even with my limited knowledge, I've already understood that our trade deficit has reduced over the period of your stewardship. Next question.
No, but the gap.
The gap has reduced. Even if imports has increased, the deficit has reduced because our exports have increased.
Yes.
So the net deficit has been declining.
And there's one clarification. Much of what we import is used. Much of what we import, maybe 40 or 50%, is to be used to make other products. It's not for consumption. So it's a very positive figure, even though it's bigger.
Local manufacturing. Next question, Member Hilton.
It's nonsense.
Member Hilton,
so
next question.
It should be refueling the exports then. If it's not for consumption, where does it go if it's not export?
Well, it fueled the exports. We've had the highest exports in a number of years. I said that already, MP.
Minister.
Yes, sir.
Allow the member, not for consumption, meaning not immediate consumption. So if we're using the product in manufacturing,
it is for production of other products.
Consume some,
yes,
and some will be exported, yes, and it still provides local jobs. So, Minister, next, take the next couple questions, and then we respond. Thanks.
Okay. Who's answering the question? Who's answering the question? I'm asking the minister the question.
I thought I answered.
No, I heard several voices answering the question. Minister, you've just emphasized how important services are.
Yes.
You also emphasized how critical the logistic hub is.
Right.
Why is logistics not a part of the global services?
Logistics is a part of global services.
Since when?
It's been there ever since I came in.
No, it has not been. The global services that is being promoted by the GSA, the Global Services Association of Jamaica, is not current. Logistics is not currently.
But that's a different question altogether. But logistics is an integral part of the Jamaica Special Economic Zone Authority, and every single time I take a business trip, the head of JSA goes with me, with the head of JAMPRO, and we three, every single way, including I was in Mexico, and I had an online meeting with Prof. Shirley and Ms. Henry, I think it was, to make sure that the logistics questions we were being asked in Mexico were answered. So no, I am telling you, Minister, that is part of what we do.
Minister, I'm talking about the global services, the promotion. We have borrowed money.
That's a private association, Member Hilton.
Who is the loan to from the IDB?
GSAJ is a private association.
Who is the loan to from the DBJ, from the IADB?
What do you mean? What question?
There's a loan. There's a loan that the government that is the government's book that is allocated to the GSA, the Global Services?
The JAMPRO, let me answer that question for you.
Yeah.
JAMPRO, before I even came to this ministry, I was then in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. JAMPRO borrowed $15 million to be used to train people who operate in the global services sector. And in fact, when I was there, and as soon as I came to the ministry, I changed it to make sure that they were not only trained, but everyone had to be certified.
Yeah,
so they could work here. Let me answer. Let me finish the question. Let me finish.
Question.
Yes, that's a loan.
That's not my
That's
question.
the loan from the IDB. I am telling you that's a loan.
That's the only loan from
That's
the
a
IDB.
loan we have,
Is that
and
the only loan?
is now fully used, and the services have been given. Yes, that's a loan. We haven't borrowed anymore.
Minister, so you're telling me that the Global Services Association, the clutch of services that it is promoting, that it currently includes logistics? Is that what you're telling me?
I did not, and in fact, I said to you, it specifically did not.
It did not.
All it does, the Global
That's what I was
Services,
asking.
just a minute, MP, the Global Services Association of Jamaica is an organization put together by the private operators in what used to be called the BPO sector, now called the Global Services
Supported
sector.
by government. Supported by government.
Everything we do in here is supported
No,
by
no,
government.
no. This is that funds are allocated.
No, it's not funded.
No.
It's not funded. It's not funded by the government.
Anyway, the records will show what it shows. This has been.
No one him dad show any question then before.
Yeah.
No.
Minister.
Cover him and look.
Yeah, I know.
Cover you looking.
Members, please be quiet and allow Member Hilton. Member Hilton, proceed.
I'm not thrown off. Minister, when I mentioned about the human resource issues in the agencies that have to spend the money.
You're back to that.
Yes, I'm asking specifically now on the Cannabis Licensing Authority.
Yes.
There has been public, this is not private, public there's a public announcement about the changes and the difficulties in the Cannabis Licensing Authority.
Yes.
I've asked questions on that, and I need to get the answers as to what are the specific measures the ministry has taken to address those human resource challenges posed to the Cannabis Licensing Authority.
They were like in any business. I come from the private sector. In any business, you're always going to have issues. You have scores of people working together. There was a new CEO that went in. Clearly, when you have a transition, issues do come up. But they have all been handled and managed, and the issues are no longer there. Even, as you know from your favorite press, there's nothing in there anymore. The CEO, the new CEO, the new board that was put in, were put in for exactly that reason, to handle them. And they're handled.
When was this new board put in?
New board was put in, I don't know, a year ago or so.
A year ago?
Yeah.
But the problems arose months ago, not year.
No,
months ago. And became very public months ago.
Look, I'm not understanding what is happening today.
The problem came to you months ago, but we knew about them and they've been settled. I don't know which issue you're talking about, but the matters are settled.
But Minister, then could you then answer the issue about you had some pilot projects in Westmoreland on the Cannabis Licensing Authority. Can you give us an update?
Look here.
All right.
Minister, I want to hear some questions as it relates to the budget and the rest of the members here as well. Please listen to those questions as it relates to the budget and answer those. Yes. And everything else, you and the member have a discussion outside or question time, and you send the responses in or write and respond. But we are here to discuss the budget, and it sounds as if the two of you are in a private discussion, and we have all been excluded.
But I don't
So,
understand.
Minister, listen to the questions as it relates to the budget and respond to those. Member, I'm asking you, Member Hilton, to ask about 3 or 4 questions if you have that many, and then the Minister responds, and then you go with another 3 or 4. Please, this is the last time I'm asking.
Please, may I be guided? One second, please. May I be guided? If the budget number is not attaching to a budget line, but this is budget exercise is about expenditure, it's about revenue and expenditure. Is it or is it not? It's revenue and expenditure.
Do you have a concern about the amount of revenue that is in the appropriations account? Is it too much or too little that you're concerned about? Is there an amount of expenditure that is too high or too low? Is there amounts that are not in the expenditure based on the policy direction? That is the way we are supposed to coin the questions.
Chairman, I'm asking because the budget numbers are directed by policies or programs. What are those policies or programs?
But we're not hearing any of that from the questions you're asking.
That's what we're asking.
Member, we're not hearing that from the questions you're asking. So I'm asking you to just think it through.
Human resource of agencies is not related to budget?
No, asking me about the CEO who left. You can't be asking about those things, member. Member, I'm asking. Otherwise, we're going to be here for a long time going around in circles. So if you would like a little time to just look back at the questions and recoin, I could go to Member Jackson and then come back to you, Member Hilton. Members, please just be reasonable and allow Member Hilton. He wants to get some information out, and he equally understands he needs to have it in keeping with the budget allocations.
Madam Chair.
Member Jackson, I hope you don't need my protection. Member Jackson, please go ahead.
I hope I don't need it, Madam Chair, especially from that MP over there. Madam Chair, I am at 53,010, sub-program 26. And I'm at the sub-program 26, agro-industrial development. Activity 11070, cannabis product development. Now, Minister, this is an entity that was established to facilitate the development of the cannabis industry in Jamaica, particularly medicinal cannabis, and in so doing, to incorporate a wide cross-section of Jamaicans in the cannabis industry. My questions are twofold, Minister. I'll start with the budgetary provision here. There's a reduction in the estimates by 40 million this year. And the particular areas of change I note over last year is rental property and machinery, down from roughly 90 million to 63. I would just ask to some information as to what is included in that, and particularly I'm interested in it has to do with rental property as against machinery, which is covered in that head. And then there is a substantial increase of 10 million to $26.5 million for utilities and communication services. If we could just briefly get an idea what the changes between years that responsible for that. And then I'll come to another aspect of the question that flows from the CLA's activity.
Thank you, Member.
And just for disclosure, I'm a stakeholder in the sector, so just for disclosure.
Yes, I'm aware, and thank you very much, Member. Let's deal first with the bigger of the two numbers, the 41.
Minister, I know you have a lot of respect for the member, and you'd like to speak to him, and it is a natural tendency for those of us who are so respectful. However, you have to speak to the chair because it definitely ensures you speak in the mic and speak to the public at large.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Oh, and yes, she's not in the Speaker's chair at this moment. Thank you very much, Chair.
For ease and convenience, I will just change my location to facilitate.
Yes, and member Hilton could come up too. Thanks, member Jackson.
Yeah, the reduction that you see in the item, the biggest reduction of 41 million, is due to the fact that the year before there were one-off costs associated with the moving to a new office, which you mentioned yourself. And so we would not need that again, and that was taken off.
New office for the CLA?
CLA, yes.
They're no longer in New Kingston?
They're in the process of moving.
Okay, so the change will...
That bill was gone.
We should say where they are moving to?
Do you remember?
In Road, okay.
The second one is related to the same thing, because the increase number, certainly in the utilities number, is due, is due to the new place. That's right.
That will flow.
All right.
All right, my other set of questions, Minister. I've tried to get some answers at the Economy and Production Committee, and it was not forthcoming. As I indicated, my understanding and appreciation is that the CLA was established as the pivotal entity to guide the development of the cannabis industry. Indeed, it's an agricultural activity.
Indeed.
And you provide a regulatory service for the industry. That's the cannabis, the CLA. The question I'm asking now, Minister, given that the remit of the government through whichever selected entity is to facilitate and to enable the development of the industry. My colleague, MP Hilton, touched on it a moment ago about the alternative program. And we were told from some time ago about 2 pilot projects. One in St. Elizabeth, I think, in the Accompom area,
yes,
and the other in
Grange Hill
in Westmoreland. And Minister, unless it fly by, we can't get, because we have asked the question repeatedly, if those 2 pilot projects, and pilot is to enable you to start something and learn from it and then roll it out for the benefit of more people. One of the intentions of that AP program was to enable traditional farmers to be mainstream in the cannabis industry. And today in 2025, I'm yet to hear, 1, what is the result of the pilot projects, those 2 pilot projects? 2, from those experiences, what has become of them in enabling that broader participation of particularly the target group being the traditional ganja growers in Jamaica? So if you could help me with that. And I raise it here because the CLA, if it is not, and I can fully appreciate its regulatory remit, but given that it has a more catalytic role in developing the industry, either with the Ministry of Agriculture or where of you, but at Ministry of Agriculture, we hear nothing. And if you are the leaders, you mean in CLA, if you could enlighten this House, because we are looking at an expenditure here for CLA, as I said, the driver of it. Tell us where we are with those 2 as it relates to the traditional growers.
All right. MP, I'm pleased to report to you that budget is not the issue we have, and I need to outline something that is not always clear to the public. The actual portfolio minister is the Ministry of Justice. We have this regulatory role, and of course agriculture is vitally involved because lands are involved, but the regulation, we're now in between, we're at that place where we're finalizing the regulation for the additional AD 1 and 2 that we plan to put on, for which there's no problem. There is a legislative process that has to go through. I think it's the SG that said it has to be included in the legislation, which means when it was told to you, we thought was just, you know, you amend an administrative document. No, we have been advised that it has to go through legislation. And I want to just take this time and remind everyone that when you're dealing with ganja, cannabis called elsewhere, you're dealing with a Schedule 1 drug. It's in the same category as fentanyl, as heroin, and as cocaine. It's not something you pick up and go and do, so we have to follow it. So that's where we are, MP. Chairman.
I was shocked for a moment. Seriously, Minister, I'm a bit concerned here. Because as I understand it, the reason why this portfolio, this subject, is placed in the Ministry of Industry and Commerce, it is because it is to enable development as an enterprise and a business. That's one. Wait, 1 second.
As a business.
Yes. I am aware that the Ministry of Justice is a party to the process as it relates to some legal issues with persons who are involved in the industry, but has nothing to do whatsoever with the development of the business as a business. I'm also aware that for the schedule that you made reference to, the Ministry of Health is also a pertinent party to the process. Nonetheless, the parent Ministry of Industry is the one charged to drive the development of that industry. And it is our understanding that, yes, there is cross-ministerial issues, like the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Justice, but the lead in it, the parent ministry, is Ministry of Industry and Commerce. So whatever issues there are that would inhibit the growth, such as the alternative program, it would be your ministry that walk through with the other ministries or agencies to deal with those impediments. And Minister, it is over 6 years that I've been hearing at committee level about that alternative program, and it has gone nowhere. For whatever legislative steps to be taken, it's over 6 years that they have gone nowhere, because we are exactly where we were 6 years ago today. That's a matter of record. That's not opinion. And you hear the cries in the sector, and I really come here to get some answers for it.
All right. Here, if I may answer, Mr. Chair. I hear what you're saying, and since I came to the ministry, one of the first things I looked at was AD 1 and 2. I frankly thought I would have had it long ago, because I kept pushing and said, where are we going to get, can I go out and call it? Because we called a meeting at Pegasus once, and we had all the people there. And I promised them, Member Brown was there, she was there, and lots of other people. So I made that commitment. And then what we thought was administrative is not administrative, it's legal. And so the draft is ready. it's now, we thought that this could have happened. The SG said, no, you have to make it by legislation, not administratively. Unfortunately, you're dealing with something that is not just flour. It's as it is. It's a Schedule I drug. And I promise you, MP, that I push relentlessly with the permanent secretary and with my cabinet colleagues. I sit across from Minister Chuck and the others and say, can we get this done? We're doing the absolute best we can to get this done very quickly. And I'm committed to it.
One other aspect of the presumably the legislative requirement, it was raised in one of the committees recently. There are some regulatory impediment or challenges. One of them, for example, which for me is just beyond comprehension, the licensing period for cultivators is 1 year. The licensing for retailers, 2 or 3 years. They can't retail something unless it's cultivated. Now, agricultural products take time to grow. And it's a very extensive and detailed set of documentation that has to be submitted for the fulfill the licensing requirement. That has to be done every year by a cultivator. When the retailers and others have, not that I'm complaining about that, but before you respond, given the safety elements and so forth, the license period for a firearm is 5 years. And just before, let me just complete. If it's a revenue issue, it can easily be resolved. The period of licensing, like by the FLA, is 5 years, and you pay an annual fee. So they secure the revenue, but you don't have to make resubmission of the same documents, police records and so on, as FLA would do for fit and proper requirement. And this has been happening for 9 years.
I can tell you about 3 years, because that's when I have been looking at the documents.
Well, your predecessor was responsible for the period before.
I'm very sure, but let me speak about what I know for sure. If you notice, Member Hilton said, look, you did away with the fee for JUTC. When we discussed it, we thought it was a disincentive. It was ridiculous. It was hampering people. We do away with it. We had the authority to do it. Unfortunately, we have asked for all those things that you've asked for, member, and we want to say, get away with this. We don't want that. It's in that piece of legislation. We cannot do a thing before the legislation gets done. And you know how the pile of legislation that we have, we're pushing for it because we know what it means. I know what it means as a Minister of Commerce. We want commerce to happen, but I need to get the legislation in place.
So, Minister, is it fair then to infer from what you said is that for the 3 years that you have had it and
every month
and recognized it, that you have not been successful after 3 years in bringing about the changes?
The legislation has not been completed in that period of time. My success, I don't do legislation. I push for it, and I don't stop pushing.
Minister, there's collective responsibility.
Of course, and I take mine.
No, there's collective responsibility.
But that's not what you were doing just now. You were doing individual responsibility.
No, you said that no, I said you were driving it. Every portfolio of a minister or ministry that drives it.
It's now ready.
Let
Minister,
me
please.
conclude the
Member. We can't continue with this.
No, I want to conclude the question.
Ask questions.
It's ready.
This is a discussion on seeking information. Member, please ask questions.
But you know better than that, Minister.
I will plead a little seniority in this regard and offer some guidance in relation to how these questions are to be framed. Because I do understand what the member is trying to get. He's trying to get information that will help the public at large. But he's discussing it in a manner that almost appeared to be
a conversation.
a conversation. And in
Exactly.
fairness, he did declare that he has a conflict of interest, which makes it a little more
No conflict
difficult.
of interest? What conflict of interest?
No, in the early point, you indicated
what
that
conflict of interest?
didn't you say you're a farmer?
Does that mean
Didn't you
the
say
conflict
you're
of
a
interest?
farmer?
I'm a stakeholder.
A stakeholder,
Yes.
exactly.
That's not a conflict
well,
of interest.
Well, let's withdraw the phrase conflict of interest. You indicated earlier, however, that you have an interest beyond just being a
Yes,
member
yes.
of parliament. And I leave it at that.
And I make that because I have more
And in
knowledge.
the context of that, I would rather if you frame questions to the minister rather than making statements relating to the activities of the area of concern that you
Please.
have, because that's really what we do in this house. We ask questions.
Okay. Member, House Leader, you're a very experienced member in this House. And I remember when you used to sit over here. I just say no more. I say no more. Minister, my simple question is that, given all that you have said, for the industry and the legislation which is required, can you give any undertaking as to what you utilize in your best efforts, any period that you can have those legislative changes made that can enable the stakeholders in the industry that you represent to move forward, given how much of an impediment they are?
With the wisdom you have, member, you know it would be unwise for me to say what LegCom or the AGC can do. I don't do legislation. I push for it. I will continue to push hard for it.
I say legislation done in a day.
Chairman,
Member, go ahead.
Chairman, let me just, for the record and to guide my next set of questions, let me point to page 53.6 and 53.8, okay? And those pages will guide the next set of questions that I have. The activities that are listed there will drive my next set of questions. And the question, Minister, is this. Minister, could you explain I specifically want to go to and by the way, the head is planning, it's planning and monitoring. That's what the budget line is for. Planning, policy, and monitoring. Minister,
could you repeat the number for me, member?
Let's go to activity 12043. Right? I want to go back to my services policy that I was being harassed about. This heading says services policy and facilitation. That's what this heading says, with a budget line attached to it. That's my question. That's where I'm posing my question. So, Minister, hopefully with that clarification, there's no more interruption.
Member, get to the question, please. Thanks.
Minister, so the service policy, I'm going to
Yes, sir.
the commerce policy. Minister, with the recent announcement about tariffs, reciprocal tariffs by the Americans globally,
Yeah.
what are the implications for our commerce arrangements, meaning our supply arrangements, and how will that likely to impact, if at all? And what are the specific responses that the ministry is contemplating in response to this development, which is global and have global effect, not only the global economy, but the Jamaican economy?
We've had 43 days or so of a new president that has brought in very dramatic changes to the trading arrangements in the United States, which is the biggest trading partner for Jamaica. My understanding from everything I've heard and watched on the video and read, is that he has two areas of targets. Those countries that have a very large, let's say substantial, positive trade benefit against the United States. In other words, their trade balance, they have a very positive trade balance against the United States. They export a lot more to the United States than the US does to them. And the second one was very clearly, again, enunciated that any country that is in the process of sending fentanyl, and that's a drug that was named, but I imagine other drugs as well, but fentanyl was the named drug to the United States that last year is said to have killed over 200,000 Americans. Those people are going to come under the tariff regime.
Minister, can I ask you a question? Because you've gone...
No, but you asked a question, sir, and I have the right to answer.
No, but you've answered.
But no. Oh, you answered. Okay,
yeah,
good,
you've
fine.
Answered.
Continue.
You've answered. I've simply asked you this follow-up question. Is it not the case that the U.S. is our largest trading partner?
But I just said that.
Do we import most of our raw materials and finished product from the United States? Do we import most finished product from and material from the United States?
Let me repeat what the target of the tariffs were.
No, I heard you, Minister.
Please, sir, I have the right to answer. No, you asked the question. Let me answer, please. I'm going to answer.
But your way of tracking, I'm answering the question.
No, you've just asked a subsidiary question. Let me answer. You don't have the right to answer how I answer. I have the right to listen to you.
But you have to answer my question.
And I listen to you, so may I answer? You ask again. You asked MP if we import a lot of stuff from the United States. I said the United States is our largest trading partner, and we have a very large negative trade balance with the United States. We import a lot more from the United States than we export. So we are not the target of the first objective that was stated, and we don't, as far as I know, export fentanyl to the United States. And I was about to continue, and then you stopped me.
No, but I don't need to hear no more, because you're not answering my question. Let me ask, my question is, Chairman, let me make this point. If the United States is our largest trading partner, and it is, a number of the product, perhaps even most, come from third countries into the United States. Some of those products come from countries that have a deficit, a major deficit surplus with the United States, including China, Japan, Canada. Most of those products originate in those countries, and they come through the United States from where we import our products. And so my question wasn't simply about what was manufactured or produced in the United States, but about the tariff implication for that which we then import from the United States.
Now that you've changed the question, I can answer it. I'll try and answer it for you.
Well, you should answer my question.
Thank you for the clarification. Yes. We don't know, Mr. Chairman. The tariffs were just put on, and in fact, they have been delayed again yesterday. So we don't know what the effects will be. We don't know if people who export to the United States will reduce their price to meet that, so they can sell more, depending on how many people they have employed in their country, and how many people will become unemployed if they don't export. So they might take action that might not increase stuff. They might decide as well to negotiate in the period that's left. So I cannot answer that question, but we keep our eyes very open and closed, knowing that for right now, we are not the direct target of the tariffs.
Chairman, let me say this. We regulate and we administer.
Economically sound.
We set policy on the basis of risks analysis. We set policy on the basis of risk analysis. We don't set policy on the basis of specific outcomes. We assess the risk to the economy and to the Jamaican people, and we make policies in response to to that? What are the risk and what is the risk analysis and what is the policy you're setting for Jamaica?
The risk is you cannot define the risk. We understand. What we can say is that we are not the target of that. We are not a major, we don't have a major trade balance in our favor for the United States, and we cannot know. We're looking at where the risks might go, but right now, we don't know what the countries who have to suffer or who are said that they might suffer these tariffs might do, because Mexico has just been given an extension. Canada has just been. We don't know if the tariffs will go through. We're assessing them, and we have a whole trade section in the ministry looking at all that every day, as we have to do for CARIFCOM and everywhere else. But we cannot know. We're making the assessment. We cannot then define what that is right now, Mr. Chairman.
Minister, I hope that the trade section has begun to contemplate the risks.
I have said that already,
No, you not.
MP. I did say that.
You said to me that we are not the target and that therefore you're not concerned. My point to you is that the United States...
A point of order, Mr. Chairman. A point of order.
Just a minute, Minister. It cannot be a point. It has to be a question. So, member, I'm going to ask you again. Please ask your questions, please.
And I've had to clarify my question.
Member, please ask. We don't need any clarification. Just ask the questions, please.
I had to clarify for him a while ago.
I just did.
Just had to clarify.
I just did. Please ask the question.
Minister, may I ask, following on my line of inquiry, which is, we are risk-based. My question to you is, my next question to you is the page, you should have listened, it is 53006 that I'm on, 53006 that I'm on.
A different number, yes, go ahead.
No, same, 6 and 8, I said, 6 and 8. Yes, let me ask my question uninterrupted now. Minister, what is the arrangement, the mechanism for assessing Jamaica's supply arrangements within the ministry? Is it data-driven and evidence-based? And what is that mechanism for doing so?
All right. Thank you very much, member. First thing I'd like to mention is that I did not say we don't see any risk. We are assessing the risk. The second thing is we do have a working group within the ministry.
That's good.
And we have a working group with the ministry, between the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and collaboration with other ministries, and of course, right in Cabinet. Cabinet talks about this on a very regular basis. So it's something that because it's changing day by day, we have to be assessing it hour by hour. So we are assessing it. It will be, no policy has been declared. It would be far too early to declare a policy, given how the world is changing day by day. Right. So, Mr. Chairman,
Minister, let's move on.
We're on top of it.
Let's move on.
And I thought I conveyed that before.
Let's move on.
Yes, I did. I did.
Minister, page, I'm now on 53008.
Page, Minister.
53008. MSME support and development. That's the heading. MSME support and development.
What page is this?
53008 of the big book, the blue book. Minister.
I'm listening, MP.
Yeah, Minister, could you explain what this EU budget support program is, that the repayment of $93.347 million has been made under the MSME support and development program?
Where's the 93 million being made?
93 million?
That's what's in the book. The book says 94.347 million. That's what's in the book.
All right, just a minute. grant. Actually, member, it's a big program, not just for the MSME.
Explain to me.
My recollection is that we get about 1.7 or 1.8 million euros out of that, and the rest is budget support for the entire government. I think the total figure is 7.9.
So is this a mischaracterization here?
No, I don't think at all it's a mischaracterization. I'm telling you how it's broken up. And so we get a part of that.
Yeah,
budget
what
support.
part you get?
Minister,
About 1.8.
Mike, please. Face me.
1 point.
Yeah, what part is for you? That's the one I'm interested in. What
The amount, I can tell you quickly, it's equivalent of about $100 million over a period of time that goes to the ministry, and we get that money used primarily through JBDC for support.
Is that an approximate number, approximate number?
Yeah, the Jamaican number I give you is approximate. The exact, if I recall, PS is about 1.8 million euros.
And that's for a period or annually? What is a period?
She's saying 1.6.
For period.
But he asked for the period of
Yes,
time.
I'm asking for the period.
3.5 years, I'm told by the PS.
Okay. And is that now at the beginning or the conclusion of it? Or
About the middle, about the middle. And we meet them every year to go over it. They monitor it very well. And it's a very, very useful program to us. It's all to digitize our business, MSMEs primarily.
Yeah, that's important. I need to know if digitization is important.
It's very important.
Well, thank you for the clarification. That's what I needed to know. In that regard, member, in terms of support for the MSME sector, what is JBDC, the Big E program, is that at the end or the beginning or the middle?
The Big E program is a product of the DBJ, not the JBDC.
No, I said that, DBJ.
No, you said
No, I said no, it's the DBJ. Well, DBJ, I know it's the DBJ that administers that program, but it supports the MSME sector.
Yes,
as well.
it does. And in fact, JBDC does training under the Big E program,
Okay.
but the Big E program is resident in the DBJ.
I know that. So I'm asking you, is that program, where is that program in terms of its implementation? Where is that program in terms of its implementation?
Is it ending or it's continuing? It's near the end. The Big E program continues, but the association with JBDC is coming to an end.
And it has been, and it's coming to an end because it has been successful?
It's been successful.
It served its purpose.
Yes, and I'm sure we will find other ways to help MSME, but that particular program is now coming to an end. It might be, we might negotiate with DBJ and get it backward, but we're not at that stage now.
One of the support for SME, Minister, was SIPA, the Security Interest in Personal Property Act. Where are we and when are we likely to see that that review period should have been ended by now? Where are we specifically?
Well, as you know,
in terms of the legislation,
sorry.
Where are we? Yes, I know we met and the committee has concluded its work. Where are we?
The committee's report, we are tabling, but I think it's laid in the House to be, and the Senate to be accepted, and then it goes to legislation to be completed and brought back to the House and the Senate for approval.
So like the ganja legislation, it could be a couple of years from now.
I don't speak for the legal arrangements. I speak for pushing as a minister, and I will push.
Okay.
But it's not a Schedule 1 arrangement, so I expect it to be much easier to be handled.
In business protection, I'm looking specifically at sub-program 23, no, 23, on business protection, which is where I started my line of question about regulations. Those are all in the book and budget lines attached to them.
Let me just find the line, member and
Page 53008.
90. I think I'm with you, member. Go ahead, please.
With respect of JIPO, Jamaica Intellectual Property.
Yes.
I see where there's revenues projected at 54.79 million for the financial year, 25-26, and is shown as a portion of the appropriation in aid of the budget. Minister, the Madrid, with the conclusion of the Madrid Protocol, the opportunities for JIPO is immense.
Opportunity for Jamaica, actually, and JIPO, of course.
For both are immense. And I was really, the 54.7 million, is that an indication that that's what it earns now? Or what does JIPO earns now? Because it's a revenue. It's a revenue generating agency.
They earn more than that. Actually, member, they earn more than this.
Yes.
This is what is approved for them to retain. So Jamaica is doing better than this number.
So I know, and that's what I said. I'm asking, what is it earning?
What is the total earning?
Yes.
Mrs. Phipps, we have that number.
Yes.
And, of course, JIPO has provided a figure.
Yes, good.
Ms. English has provided that it's $288,617,470.31.
Is that
substantially more than what's in the book?
I figured. Yeah. Is that an increase on last year?
While she looks at that, it's 157% beyond the target of 183 million.
To my point, which is
she's looking at that number. I'm telling you what I see here.
I'm saying to my point, therefore, JIPO.
And the last year figure was 107,648,300, so substantially more than last year.
Yeah.
Because of, I suspect, because of the Madrid Accord.
Yeah, and yet the budget for JIPO has not increased significantly. How are we imagining that JIPO can do more?
That's normally called the ability to be more productive. When you produce more output from the same resources, you're incredibly more productive. So I'll answer it in that way because I haven't had a request, nor has the PS, for more resources, but we're making a lot more money. Sounds that's a very productive agency.
All right. I'll agree with you on that, Minister. I'll agree with you.
Right. I just answered, Chairman. I think I was swinging my head. I was asked, why aren't we asking for more resources, given that we've increased our revenue so much? And
that was not my question.
And
that was your question.
And my answer was...
No, you ask and answer the question. That was not my question.
Can you allow the minister to speak, please?
No, I'm saying...
Can you allow the minister to speak, please?
I
heard you loud and clear.
He's saying...
Allow the minister to speak.
A question.
Allow the minister to speak.
He's attributing a question to me that I did not ask.
That's fine.
He's attributing a question to me that
minister,
I did not
please.
ask.
Chairman, thank you.
Shut him out.
We were...
May
I have those two papers, please?
Fool, Chairman.
The book shows...
You don't know a good question if you hear
Minister?
Yes. I'll just put the facts, Mr. Chairman. The book shows that we got 54,790,000. I was asked how much we actually made, and I said it was 288.6 to 288,617,470.
You've actually answered
and it was 157% above the target. He then asked, what did we do in the year before? And I said it was 107,648,300. And my understanding of the next query was that, okay, you've done so much, I don't see that you're asking for more people. And I said, I'm answering now, without that question. You can only do this kind of increase if you're using the same resources to get substantially more output. It means that you're very productive. And that is my answer.
Thank you, Minister.
Okay. My final question to you, Minister. The final question to you is, there's a lease arrangement in place for the JUTC.
Yes.
Which is now at Waterloo Road. When was that new lease arrangement signed?
PS, do you have a date as to when it was signed? I know the number that you're asking about and when it was signed. We have that. It was signed in April 2024,
In April,
as I have here.
And it is still, and is that lease complete? Is the building complete? It's ready for occupancy?
Yes, the building is ready for occupancy, but clearly we have to lease, as we all know by now. You have to lease a building before you're putting any adjustments and fixtures. Otherwise, you could be wasting your money. We expect to be in there. We expect probably in the first part of this year, 2025.
First part?
Yes, first half.
First half?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. So currently, you're paying both leases then?
As one has to when you do that. Yes,
Yes,
when you're
yes.
moving, you have to.
Okay. All right. Minister, I have no more questions for you at this time.
Thank you. I put to the committee heads 53,000, pages 1 to 9. All those in favor? All those against? The ayes have it. I put to you heads 53,000C, pages 1 to 2. All those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put to the committee heads 53,038, pages 1 to 5. All those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister, I want to thank you and your team, and let me hope that you'll have
The team.
wonderful rest of the evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members. Appreciate it.
Let me now invite
You're next,
the
Mr.
Ministry of Local Government and
All right.
Rural Development.
Good for you, Minister. I'm out of here. I know that too. MP, best wishes, my friend. Take care.
Move!
May I go do a big operation over Portmore?
Yes, to clean up Portmore.
Right here?
You come here. Come here, sir. Garden city. It's a garden city. All right. Come, Mr. Chairman. Come, man. Go out that room. Me now, I do have no opening comments.
Minister, let me welcome you and your great team from the ministry. And I'll ask you now to just have your opening ceremony. Opening statement, sorry. Opening statement and introduce the members of your team. Thank you.
Thank,
Shows that you guys are listening.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and colleagues. I am joined this afternoon by my permanent secretary to my right, along with the Chief Financial Officer of the Ministry and the supporting members from the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management, the Jamaica Fire Brigade, SDC, the Board of Supervision, which makes up the complement of the Ministry of Local Government. So, Chairman, those are my opening comments, Chairman.
Thank you, Minister. I love it. Any questions?
Thank you, Chairman. You wish. Minister, first the layout of the executive direction, execution. Those allocations marked local government oversight. The provisions, can you just explain for me?
Which page you at, member?
72,002.
You're looking at the summary of the recurrence of all the areas.
Yeah, I'm just curious what that local government oversight.
No, it is the allocations to the municipal corporations. Allocation to the municipal corporations. It gives an overall summary of the various areas of the ministry.
Okay. So where you see local government oversight for 2024-25 would have been 2.8, revised estimate 4.1, and then 3.4. So there's actually a reduction in that allocation. Is that what it's suggesting?
Oh, you're making reference to the
general public service.
Well, you remember now payments were made in 2024-25 for compensation. So we would have received additional funding for that.
Okay.
That is not so much. And also additional allocation that was made to the National Solid Waste Management Authority, for public cleansing.
Okay.
Right?
For public cleansing?
Yeah.
Okay. There have been some concerns, Minister, about timely payment of pensions for retired councillors and staff of the municipal corporations. Can you tell me what is the status of that?
Well, remember now, I have had a couple of councillors who have spoken to me and members of staff, but the committee needs to be reminded that in order for the process to commence, the application has to be made and submitted to the ministry, because the ministry cannot deal with something that is not before the ministry. And in many cases, the persons who are making inquiry have not yet started the process. So, and it is something that takes some time to do the calculations, etc. But once it comes in, as quickly as possible, the ministry will expedite the process.
I mention that because I know of one individual who's been waiting for 1.5 years. After you have given service, I think there really needs to be an effort to ensure that there are timely payments of pensions.
What I do know, based on the information that is available, is that Portmore is in line for payments to be made. So it is being done on a gradual scale. You move from one MC to the other. And it is something that is time consuming in terms of the time, as I said before, member, that it comes in. But what the ministry has been doing, we have been working with the MCs to ensure that that is done. And you know, you can't start the process until you are fully retired from the system. I'm just asking, right? Minister, just pay some attention, because it has been brought to my attention. Certainly. Right? Certainly. And how it is that we will move and utilize technology to allow us to quicken the pace at which we're able to deal with our human capital. Certainly after they have served, they shouldn't have to be coming back and begging and pleading for pension payments. What I am understanding, member, is that the old pension scheme will be taken over fully by the Ministry of Finance. The process is being worked. You know, over the next year, we'll see that transformation being taken away from entities like local government and placed in the Ministry of Finance, where they will deal with that aspect of it. And you believe that will be more efficient? I believe so, because we are having a struggle out in the public, with the public service now, for people getting their pensions. Because you see, one of the things that I'm not sure you're going to be better off, Minister. Well, remember, let us put it this way. 6 or 1/2 dozen of the other. Because in order for the thing to be done, we have to send to the Ministry of Finance. And they have to send back to the ministry. But maybe they respond to you as a body. No, they faster than they respond to the individuals. They have member. All right, Minister, there was a variance, 7,210. There's a variance in the almost 100%, the solid waste management budget of 2024-25 and the revised budget 2024-25. Can you just let me know what's going on there? What you are seeing, member, is that we had provided funding for the entity to clear up the arrears that was owing to contractors' outstanding payments, which I must say proudly that the entity is now up to date with its payments. So that is why you're seeing the number as it is there now, member. Minister, the Solid Waste Management Authority has a end-of-life tire program, which we have been talking about for quite some time, and it is on the budget. And that line item is been carried. However, I'm not sure of what is the current status of the tire end-of-life program, and are we really seeing any benefits from that program at this time? This expenditure speaks to the cement company taking the tires which are collected by solid waste that they use in their manufacturing of cement. What we find is that the consistency in collecting the tires at times poses some problem. It fluctuates. And you say taking the tires, meaning purchasing them, relieving you of them. What is the arrangement? MOU. It is an MOU. So you have kept the MOU? That exists, that we continue to keep. And I tell you, we have seen the benefits of it. Okay. Because we have been able to significantly reduce the tire build-up, you know, on the landfills right across. Still with solid waste, Minister, the procurement of the 100 new trucks, I really was a little upbeat, and I was expecting that there would have been a marked difference in the garbage collection. I'm not really seeing that kind of current commensurate improvement in the service, and perhaps it is in some urban centers, perhaps it is so, but certainly not in rural Jamaica, where we're not having garbage collection on
I wouldn't even say a regular, not even a reasonable scheduled timetable where we can look forward to collection. Well, rural town centers and their communities are just not getting, I don't know if it's because you have not considered purchasing smaller compactors to facilitate smaller roads. I'm not sure if it is that the trucks that you have are not currently working, and perhaps you could tell me in the same time how many of those 100 trucks are now currently operational and how many are in the garage and waiting for parts. Let's get an idea of what is going, because somehow we expected to see a marked difference and we're not.
In response to your question, let me answer the latter. We did, in securing some new trucks, also brought in some smaller trucks that can traverse certain roads, lanes that normally weren't being able to access. And I must also make the point, member, and the country needs to understand that the expansion of garbage collection has been broadened in a significant way. Communities that were never previously before on the list for collection has been included. So the 100 trucks, and I must tell you, in order for the entity to be really effective, we're looking close to 300
Absolutely.
trucks on the road. But I must tell you that the new trucks brought some changes. We saw between April and June 2024, 43% reduction in the backlog, right? In July to September, we found an increase of 51%, reduction. But the period of October to December, when we were significantly impacted continuously with heavy rainfall, that had a significant impact on the operations of the entity. And you find that, one, because of the conditions that exist, access to the landfill was difficult, and the rains created havoc with garbage collection.
It's interesting you say that, Minister, because that is one of the questions I really had.
Yes.
When I spoke with members of your team to ask about the slow collection of the garbage, and I was told about the access because of the rain. And I know some time ago we had started a road leading into the site, which I would have thought by now would have been completed to allow for us to have access even when rainfall, because it seems a little, backward to be able to say no. Well, let me say it, Minister, it is a little backward to be able to say no, garbage collection slow down because rainfall and we can't access the site.
Let me rephrase that.
All right.
The access roads to the dump is in excellent condition. Excellent condition. The challenge that we face is the internal roads where the trucks have to traverse on, and all of those roads.
And they're your roads, Minister, so fix them, man.
We're talking about inside the dump itself, we're not talking
fix
about
them, create it, Minister, because it is part of what you need to do to have more efficient service at the dump site. If it is not working for you, then
what we have done, what the entity have done is to move the cells around from one area to the other. And I want you to be cognizant that the situation now as it is now, we have seen significant improvements in the service there. And we are not using the rain as an excuse, but it is the reality. Because even to collect the garbage from the communities during the rain poses a challenge. And we are seeing some improvements now that are taking place. Okay?
No. We're not asking for the dump to be asphalted. We're asking access to the dump to be asphalted. Those interior roads which will take you there. So that's all I was asking.
All right, we look at that, but you must also remember, and I want to say this, not just for the committee, but you must appreciate that because of the high level of prosperity that we have had in the country. We
Yeah,
have
yes,
had more
man.
motor vehicles on the road, and
Yes.
the period
Yes.
of moving the trucks to get it to the landfill poses a problem.
Minister, I'm going to remind you, see,
All right. You're not
that
just
when
saying
you
that,
talk about those things, the little people who can't get the garbage collected, they're not feeling very prosperous right now.
Remember, we do.
Especially those, and I speak of those communities, and I remind you, it's something that is very close and dear to me. Rural communities are not getting the collection, and they're still indulging in practices that are unsafe for the environment because they have to still be burning the garbage, which we know you nor I would want to encourage to continue. Rural lives matter.
And I agree with you. I agree
Rural
with you
lives
that, member.
matter.
And as I said before, we have seen improvement in the collections based on the numbers. Where we saw the decline was during the period of October to December.
During the rains.
During that period. And unprecedented, and we must acknowledge that, because the amount of rainfall that we have had and the traffic congestions that would have been created would have limited.
I understand, Minister,
Right.
but I
Thank
also
you.
know that we must have the capacity to plan for these occurrences, because there are going to be many more of those, given what we are facing with climate change.
Okay, member.
True.
We take that on board, and it's a part of the ongoing improvement of the entity.
Fire services, Minister.
Yes.
Fire hydrant, 7,214 fire services. Hydrants, for me, a matter of grave concern. And I do not believe that sufficient resources are being expended to be able to repair our fire hydrants. Some communities, there are 0 fire hydrants working, and they call and they tell you, 0. And the fire department sometimes will tell you, and I've heard that said the last year we were here before, we asked the same question, we were told of the plans, but it is just not where it should be. Given the level of fires we're experiencing, Minister, I'd like to know what are the plans to really put a program in place to upgrade our fire hydrants and to ensure that they are in good working conditions.
I would tend to support your argument about in some areas, but last year alone, over some 300 fire hydrants were installed across the country, new fire hydrants, and a significant number was also repaired. Additionally, we see a 2.8% increase in the maintenance of fire hydrants in the last year, and we intend to provide some more resources this year. I know that there has been a relationship developed between the Jamaica Fire Brigade and the National Water Commission as it relates to the question of fire hydrants. And one of the things that also has been done, member, is that where new roads or improvement to road networks are going to be undertaken, the involvement of the Jamaica Fire Brigade is sought so that if there are no hydrants at those locations, that hydrants are installed. So as I said before, over some 300 were, and we are now putting in 2 new teams that will look right across the country at the question of fire hydrants. And it is expected to employ a number of individuals specifically for the maintenance and support of.
Minister, let your fire hydrant, the fire department remind you of how many fire hydrants we currently have now that are not working. Do we know of the total that are available?
I would say that majority of our fire hydrants, about 65% are in working conditions.
I would challenge that.
Well, let us put it this way.
I
member.
would. Anyway, because I have no empirical evidence today,
Oh,
Minister,
but
I won't go down the road. Honestly, I won't, because I
member-
can't really challenge you. I
member-
don't have any
member,
evidence.
We all agree
Yeah.
that fire hydrants are important. It helps to mitigate significant.
So when I'm seeing a reduction on 72,015, though it's not a real significant reduction, I was hoping to have seen an increase as it relates to firefighting and rescue services equipment. I'm not sure why it is that we're not seeing an increase in the budget, given what we are experiencing with fires and the length of time it is taking for our fire trucks to be able to get to the homes and to fires. By the time they get there, in recent times, we've noticed that people have had complete loss of their homes and its content. So I would think that you would see an increase, Minister, not a reduction.
Member, I wouldn't consider it significantly a reduction, for want of a better word. We have
It's certainly not an increase, though, right?
No, but over the last couple of years, we have provided resources that have brought the organization up to its ability in terms of firefighting equipment. This amount that has been reduced is being used on the same for the maintenance. So it is a small amount that has been taken, not anything significant. This fund has not been removed and placed elsewhere. It is added, if you go to the to page 720014, it is added in the revised estimates, and you can for the maintenance. So it is really in the same area. But
Well, I'm advocating on behalf of the firefighters.
And I appreciate it.
Right? Just more resources needed so they can have the proper gear. You hear the complaints all the time, and it's important that they're equipped to be able to fight the fires efficiently. Minister, moving on to minor water supply.
Yeah, member.
Minor water supply.
Yeah, member.
Yeah, I'm almost done.
Well, what page you
7216.
Okay.
Minister, our rural communities and the minor water supply infrastructure really is, for the most part, in a deplorable condition. The catchment tanks, the wayside tanks, the entombed springs, woefully inadequate. And I'm not saying that everything would have been done at once, but the maintenance of these assets leaves a lot to be desired, and our people, in some cases, are drinking unsafe water, and it worries me, because when I look at some of what is at the Entombed Springs, for example, it worries me, and I'm asking that some resource and some additional attention be placed on the minor water supply systems.
Member, I am glad you raised it. I intend to, in my sectoral presentation, speak extensively on it. In my campaign. Oh, come on. Because there is an interministerial working relationship with MEGJC, the National Water Commission, using rural water, for us to look seriously as to how we can tackle the problem of the minor water supplies.
There needs to be a greater. I know that at one point they had kind of put rural water with you. I know it is with water and not with you.
based on the instructions of the Prime Minister, we have expanded the discussions, myself and Minister Semuda, to look at how.
Where there are sources, Minister.
Right, yes.
You know what I mean? Those are low-hanging fruits for us.
We did a couple of that previously before. And we are going to do that to incorporate and strengthen our capacity to respond to the water crises. Okay, so that is something, member, and I'm glad for the question. So
yes.
You're aware that we are working on it, member.
Thank you, Minister. I missed a question that I wanted to ask on 72,014, just relating to the rental of property and machinery. The 64% increase in the budget to facilitate the rental of property and machinery. I'm not sure what that represents, if you can just explain for me.
Or that is for the Jamaica Fire Brigade.
Right.
Now, a significant number of the offices are actually rented by the Jamaica Fire Brigade.
The offices?
Well, they have offices outside of the various parishes, stations.
And do you understand that?
Let me just.
Renting offices for Fire Brigade.
Okay. Oh, I am being corrected. It is in relation to the relocation of York Park, because York Park will go under intense renovation. So they are looking to relocate from York Park, and that is why this provision has been made. The discussions around that is well advanced, so that is why we have made provisions in the budget for the relocation until the total renovation of York Park has been completed.
Understood, Minister. Disaster preparedness and mitigation.
Yes.
It looked low to me, man. Like you needed to inject, with climate change and what we're experiencing now, the budget for disaster preparedness now looks so bossy.
Well, member, we have been consistent in the allocations for the entity over the years. The entity have seen increased allocation from the ministry. I must say that there is a review that is presently being undertaken on our whole disaster preparedness infrastructure, not just as it relates to ADPEM, but our wider disaster response mechanism.
To include our communications.
Right, all of that. And the team is almost...
And the importance of the technical team being front and center.
Right. That is also... The team has been having several meetings to look at it, because arising out of that, member, you are going to... The country will see significant improvement in
the food storage disaster we had the last time. I just kind of want to know, because we have when you have relief supplies and we're going to lose so much of it, I would like to know where we are.
That is something that we take no pride in, and we have since put in place the requisite mechanism to correct that situation, member. And as I said before, the new structure that is being looked at will guarantee the country a disaster response mechanism that is going to be second to none.
It's very important. Very important. Minister, I see no capital budget. Nothing not going on. I'm just really wondering if you're not leaving anything for me to start with. Minister, you never hear me? You're not leaving anything for me to start with.
Those capital...
You know, hear what I'm saying? No?
Yeah, but those capital...
You're not leaving anything for me to start with. Nothing in the budget for me to start with.
No, but you...
You're right?
But listen. Listen, member. What I can say to you what I can say to you, at the next meeting of the Standing Finance Committee of this Parliament, with God's help, mentally, physically.
You'll be questioning me.
No. I will be right here. And I guess you will be probably in the front row.
Page Minister.
Because you will be promoted. But, you know, member.
Thank you, Minister.
Look, look.
Oh, Jesus.
Right?
Okay,
Thank
member?
you, member.
No. Minister,
yes, member.
Member
Minister, I
Hilton?
have one question. I have one question for you.
Yes.
Chesterfield
Yes.
Road. This road was extended recently when they had a crisis at 3 Mile
Yes.
to allow for vehicles to access Marcus Garvey. It is now being used as a dump site, a secondary dump site. It is unsightly, and it really needs to be attended to. Chesterfield, going to Marcus Garvey.
Member, I am going to respond to that.
Going to Marcus Garvey.
Because, you know, member, when that road was cut,
Yes.
it was fully
temporary.
lit by the Jamaica Public Service Company. And in the last meeting we had with the JPS a couple of weeks ago, they have reported that they have installed about 12 sets of street lights, and all 12 sets were stolen. So it is, for me, it's not something that I can force JPS,
No,
and it is
I'm not talking about
taxpayers who
light.
have to pay.
I'm not
But
talking
it
about
is
the light.
because there is no light why it is used as a dump. The executive director of the entities here, I will ask, he's now telling me that there are several operations that have been done there to clean the area. But as you clean, they put it back, and because the place is dark, under the cover of darkness, you find a lot of dumping taking place there. We just have to make an appeal to persons to ask them to be a little more gentle, kinder, and understanding of the situation.
Just bringing it to your attention.
Thank you. We are aware of it. We are aware of it, member.
I place to the committee Ed 72.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Minister, just two very quick questions. The first one really has to do with 72,009 is really where I am, parochial infrastructure development. And I know that in 2023, 2024, we had 355, right? And the 25-26 budget is about a third. And I was wondering what would have accounted for the reduction, either the reduction or if you remind me what accounted for the amount in the 23-24 budget.
There was additional allocation in the supplementary budget in that period that allowed the amount to go up to the figure that it is. And I am expecting, as we normally do, we get support from the Ministry of Finance as it relates to the infrastructure, especially roads, when it comes on to that. So that is why you notice that the figure of 105 has been consistent over the last 2 financial years.
Yes, I saw that. Thanks for that. On 72,007, Minister, I note, if I'm reading correctly, and this is from property tax collections, the allocation to offset expenditure for grants, contributions, and subsidies, and which includes 134 million to support the Portmore City Municipality that has an independent budget from the St. Catherine Municipal Corporation. I'm just making note of that. Okay. That is there, since sometimes persons want to present a different picture. But the real question that I want, to ask, Minister, really is again around the allocation. I think you mentioned something earlier, but again, the drop in the allocation of 3.3 billion in relation to the 4.44 billion last time. And I'm looking that in 2023, 2024, it was at 5, so.
All right, it is, provisions were made in the third supplementary estimate to deal with the provision of contract workers in the local government system. So that is why you find you have that amount and now it no longer exists in the way that it is because it was facilitated for the transitioning of the contract workers.
Okay. Minister, I also wanted to say in relation to this as well, that there, you know, every time I come I say it, there still is something that is missing because the municipal corporations still continue to complain about payments, some money is owed, and in particular, what they complain about this time around is that often they are asked to advance sums for programs that the ministry has promised to underwrite, and then they are left holding the bag, which means that they use own source revenue to deal with these, and they are not reimbursed, which then leaves them in terms of what they have planned short to be able to cover their budget.
You need to ask them to provide the specific programs that they have been asked to advance the fundings for. I have heard this argument and I have not really taken it on because whenever we make commitments to the municipalities in terms of allocations, we do deliver the allocations. And whenever we get allocations, especially from the consolidated fund, we take special care as to how that portion of the allocation is treated. So I would ask you, member, to ask the MCs to submit those programs and to also produce the correspondence that gives such authorization and the amount and that has not been paid.
Thank you for that. Just for clarity, because it sounds to me, Minister, that you're saying, and I want to make sure that I'm clear on that persons need to ensure that any such promise or initiative is actually received in writing and not by word of mouth by yourself or anyone else in authority.
You can't take an announcement that is made, and once you hear the announcement, you jump and you commit.
No, man, I just want to be clear so that...
Because the permanent secretary, once the funds are being allocated, the permanent secretary will write to say that X amount will be provided and these are the conditions under which the funds will be provided.
Okay, so my last question and suggestion, Minister, is really around garbage collection, solid waste, especially as it relates to some of our schemes in some of our urban spaces. I believe that we need to look at how we deal with them, because in many that I visit across urban spaces, especially if there are big schemes, I find that there's a challenge, especially where they have these big bays that were probably constructed in another time when we had a different type of collection. We had the big garbage bays that people used to dump in. The trucks would come and pick them up and empty them. We no longer have those big garbage bays. And so I think we have to have a kind of rethinking as to how we handle the collection of refuse from schemes like these. And the schools too, the schools, we're having a big problem, I must admit, and I'll say that. My principal of blessed memory, who died recently, would have been the last one to say that, yes, having called the ED, that we get good response, but we would like to be able to get it without having to make that call.
Remember, containerization is something that we don't seem to practice a lot. in the country. And once the garbage is containerized in a way that it makes access easier for the men and women who are working, there is an extensive public relations program that the solid waste is embarking upon that is going to take them into many communities that will speak about how to containerize, how to separate garbage, because they are now not just talking about proper storage, but separation. And a lot more will be said about that. But we take note, and the member, the ED, just whispered to me that he is aware of some of those concerns, and steps are being taken to remedy as best as possible.
I place to the committee eds 72,000, pages 1 to 18. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Ed 72,000C, pages 1 to 3. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Minister, I want to thank you and your team for coming here to give a comprehensive analysis of your ministry, and let me hope that your members will have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
I now invite the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, Minister Pernell Charles Jr., and Minister Norman Dunn, Minister of State.
Good afternoon to all of you lovely people.
Good afternoon, Minister. No one, where is it?
But you don't need that. Eh? Philip, he gives it to him. Philip, if Angela.
That's not true. That's not true. That is so untrue.
Minister, let me thank you and your team for being here with us. At this time, we'll ask that you make your opening statement and introduce your team to us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairman, colleagues. Let me just indicate that I sit here representing the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. With me is, it doesn't sound so.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like that working.
Ah, it's on now. Testing, testing, 1, 2. There we go. So today we are here, the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. I'm joined by Dr. the Honorable Norman Dunn, State Minister, Mrs. Dion Jennings, our Acting Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Audrey Dare Williams, Chief Technical Director for the Social Security Division, Mrs. Tamar Nelson,
CTD for the Jamaica Productivity Center, Ms. Suzette Morris, Director of Social Security, Mr. Jason Anderson, who is the Principal Financial Officer, Ms. Gillian Corodas, who is the Divisional Director of Industrial Relations and Allied Services, Mrs. Michelle Atkins Sutherland, who is the Director of Final Accounts, Mrs. Dania Mirage, our Corporate Planner, Mr. Travis Benin, and who is the Legal Officer, Corporate Secretary for the National Insurance Fund, Ms. Hope Fisher, also from the National Insurance Fund, and Dr. Christine Hendricks, the Executive Director of the JCPD. We can proudly say, Chairman and colleagues, that the Ministry of Labor and Social Security continues our commitment to the advancement of decent work, social protection, and taking care of the most vulnerable in our country, as you all know. We have some of the most important programs, and we are committed to ensuring that those programs are improved and that they have the impact of serving the people who we have been blessed to serve. Chairman, the proposed recurrent budgetary allocation for the financial year 25-26 is $21.338 billion. This sees us having an increase of 6.6% or $1.323 billion over the original estimates for the financial year 24-25. The supplementary estimates for the financial year of last year, I must note, comprised of the one-off sums of $1.415 billion allocated towards Hurricane Beryl and its recovery. In addition, it comprised also the $36.543 million representing UNICEF grant assistance to pregnant and lactating mothers and children on the path affected by Hurricane Beryl, and $6.256 million representing grant assistance from UNICEF towards children with disabilities affected by Hurricane Beryl, as well as $86.550 million representing mileage arrears payable for the period April 22 to November 2022. We can also indicate that there have been several areas of budgetary increases. PATH has seen a 5.1% increase, positive. PATH social assistance has seen an increase of 54.19%. Rehabilitation grants increase 18.67%. Of course, that includes the new program from our Prime Minister. The social intervention program to target our youth, also an increase of 2.78%, and on and on. Industrial Disputes Tribunal as well, in its 50th anniversary, we'll see a 68.61% increase. Our liaison services, which is connected to the farm work program, which is critical, overseas employment program, also sees an increase of 20.6%. Work permit services sees a 150% increase, and that is because, you know, we are doing the digitization, and that will take some specific and targeted activities. The Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities sees an increase of 12.565 million or 261.77%, as well as the early stimulation. Jamaica Productivity Center as well sees a 90.72% increase, as well as increase in support to all of the private sector welfare organizations that we have supported throughout our existence, or their existence. Additionally, Chairman and colleagues, I want to just mention that there is, if you look in our book, you'll see that under capital, we also have a proposed capital budgetary allocation increase of 116.9%, or that will see us having 135 million for 25-26 as opposed to 62.239 million. And that importantly represents this year coming being the first full year of implementation of the Spyro project,
which we have spoken about several times in this honorable house. It will see us focusing on the Spyro as the strategic approach to strengthening social security in Jamaica, including in this massive increase, is the social protection information system that will integrate all of the various aspects, and of course salaries, admin, consultancies, and critically unemployment insurance. Lastly is the NIF, which is important to all of us, and I can announce that the NIF, as you see, is viable, it is growing, we are diversifying, we are strengthening, and all in all, we have positive to report. As at March 2025, the NIF projects a net surplus of $41 billion. And this is an increase in the net asset value from approximately $191 billion in March 2024 to $231 billion in March 2025. As I said before, positive. Yes. Of course, for the upcoming year, we remain committed to optimizing the financial performance and reinforcing sustainability through a number of reforms that we have planned for the NIF. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you.
Okay.
I want to say thank you to my colleagues and ask that we put the pages.
I put the ed to the committee. Ed 40,000, pages 1 to 24. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? Ayes have it. Ed 40,000C, pages 1 to 4. All those in favor?
Aye.
The ayes have it. Minister, thank you very much and your team. Let me hope you'll have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you. Remember, positive.
Yeah.
But I don't think the minister is here.
I think so.
Is Minister Grange?
Hold on, you realize I let you off.
You're not
gracious enough. You're not gracious enough.
As far as me is concerned, not at all.
I'm not gracious enough, Tony. I'm not gracious enough.
Angie.
Angie, if not gracious enough, look how we treat him.
Angie.
Look how we treat him.
Come on. I don't understand it. Come on.
Angie, when we could have squeezed the daylight out of him, we just let him go. And look how he behaves. No gratitude.
I show gratitude.
here shortly. No, I'm waiting for everybody. Even if it's for moral support. Oh, sorry. Ouch. Great. How are you? Huh? What?
I'd like to welcome the minister and our team. And as soon as everyone is in, we'll ask the minister just to make our opening statement and introduce our team members to us. Welcome, Minister.
Afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Allow me to introduce my team. My indefatigable permanent secretary, Ambassador Sheila Sealy-Monteith. There's Ambassador and Acting Chief Technical Director Sharon Miller just behind me. Ambassador Esmond Reed to my left, just behind me, Under Secretary of Foreign Trade Division, former High Commissioner to Nigeria. Beside me is Mrs. Viola Walton, Principal Finance Officer. Mr. Brentnell Salmon also accompanies us, Director of Management Accounts, and Mr. Craig Watkins, our Senior Management Accountant. Mr. Chairman, pardon me, it's on? Yeah. What's that? Is that better? Hearing me now? No, not really. Okay. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade's proposed budgetary allocation to support the implementation of its programs for the 25-26 financial year is approximately $7.515 billion. The amount represents a gross budget, including appropriations in aid totaling $160 million, funded by projected earnings from the provision of consular services. So that would be like our visas and authentication processes, etc. overseas. The gross budget, comprising an allocated expenditure ceiling of $2.875 billion for employee compensation and $4.640 billion for recurrent programs, represents an increase of approximately 11%, or $718 million, when compared to the to the revised estimates of expenditure for the current financial year, that is 24-25. The increased provision is mainly due to the expenditure requirements for staff reassignments, the costs of which vary on a cyclical basis. Of course, you know, we rotate every so many years. Staff goes out, staff goes in. And this year is a particularly heavy year for rotation. Critical renovation on government-owned and leasehold properties overseas. That actually started last year, but we are going to have a few more because the truth is that work hasn't been done on our missions for quite some time, and they have been in need of upgrade, renovation, not upgrade. The replacement of obsolete and unserviceable furniture and equipment, including ICT equipment upgrades, restoration of the ministry's fleet of protocol vehicles, which all 13 of which were signed off by the Board of Surveyors, and which has left us in a situation where we really have had to go to rental, and other ministries have to rent as we are unable to provide that fleet on the occasion of particular types of visits. And the resumption of rental payments for two missions, that is New York and Prun, following the expiration of their negotiated rent-free period. The ministry continues to manage its finances proactively and responsibly, conducting regular reviews of its financial situation to inform the redirection of resources as may be needed to support strategic policy objectives. However, we are unique within the government of Jamaica in that we operate missions overseas in several jurisdictions with various monetary currencies. This is our reality. Accordingly, budget implementation is always difficult. It's always challenging because approximately 80% of our budget is expended and denominated in foreign currencies. Furthermore, a substantial portion of overseas spending is allocated to unavoidable expenses, so rent, security, maintenance. So unexpected price fluctuations, particularly due to inflation in overseas locations, do always pose a risk of further constraining or expenditure and work. Importantly, navigating the current environment may well require an intensified program of engagement at bilateral and multilateral levels, as well as with local stakeholders, such as private sector and civil society, as appropriate to address new developments. Realistically, we may therefore also require additional resources to mitigate the impact of adverse changes. In the event that critical activities are jeopardized due to financial constraints, however, we will engage with the Ministry of Finance and Public Service towards securing additional support. I think, Mr. Chairman, that I could probably just pause there and open for questions, as I'm sure there are a few.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Minister, I have really just one comment and two quick questions that I wanted to pose. One is, I think I heard you talk about your engagement with the civil society and the business community. And I wanted to say that I believe, certainly I'd love to see a little bit more engagement with the wider public around what we're doing overseas, around issues that would affect us. Sometimes we tend to believe that foreign affairs happens in foreign land and has nothing to do with us here. And I'd really like to see Jamaicans see it as something that affects their daily life. So that's just one thing I wanted to say. And my two very quick questions. The first one has to do, I'm not sure if that is what you referred to earlier, so that's I want clarity. 30,005. I am looking at the allocation, which is significantly more. Most of it, well, some of it, yes, is around grants, contributions, and subsidies.
What line, Minister?
30,005, and I am looking at the analysis of expenditure. And I see the difference with grants, contributions, and subsidies. I'm really looking at the decrease in the increase rather in the allocation that is there, and just looking at a little bit of the justification. And within that, I also still see the grants, contributions, and subsidies, and a decrease there in terms of what is there, and the same thing for compensations of employees. That might have been what you referred to earlier, but I just wanted clarity.
No, so the decrease in line 27, that's grants, contributions, and subsidies, is because we have actually liquidated our arrears on the clock. That's the UNDP support, the government local contribution to the operating costs of the UN system. For many years, we had significant arrears that were inherited, and those have finally been paid off. So accordingly, that's the decrease that you're seeing there in 27. It's been, please, that clap is being given directly to Ms. Walton and Mr. Salmon, because it has been a miracle they have performed.
Yeah. And the compensation of employees,
yes,
line 21?
That's foreign exchange, a change due to foreign exchange adjustments.
Okay. So that's one. The other is really around also the decrease in the payment of membership and contribution on page 30,007.
Oh, yes, this is the same thing, same clock.
The same thing. Okay.
Just reflected in that.
That's reflected in there.
Yeah.
Those are my questions, Minister.
Okay. You could be guided.
Member?
I'm so guided, but you don't have to. Minister, with In your opening comments, you did recognize the changing environment. Yeah. Specific to that and the specific activities there too. Let me ask you a question on 30,005, sub-program 23. What in light of the challenges we face, I've long argued that we need to diversify our market access. Long argued for that. Are we now prepared to do so?
Well,
and how might we approach that?
Well, this is a matter that is under discussion within CARICOM, which is the context within which I think most of our trade arrangements are approached at this point in time. This poses its own challenges because there is different appetite among the members of CARICOM for the tariff reductions, which are an inevitable part of seeking greater access. It's part of the engagement as you would require. So for example, we have been leading the negotiations on an engagement, or rather a new trade agreement with Colombia. And that has stalled because we have been promised that we will get the tariff reductions from one or two countries which have said that they would be part of this, which are a necessary part of the negotiation, and they have not been forthcoming. We've been doing our best to remain at the table and to keep the possibilities alive, because what is clear is that at this point in time, all countries are recognizing that they need to look at matters more intentionally and with new eyes, as a matter of fact. And we have been having discussions around that it's not only important that we trade more within the region, that we trade more with each other, but that we look at more opportunities which exist. There are two partial scope arrangements being negotiated by Trinidad and Tobago and Belize, for example, yes, which are being reviewed for their impact on Jamaica. And we are in the process of seeing whether there will be a negative impact on that, because the fact that we're looking at things with new eyes and looking at possible benefits and possible opportunities doesn't mean that we don't still have fragile circumstances on the supply side here. So yes, we're very, very aware of the need to be looking at new opportunities, but we're also doing so with an intention to not create new problems.
But just to say, Minister,
sure, of course.
While we are looking at it with an intention not to create new problems, others will create problems for us. Now, may I ask you, what about the multilateral, the CARICOM arrangement? I understand. What about our bilateral arrangement? Can we initiate our own bilateral arrangement?
Absolutely. We remain a sovereign country. We can always engage.
No. But I say, can I know we have the power? No, I'm asking you, what are the plans in the light of Jamaica? Everybody seems to agree now that Jamaica should be a logistic hub. What are the implications of that?
What are the implications?
For trade agreement.
Oh, no, we are...
Member, be guided, please.
Well, I imagine that would have been, you would have engaged with Minister Hill on that, because he's clearly lead on, and you would have engaged with Minister Williams on that, because that's where the customs sits as well. We continue to engage from an interministerial perspective. We support, as leader of government business in the Senate, I'm also awaiting to take the customs bill, but we're looking at some amendments and corrections there. But we advocate intentionally at all times for a second look to be given to our ports. We're supportive of looking at more opportunities under the EPA, looking at how we actually make it work. We just completed the second technical review of the review of the second 5-year process. Regrettably, it seems to still be signaling to us that the benefits that we thought would come have not yet come. But we continue to work strategically at how to leverage that partnership to work better, especially for services. Clearly, we are engaged in matters like supporting our candidature on the IMO and making sure that in events like Diplomatic Week next week ensures that the incoming diplomats, the incoming heads of mission and related delegations will tour our 7th largest natural harbor in the world, will tour the port, will carry the good news about the incredible upgrades that Jamaica has had in its infrastructure, and that will help to advance us and advance our promotion of investment in logistics.
No further questions?
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Madam Minister, 2 questions. The Haiti situation.
Yes, sir.
We have been a contributor by virtue of providing personnel in the new thrust to bring some settlement or calm in Haiti. Can you briefly just indicate what successes, if any, or what the challenges that there is since our direct participation, and I say direct in the sense of the physical contribution of personnel to the effort? And my second question has to do with the diaspora. There are significant developments in the U.S., which is our main diaspora community. And as you are aware, there are much apprehension, not only there, but here in Jamaica, where lots of relatives of many people here are, and the consequences that can flow. One of them is economic. From all discussions, one of our main revenue sources here are remittances. And to the extent that our diaspora community is disrupted in terms of employment and other things there, it will have an almost instant impact on our social and economic situation. I would love to, if you could provide a brief, and in that context, and we're dealing with the budget here, are there any particular provision, since there will be more demand, and our mission in the U.S., and our ability to respond in anticipation of those significant disruptions or changes?
I'm sure if you try very hard, you could find another part to that question.
Minister, can you speak in the mic, please?
Sorry. Thank you for the questions, member, both of them. Haiti, as you know, continues to present challenges every day. This continues to, we continue to be committed to playing our part in ensuring as best as possible that the HNP, the Haitian National Police, are supported in their efforts to retake Port-au-Prince and other affected communities from the gangs. We believe that this is in the interests of Haiti. It is in the undertaken, and this belief is within a spirit of solidarity and fraternity, as well as within the sense of the importance of our regional security and indeed our national security. So engagement and supporting Haiti and Haiti's return to peace and stability is absolutely important to Jamaica. We continue, therefore, to advocate within multilateral arena for other countries to add to the support which is there, because we know that the full commitment or the full cohort which had been planned has not yet deployed, and that has been due to various complications on the ground in Haiti. Some of the issues have, let us say, as recently updated as to this week, have been solved, but then there are other issues such as the LSA, the life support area, now being full, and accordingly there is no space for additional support to be sent by any other country until they build out further. Jamaica's command personnel who are there continue to contribute every day to strategic planning, to intelligence gathering, to logistics management, and to general operational planning. So we're playing an important role. We continue to be the second in command, and we continue to be a significant part of engagement with our supporting partners and with the HNP. It's anticipated that there will be a rotation soon because their rotations are to be done at 6 monthly periods, and we therefore anticipate looking back at the number at that time. We have 22 there now, 2 Belizeans, and I think the Bahamian cohort that was there has left, but they are to redeploy. So we continue to discuss. We know Belize is in elections now, so they are not considering any immediate action. And the Bahamians are looking at their circumstances as well. But we are awaiting matters to develop. We've signaled our commitment, and as recently as the week before last in Barbados at Heads, Prime Minister not only recommitted in his meeting with Laurent Saint-Cyr, who is the private sector representative on the TPC, but also to the UN Secretary General, as the UN is now revisiting the model to be used to support the MSS. As you would know, we are all concerned with the continuity of funding. So far, it's not been disrupted, save to the $13 million that made it into press. But other than that, the funding has not been disrupted, and the funding in the Multi-Country Trust Fund remains robust and sufficiently robust to support deployment. So we await to hear of the solution of issues on the ground, which included Medivac. The El Salvadorians know they are charged with that responsibility, and we await for them to be fully equipped to do that. On the diaspora side, undoubtedly there's great anxiety in our among our American diasporans because of the new immigration policies which are to be implemented. We have sought to ensure that the missions provide recommended and trusted legal advisors, lists of them on their websites and their pages, so that they are able to get guidance, because many of these situations actually require legal assessment of your personal circumstances. So where persons have just not regularized their status over a period of years, they need advice. They also need guidance in circumstances where if arrangements cannot appropriately be made for them, that they may wish to return voluntarily to put themselves in a position to then perhaps, if they wish again, to travel. And we also are ensuring that we work with PICA more intensively to provide identification services, which many of them are now requiring, to ensure that they're able to demonstrate who they are and that they are appropriately in their place of employ, etc. We're making sure that they are able to get their passports faster, or doing our best. Remember, it is PICA who produces the passports, and I always make that distinction. But we're trying to work more effectively with them to serve the public in their time of need. The issue of remittances and impact on remittances is probably one that might better be discussed with PIOG and Ministry of Finance, because the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade doesn't engage in that arena per se. In fact, we actually are very protective of the diaspora that is sensitive to being seen as only a source of remittance. So we don't like to engage with them on that. But the engagement with them that we undertake is so much richer and deeper. So we continue to plan for it. We continue to build on the matters on the opportunities which came out of the Diaspora Conference last year. We have a new engagement portal that allows for them to share investment opportunities and to network with each other. We're looking at how maybe that can help us maybe be adjusted to allow for new functionality to address the circumstances. And we also are looking at still engaging through a youth diaspora conference later this year, and regional diaspora conferences, because the world has not stopped. The world has not stopped. We have challenges, we have new challenges. The fact is that the ministry has had to navigate a very challenging geopolitical scene for the last several years, and the fact that there are new dimensions to it now doesn't mean that, you know, we throw up our hands. We now intensify our work, and we continue to strategize and continue to engage, which is part of the depth of it. So we have not, our services have not been disrupted. We've tried to enhance as much as possible.
No, I think in passing where you touched on it, because of the perceived increased demand on that side, and you would have maintained a normal or regular advisory service infrastructure over there, our various consulates and so on, whether in anticipation of this, for example, as we're dealing with the budget, any particular provision, even contemplated?
We are sharing responsibility for sharing information, let us say, with the community.
Okay.
And on this side, we are working with the Ministry of National Security and, in fact, other relevant ministries, Justice, Labor and Social Security, Local Government and Community Development, Health and Justice, to ensure that if the numbers do expand, do increase exponentially, that on this side, we have arrangements in place that will help to minimize social and economic disruption. So that's,
okay.
so
I hear, but I guess at some point, but not now,
yes.
some outlay of what those components, additional support with those other entities are, but I don't think we're able to provide that now.
What it would do is certainly have us here for a good hour.
Some things you have to spend long hours on. Go that this evening.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Member?
But suffice it to say that there is work happening on that, on both sides.
Yeah, Chairman, thank you. Two quick questions. Yesterday I asked the Minister of Health about implication for the Cuba mission, the policy affected the Cuba mission. He said it was better posed to you. He did give a preliminary.
He gave a good answer.
He gave a preliminary. All right.
He gave a better
you were
answer
watching.
than that.
All right, you were watching. But you now can give the diplomatic response. So what?
Member, just a minute. Can you just speak clearly so the records can?
Okay. Thought I was. No. Well, we'll go closer. No. So I'm saying for the diplomatic response, what are the initiatives that have been contemplated in terms of that implication? Because it's not just Jamaica, as we know. What are those specific initiatives and approaches to dealing with what is the Minister of Health agreed is a major challenge for us?
Well, to try to be succinct in my response, the COFCOR has met. That is the Council on Foreign and Community Relations. We have met and started discussions, given that there are similar cooperation agreements or cooperation arrangements across the CARICOM countries. And we have agreed that engagement is a necessary part of that. I myself have started engagement on behalf of Jamaica, and this, as recently as this afternoon, had very cordial discussions with my colleague and counterpart, Bruno Rodriguez, who is the Foreign Minister of Cuba, and this is very recent, so I have not even briefed Minister Tufton yet. This is literally an hour ago. So we have started discussions. We also have planned meetings with the U.S. next week, and we'll be therefore discussing the matter from both perspectives and trying to ensure that we secure the most reasonable possible outcome for Jamaica and indeed within the CARICOM region for the region as a whole.
Minister, when I raised with the minister from my counterpart from Ministry of Industry, the matter of the tariffs and the trade, initiatives from that side, His immediate response was that it was not, Jamaica was not directly targeted or directly affected. Do you share that same view?
It's always a sensitive and dynamic environment. So I think, if I recall correctly, I did hear him say that things change, and therefore you have to remain agile. And I'm quite sure he's thinking that things are likely to change as well. So
that's not what he said, but go ahead. Go ahead.
I did hear him say that.
No, go
that
ahead.
they change hourly, as a matter of fact, I think was his phrase. So I didn't hear the whole engagement, but I did hear that. The fact being that we have to remain agile, we have to not panic. We recognize that we have the SEBERA, the CPTA, they are in effect now. We recognize that the particular space or volumes and the level of engagement and the balance or imbalance, depending on your perspective, as between trading markets, that they are not unfavorable to a partner that might have a different perspective vis-a-vis other partners. So we continue to remain aware. We are doing our analyses internally and among, and when I say internally, I mean as among and between relevant GOJ ministries and as among and between CARICOM countries, given that we trade under the same arrangements and we have the same largest destination market for our goods and services. So we have started analyses, but we are, again, not panicking, but making sure to prepare.
Some of that analysis is risk analysis, right?
In the technical, I feel like you're asking me a trick question.
Yes, and
I didn't hear
I want
that
the member
part.
to be guided, please.
Like this is a
I
gotcha
want the
question.
member to be guided, and the member knows. No, the member knows. It's not in the
She don't
book.
need your protection. She does not need
What's
your
the line,
protection.
please? Tell us a
She
line.
does not need your protection.
And I'm asking you to be guided, please, member.
Let's keep no frightened for no own shadow. Yeah?
We're assessing the circumstances, member. We're assessing all aspects of the circumstances, which remain dynamic.
The final question I have for you, Minister, is, Minister, we have had a refugee policy in place for quite some time.
Yes.
There have been some recent,
Since 2009, right?
yes, there have been some recent development with respect to Haitian and others. I myself am interested from a professional point of view in one. And the point has been made already by other attorneys that it is high time now that we're moving from a policy to a law, because the policy has remained, as of now, very inadequate. Certainly to respond to our international obligations. And I'm asking you, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, is that something that you have given any consideration to and are contemplating?
I believe it's not on the legislative agenda for the year ahead.
Well, not the legislature, but in turn you do the policy.
It might, but member, I think that the actual portfolio responsibility for the refugee policy is led by MNS. We are a supporting member of the committee, and
More
we do
than a
provide
supporting.
guidance.
More than a supporting.
Yes, absolutely, but
Yeah.
but that is the reality, that the portfolio sits elsewhere. I do feel confident, however, that Jamaica...
It's joint because it's international. It's
Jamaica
joint.
adheres to our international obligations, and we do
Really?
follow the policy.
Minister,
Yes.
direct your answers to the chair, please.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Stop,
Mr.
please.
Chairman, please be assured that Jamaica does adhere to her international obligations in respect of these matters, and we are quite vigilant about ensuring that the policy is adhered to as well. I hear the member speaking to possible expansion, and I'm sure that will be discussed at some point, but I know that it's not on the legislative agenda this year.
Thank you, Minister. Ed 30,000, pages 1 to 9. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Minister, I want to thank you and your team, and also I want to wish you happy 9th anniversary to be named Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade on March 7, 2016. And of course, we have all confidence in you and you're doing a great job. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if you would just allow me to use a moment to thank my incredible team who supports me every day and has done so effectively, efficiently, and with all the passion for Jamaica land we love for the past 9 years.
Thank you very much, Minister. Team, all the best. Have yourself a wonderful weekend. I now invite the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sports, Minister Olivia Grange and her team. Minister, welcome. You're looking splendid as usual. Minister, let me welcome you again and your team and ask that you give your opening statement and introduce your large team to us. Minister, it's over to you.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in the interest of time, I will not name all the persons here who are here with me because I do have a large team. So I will just say that I have with me my 2 permanent secretaries, the only ministry to have 2 permanent secretaries. My principal directors and senior directors, executive directors, the national librarian, CEO, and board chairman. As usual, I want to begin with a very short overview of the estimates for the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sport for the upcoming financial year. Normally, I have a very long overview, but this afternoon, I have come with a very short presentation. Our net budget is $6.76 billion. This is in addition to appropriations in aid of 509 million. We wanted much more, of course, but we give thanks for what has been provided by the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service through our new Minister of Finance, of which I'm proud, and have sought to design our programs and initiatives for the greatest impact on the people we serve. Permit me to begin by addressing two topical issues. Firstly, the build-out of the Fort Rocky Entertainment Venue as part of the Port Royal Entertainment Zone. This committee and the nation will recall that the development of Fort Rocky as an entertainment venue has been years in the making. In fact, Fort Rocky was announced as the entertainment zone. And as Port Royal was built out with the pier, the cruise ship pier, and looking at other facilities there, we declared the area an entertainment zone, and included in the zone is the Fort Rocky facility. It has been a lengthy process because we took the time to engage with agencies and to conduct an ecological assessment of the site, as well as a survey of flora and fauna and a study of sound and light. As I told the House last year, these were critical in determining the types of entertainment activities that should take place at Fort Rocky, considering potential effects on residents, on aviation, and ecological resources in the area. This was a demonstration of our respect for, and commitment to protecting the environment. It was determined based on the environmental assessment that Fort Rocky is suitable for the purpose intended. As the JNHT is now finalizing an important phase of the work at Fort Rocky, have been informed that concerns have been raised by the Member of Parliament, by the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation, and by the National Environment and Planning Agency. I therefore ask the Permanent Secretary Bernard, to meet with the relevant entities and to discuss the concerns. 2 meetings have already been held, and a 3rd meeting is scheduled to be held shortly. Fort Rocky is set to host a major event, Good Times, next week, Saturday. We intend to use that event to announce and signal to the country that Fort Rocky is ready and available to host entertainment events in a way that will not disturb, as we would say, our neighbor. This year's budget has allocation for the continued development of Fort Rocky and also for the development of Jam World, which is slated to become the country's first 24-hour entertainment zone. Work at Jam World will include fencing, lighting, and the erection of a security post. These improvements will enable us to increase the number of events at Jam World and to regulate access to the venue for activities such as teaching people how to drive. I want to indicate that there is no intention to bypass any of the relevant agencies that should be involved in these developments. And I will ensure that all our agencies are compliant. And I've asked Permanent Secretary Bernard and Permanent Secretary Thorpe to be very vigilant to ensure that is so. So whatever concerns there are now, those concerns are being addressed. Yes. I wish to also address the anxiety or the various comments that are being made over the resurfacing of the running track at the National Stadium. We are on track, and will complete this beautiful track depicting the colors of Jamaica in time for the Boys and Girls Champs and any other events that are scheduled thereafter. The team at IPL have been working diligently, and we are on track to complete the work in time, as I said, for Champs, which is scheduled to begin on March 25th. The new track, of course, will feature the latest performance technology and will present a bold image of Jamaica to the world, featuring our vibrant national colors, and it will be a unique track from Jamaica to the world. The new track follows on the installation of new lights at the National Stadium in the last few months, while we continue to work along with the Rider Group out of the UK to completely rebuild the facility, which is, 62 years old. So we're holding it together in the meantime. And I just want to say to the public that at 62 years old, the facility is not perfect. But we're doing what we can to repair whatever needs to be repaired while we fast-track the development of the facility. I'm also working on the improvement of the lighting at the Sabina Park. We are investing 75 million Jamaican dollars to upgrade the lights there so that the facility will be ready for cricket. And I think Australia will be coming to play, and we have to ensure that we have night cricket there. And so we will have our lights upgraded. See the Member of Parliament nodding his head. Right? So we are proud of that too. I just wish to mention a few other things with the committee's permission. This year's budget has an allocation for the implementation of the group health component of the Jamaica Entertainers and Creatives Insurance Plan. The House and the nation will recall that we launched the Group Life and Accident Plan last year. The allocation as well for sports includes Jamaica's hosting of the Assembly of the Sport Council of the Americas in April. It will be the first time that Jamaica will host this important meeting of all the countries of the Americas to deal with major issues including anti-doping in sports and sports development. We will also be supporting JUTC's move to paperless doping by procuring devices and software to facilitate this important development. This upcoming budget also includes allocation for cricket development in keeping with our commitment to invest 100 million over 5 years in the development of youth cricket and cricket in schools, as well as women in cricket. In this financial year also, we were successful in our bid to have the Revivalist Pilgrimage to Wat Town inscribed on the UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage List. And this is a big deal, not only for members of the Revivalist Christian faith who have felt marginalized, demonized, and excluded for the way they worship. And I should mention here that there are many revivalists who are lawyers and doctors and mayors and very prominent individuals in this society, I'm discovering. So I would say that it is not a movement or a religion or a faith-based group that one should be embarrassed about. I'm very proud of those who are members of this organization, this church organization. So this inscription is a recognition of revivalists. That is a very big deal for the entire Jamaica. In the upcoming fiscal year also, We will continue to pursue the inscription of the archaeological landscape of 17th century Port Royal to the World Heritage List. And I know the Member of Parliament is awaiting that inscription. And we hope to get the good news in June of this year. So with those few words, I invite questions.
No questions? Member?
Yeah, thank you. Activity 11608 and 9, heritage, dealing with heritage sites. What is the, Minister, the concern is expressed that the 110608 and 9, 8 to 9.
Oh, okay. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah.
Member of Parliament?
Yeah, so my understanding is that the preservation and maintenance of these sites, it's a decentralized process. And there are some sites that have been impacted for some time. The Vale Royal site, the Spanish Town Square, and Ward Theatre with the KCMC. Are there any specific plans to address those valuable assets, cultural assets?
Well, I'm happy you've raised those because they do not fall directly under the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport. There's no allocation in our budget for those monuments. But I agree with you that those monuments need special attention and, in fact, should be correctly placed under this ministry so that we can budget to ensure that they are renovated and the upkeep is constant. So I have engaged the Prime Minister in a discussion about Vale Royal, and I saw the mayor recently, Mayor Swaby, and we both agreed that we need to meet to have a discussion about the Ward Theatre. Those monuments should be rightly placed under the Jamaica National Heritage Trust and the Institute of Jamaica, so they can be cared for by those who have the skills to do so.
Minister, my next question and final question really is on SDF, the Sports Development Foundation. I have a constituency that is a sports-mad constituency, and I have been struggling with a number of facilities for some time. You and I created a one-off situation where we use CDF and other things. Can we, the programs, there are a number of summer programs, for example. The budget for this year, is that reflective of the demand for that kind of summer program for the SDF? And how can we...
There is a greater demand than we can ever budget for. And in fact, I'm having discussions with the Minister of Finance in that a particular legislation or regulation need to be reviewed to create space for the SDF to get funds directly from the Consol Fund, which will make a difference. That's as much as I can say now. But that, yes, but I do have a breakdown of the allocation here. And for infrastructure projects, 247 million. For support to national organizations, and we provide subvention to over 40 national organizations. 176.1 million contribution to track meets, and this is the track season, so we are quite involved in providing support to all the track meets that are taking place at this time. 20 million. We support national associations' ticket purchases, so if an event is being held, we purchase tickets, and of course, we can't purchase enough to satisfy all the demands, but we do try to assist as much as possible, providing tickets also to members of parliament upon request. We also provide athletes' welfare and scholarships, and we have an allocation here for 19.2 million. We also, this year, will be giving $18.9 million to the Premier League football. And for summer camp, we have $25 million. For community sports programs, $52.5 million. And for scholarships, based on request, $2.5 million. We also provide funds to the Zozo community for community interventions, $15 million budgeted this year. Our fixed assets, value of $16.9 million. Security services through the Sports Development Foundation, $9 million. And of course, disposables, janitorial, pests, and so on, waste disposal, $3.9 million. So that's our total allocation through the Sports Development Foundation for sports.
Thank you.
Member Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, just two questions. I heard you made mention about the Jam World facility. And I was searching the estimates to be able to pin down the scope of provision for it. Couldn't find it. Maybe you could direct me to it. But suffice it to say, you don't have to give it to me now.
You would like
but what is what I would like. And as I said, I don't expect you to have it. Just use the opportunity to request it.
But if I have it, I'll give you.
I know you would, Minister. Your generosity abounds. You have spoken a bit about the proposed development of Jam World, and I've been frequently asked what going to be the full offering of Jam World, not only in the narrative, but also in the layout. So the question in that regard, do you have a mock-up, a drawing, a representation of what Jam World is to look like when all the investment that are spoken about comes into place? I'd want, and I don't expect you to necessarily have it here, so if you can direct me probably to your PS, I'll get it after. But you don't have to, that's what I would just like to look at.
Right.
Then
Well,
I can
remember,
ask questions after.
Yeah.
Because without that, it can't.
We do have a concept.
Right, if I could get that, then I could speak to it, the person's input.
Yeah, we do have a concept.
Okay, that would be
But
fine.
the first phase of what we're doing is to secure the space, do some upgrade, and make it usable.
No, man, I've heard you made reference to that already, but we want to have a mental picture of what to envisage. Like building a house, you want to know what it's expected to look like.
And
The other question.
I want to mention here also that although we have a concept, a lot of other interests are being shown in the space, and it's how many acres?
A lot.
It's
a lot.
quite a vast.
Yeah, well, I have the visual picture of it. No, you don't have to detain yourself with that, Minister.
I don't mind answering you.
No, man, that can come after.
But because it's quite a large
Yeah, man, I'm quite familiar with the
right.
space.
We have proposals also for part of it to become a soundstage for movies.
Yeah.
And a number of interests being shown.
Yeah. No, I was
But
referring
we
to the things which you
Minister.
have spoken
But
of.
we will,
Please remember to speak
we
into
will
the mic,
provide you with the
Minister.
information.
Minister Grange, Remember to speak into the
It's
mic.
approximately 80
Minister
acres
Grange,
of land.
remember to speak into the mic. When you turn around, even though we are hearing you, you're not being heard elsewhere.
Yeah, it's approximately 80 acres of land. Right.
Thanks, member. Turn on that mic. Turn. Jackson, turn on again, member Jackson.
So I'm facilitating the minister. Keep your neck in order.
You can look at me and
I can look directly at you. So I'll await that. The second question is, he's jealous, Minister. There is a provision here for the Trelawney Stadium. And I'm going to be frank. It's an unfortunate thing across administrations. It has been there for a while, languishing, and no substantial continuous use of it. Yes, I'm looking at page 46,010, and there is a $78.78 million that is being spent for the year. We can't get a sense of any, how should I put it, meaningful, substantial utilization. Is it that there are no requests? I don't necessarily expect that the government is going to probably operate certain activities. So my question is, have there not been any interest requests for the utilization? Have there been any particular kind of activities that are being pursued in order to utilize it? So that when something is unutilized, it deteriorates much faster. So if you could just give us a sense, Minister, of what is being done or what interests have been served so that the non-use or very limited use can come to an end.
All right, the Trelawney facility is being used, and it is generating revenue, but it's certainly not being used to the extent that we would want it to be used. But then it's an incomplete facility when it was built, because it was not built with all the necessary infrastructure in place. But we have been able to rent out the facility. It's used a lot. It's also the home of, I think, the Trelawney football, Trelawney cricket. It has been the home of the local sporting bodies. However, we had taken Trelawney Stadium and the National Stadium to PBCJ, and the decision was taken that government would fund the rebuilding of the National Stadium, but we should seek a private partner for the Trelawney Stadium. We now have 2 offers for partnership. One is quite elaborate. We have been advised, or have been advised by Cabinet, to set up an enterprise team to look at both proposals and to come back to Cabinet with a recommendation. But those 2 proposals are live. Okay. And I can't elaborate on them at this time because I can't preempt the enterprise team.
Understood. Okay, that's it.
But I can assure you the facility is being used and it is generating revenue.
Next.
And let me just mention, Madam Chair, that the facility there will host the DaCosta Cup, local schoolboy football, and the Seventh-day Adventists brought in over 15,000 participants for their camporee. It's also used by the Ministry of Tourism and the hotels in the area. So it is being utilized.
Thanks, Minister. Next, we will have Member Morrison.
Thanks, Chair. Minister, I'm not sure if this is contained in the headings, but I would like you to respond on a matter which may be far-reaching, given Jamaica's rich heritage in entertainment. I saw where you announced the insurance plan for entertainers and creatives, an initiative that I find to be very interesting and that which sparked much conversation regarding its justification. Could you, Minister, elaborate on this? Thank you.
It's my pleasure because it's one of those activities of which I'm very proud. So I will get into, I won't be long, but I do want to indicate. In December, we launched the life and personal accident component of this insurance plan. And under that, the plan covers death benefit, permanent disability, dismemberment, depending on the injury, with accidental medical reimbursement of $50,000 under the personal accident plan. And during the launch, I at that time encouraged entertainers and cultural practitioners to sign up and to ensure that you name a beneficiary. Because too often we have situations where someone dies and the family is left in a situation where they can't even afford a funeral, one. And two, there is no benefit coming to them. So that was the first phase of the insurance plan. This month, we launched the group health program. And under the group health, we will have like visits limited to 10 visits a year, routine medical, telemedicine, specialist consultation on referral, specialist consultation without referral, psychiatric, psychological care, direct access to gynecologist, ophthalmologist, dietitian, podiatrist, chiropractor, laboratory and x-rays, ultrasound, CT scans, MRI, prescription drugs, surgery, maternity, miscellaneous like artificial limbs, physiotherapy, immunization, overseas emergency of $100,000 US. So this is similar to the athletes insurance plan that we had introduced some years ago. So we're now taking care of our athletes and we're taking care of our entertainers and cultural practitioners. And this is also extended to the cultural communities, the maroon communities, the revivalist communities, and any other cultural community that exists in the country.
Thank you.
Including the Rastafarian community as well.
Thank you very
So
much.
it's a program that I'm very proud of. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. Member Bromberg.
Minister, I was actually looking at the areas where you put out the Gender Equality, Equity and Socioeconomic Program, the Bureau of Gender Affairs and so on. I was actually looking for the budget item that would correspond to our shelters for our women and stuff. And I'm not seeing it. I'm not finding it, rather.
All right, let me...
So if you could be so kind.
Sure. Okay, so page 21?
Yeah, I'm on page 21. The one that I see is for social transformation. When I read it, it speaks about the Women's Center of Jamaica.
And it includes here 202.3 million for the national shelter. And let me just give you a little
I'm just trying to see it, because I had a follow-up question, but I'm just trying to disaggregate it. Page 21, right? 46,021. Under that sub-program 2022, is that where it is? For social transformation, activity 1,005. Is that what we're talking about? Yeah, because I was looking at that. I didn't actually see the disaggregation of it. I saw the 534 million
If you
broken
look
down
at
for
the
the Women's
bottom,
Center. At the bottom, yes?
Yes, yes.
Minister, I was just looking at it. I still don't see the 200 and something, but maybe it's just the time of day. I just want to say, I see compensation for employees. I see travel expenses and subsistence, rental of property and machinery. I see utilities of communication
If you look
services.
above that,
Just above that?
there's a line between the.
Oh, I see. Okay, I see it
It
now.
says
Okay, thanks.
allocation.
I see. Thank you so much.
Right.
For 202 million.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Thank,
And I could just give you a brief summary of what's happening with the shelters.
and as you do the brief summaries, I know you would, Minister, I want you to also talk to us about whether or not you believe the allocation that we currently have for individuals to kind of just get them back on their feet, whether or not that is sufficient. And I just love to get your opinion on that
No,
as
Minister,
well.
never sufficient.
Minister, no, allow the member to finish asking her question. Member Brownberg, have you concluded?
Yeah.
Okay, so Minister, this concludes your questions. You may now respond, after which we will take the head. Thank you.
It's never sufficient because, you always want to do that much more. But we have been able to respond to the needs. And so far, we have been able to assist many women who are in need of shelter or rehabilitation. What we do when they come in the shelter, after we have stabilized their situation, we will in fact pay rental for them to go into a space and to just get their lives back together rather than going back into the abusive situation they were in. The third shelter, which is about to be completed, we in fact have a transition house there where they will be able to stay. So we'll move them into a situation where they can live a normal life until they're able to go out on their own.
Minister, you have something else before?
And I should also highlight the fact that we train them, we give them skills before they leave, because many women stay in abusive situations because they're not employed or they don't even have a skill to be employable. And so we train them in different areas so they don't have to go back in situation. I have to quickly mention a situation that I came upon last week. We had a creative expo for students at the sixth form level and tertiary who want careers in the creative industries. And at the end of that event, there was a young miss sitting where everybody else is leaving, and she's sitting there. And one of my workers went over and asked her, I said, find out what's happening with this young miss. Only to find out that at 5, she lost her mother, 5 years old. Lived with her father, who was abusive. So at about 11, she ran away. She ended up in a home for safety. And when she got to the age of 18, she had to leave. She had nowhere to go. She ended up on the streets. Then she ended up living with a man who abused her. I mean, she had scars all over her face. She said she couldn't take it anymore. This is it. So she left the house, and she was actually on the streets for 2 weeks. And she's walking along Northwood Boulevard. She stopped and was explaining to a man her problem. And he said, go over to the hotel there. I see a lot of young people going in there, and I hear Miss Babsy is there. So go and find out if they can help you. And she came just in time when lunch was being served. She got lunch, and at the end of the function, she sat there and said she's not leaving because she has to talk to Miss Babsy. Well, it turns out that I called Mrs. Robinson at the Bureau, and now she's in a safe place. And you know, we talk about period poverty. She was going through all of that. All of that. It was really a painful situation when we found out what was happening. But that's the kind of work that is done through the Bureau.
Head 4600, 46,000, pages 1 through 21 for the
Madam
ministry.
Chair, if I could
You have
just,
something else, Minister?
Yes. I could just mention here that...
No, it wasn't up when I said final question, so you must have turned on afterwards.
For the period April 24 to January 25, the National Shelter Unit continued to provide support to 37 clients. Member Burke, Brown, because I'm providing you with this information. For the period 2024, April 2024 to January 2025, the National Shelter Unit provided support to 37 clients while temporarily housed in safe spaces. And this includes connecting the clients with services such as legal aid, psychosocial support, counseling, training, and education, as well as healthcare.
Member Hilton, when I said final question, I actually checked first for the mics, and your mic was not on, sir. It was not on, sir. And if you're waiting, it means your mic is not on, and I will conclude and call ahead. So I would appreciate if that is not your practice. You may go ahead and ask the final question, Member Hilton.
Minister, there's no question about the importance of this sector. And in objective number 5 of the question, of your ministry, it really looks at how you set out the various sectors in the cultural, in this area for growth and for development. It's there, but I'm trying to see where a plan for the policy would be. What budget support? Is there any budget support for even the iteration of this, the policy, a broad policy?
Which policy?
Yeah, yeah. Hmm? For the creative industry sector. Yeah, creative industry, yeah.
Well, you know, the policy has been under review for some time. I will be receiving at the end of this month the completed policy to take to Cabinet for approval for it to come to Parliament as a green paper. And at that time, you know, you all will have an opportunity to look at the roadmap, to look at the policy and the way forward. So much has changed, and technology has also had a great impact on cultural activities. But a very comprehensive green paper will be brought to Parliament for all to review.
Thank you very much, Minister. Head 46,000, pages 1 through 21. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Minister and Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sports, thank you very much for being here today. This concludes your time with us at the Parliament for Standing Finance Committee meeting. Have a great rest of the day.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We will now invite the Minister of Finance. Minister, I'm not sure it is necessary for you to move from your desk. I think you could do so from where you are.
There's no reason to be unkind.
Members, while the ministry makes its way out, the Minister of Finance had a few amendments which have been circulated. The minutes of yesterday's meeting was circulated as well. You will find also circulated before we resume in the House next Tuesday the minutes of today's meeting. Orderly, would you be so kind? Close the door, thank you. Order. Everybody's not out yet. The Minister of Finance and the Public Service.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I ask for the acceptance of the amendments to the following documents as circulated. And these are the estimates of expenditure 2025-26 for the financial year ending March 31, 2026. The Government of Jamaica Fiscal Policy Paper for financial year 2025-2026. The medium-term debt management strategy for the financial year 2025-2026 to the financial year 2028-2029, and the revenue estimates 2025-2026 for the financial year ending March 31, 2026.
These are before us. Minister, would you be so kind? Ask for their approval.
Madam Chair, I move for the adoption of the amendments.
Thank you, Minister. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I therefore put as previously tabled and where amended and adopted by your last vote for amendments the following: the estimates of expenditure 2025-2026 for the financial year ending March 31st, 2026. The public bodies estimates for revenue and expenditure for the year ended March 2026. Government of Jamaica Fiscal Policy Paper for the financial year 2025-2026. Medium-term debt management strategy for the financial year 2025-2026 to the financial year 2028-2029. Revenue estimates for 2025-2026 for the financial year ending March 31st, 2026. The tax expenditure statement 2025. The Jamaica Mortgage Bank estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2026. The public sector consolidated estimates of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31st March 2026. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The report of the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives. Do I really need to read this again? As previously read by the chair, is before me. Is it the wish of the committee that I sign it? Yes. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. This committee now stands adjourned.